We're using the current box here that we were doing, BrainPan 1, to make a script, a Python script to automate getting this last step on this one. Let's pull up the notes.
Superimposer says,
welcome back.
Hi Sophia, happy hacking day less than 3.
Yeah, you too. How are you? Everything good? Let's see here. Notes. Oh, we got a new version of Obsidian. No. So here we have our script, but if we check out the box, there were other steps before we got to this one. We had another executable. Let's look at like this.
Fine, I've just turned on the computer and I've spent all morning not even thinking about IT.
Yeah, relaxing. I was just with my car and my mom's car too, the yearly checkup. Well, it's not actually yearly anymore. We get like 13 months now, actually 15, I think now. 14. It seems to be like a bit flexible. That's nice. You don't have to do it every year. So yeah, I'm like, oh, this was what it looked like, right? So we obviously had a buffer overflow error, and we downloaded a file, and when we checked this file out, which was a Windows
Is the legal
executable.
checkup or just a let's hope it won't let me stuck in the middle of nowhere checkup?
It's illegal. You can't drive your car if you don't do it checkup. So it's checking like all the things. So my mom's car, which is much newer than mine is 20 years old this year, and hers is like 6 years maybe. So her like brakes were a bit stuck when they were rolling the tires or the wheels on the car. So they're like checking everything, the brakes, the exhaust, so that all it's good. So it's nice that they do it. Really, you would probably let your car go too far if they were not doing it right, because time flies. That's what it does. Anyway, this BrainPan exe executable for Windows, when we got this buffer overflow for this
we've
one,
to do it every some years, but not having a car, I don't really know anything about it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure you do it still. So we got this for Windows, and when we got there, we were like, what? Because there was a bash script running it. And then I realized it was wine. And then I thought, well, let's just try it. It was very odd behaviors from it. So I just replaced it and did a Linux one. It worked. And on this machine, we found we had suid permissions. So this is relevant now because we're close. So this one here, no password, Anansi util, from this user Anansi. So okay, let's run it. Permission denied, of course, right? So we checked for more stuff on the machine, and I was kind of thinking it would be a suid in there, and it was. So we also have an important thing here, the user ID of the Anansi user. So let's see. Here we have Anansi. We found this validate here. So as we could access this executable, we downloaded it. and it's a kind of simple program. It's not long. We got this from Vira. We notice if we read the code that the argument n, it is just sent on to this function here, validate. And this is really not very interesting. We want to exploit the buffer overflow in this. And we can see here that it copies our input into a buffer that is 100 characters. And with this knowledge that it actually doesn't do it if we have an F in the string, this is a bit important. With this knowledge, we're making the script. First we were doing it manually. Check this, use shellcraft here to do this, and I'm like, yeah, let's do a script that does it all. That's how we ended up in this. I don't want that thing up still. Download update. I think it's always just install stuff before Obsidian. So this script we have on our other machine here, and it's further along, so maybe we should update it. Nah, it's not a lot. It's not a lot of difference. Oh, I did click my phone, but I didn't. Let's see, can I switch screens? Yeah. I managed before it started its little ad thingy. I should switch apps to one without ads. This is a script on the machine here. We also have the script to get into the machine. We just need to update the IP when we started it. But let's do the last bits. We kind of finished it mostly yesterday. But then there was this anti-cipher training that you should all attend if you don't know everything already. But it's a very nice community to just be in there. Quick going through the script here. We're importing Pwn. Well, everything from Pwn. And this is a script to learn it, so this is my first use of it. So it's very nice, very nice. And I've been doing just Python manually before. Yeah. So I've tried to put the variables that we might want to change at the top, like the user ID, the executable we want to do. This is not as much changeable, so let's put these a bit further down actually. The first steps we might want to change. And these I'm gonna change.
Hello, good morning, fix it.
Hi, welcome back. Good morning. Or good afternoon. Or whatever time zone you're in. Yeah, so I hopped into Theo's stream while I was still at work before, and I was like, this must be really early for you. It's like, yeah, 5 a.m. Oh my god. That's painful IT.
Thanks, Lol, it is 8:30 for me.
Yeah.
Translated from Indonesian.
Yeah, so I wouldn't start streaming at 5 a.m. I don't think that's... that wouldn't be very fun for anyone. So I've had time to wake up while working and fixing the car thing. So anyway, let's continue. This is just a setting of the context level. We might want to change this if we want more information. But first step is a setting we would want to change, and these are really... We might want to change the first step, but these three we will change, right? Because the F there is definitely... maybe I want to add a comment. So... the user that owns the CUID binary, right? That's that. The executable name. We don't have to give a comment for that. CUID user ID. I think I've been fixing the names of the variables. This though, I'm thinking we shouldn't do this. I'm thinking we should automate it. If we can, we should, right? And this script, it does get the bits and the architecture of the binary. So we shouldn't get that from input, like variables. We should set this. The reason I'm not doing it is I have no clue why I don't do it. I think the reason is this is not done. So this is what I need to do. So I just want to copy it. Let's do this instead. So we don't have an E here. But we're gonna, I think I have it further down, or rather I'm sure here, right? So, do I want to have a copy of it and do it twice? That sounds like a stupid idea. So let's just, should I call the variable elf instead of E? I'm calling the process P and the elf E. That's kind of okay, is it? Yeah, so we're actually doing stuff already here. I don't really like that. I prefer making, I'll probably make functions of this too, right? Anyway, my to-do here, we just did it. So this and this we can delete. And we have less lines also in total. But is it as clear to read? Should we call E elf? Anyway, maybe it even has context dot address length. There might be such a thing in there. Yeah, I'm good with that for now. This is like also probably the final version of this. So anyway, running executable will increase in size arguments. So now we're just using subprocess run to run it quickly, and we're not getting any like core dumps or anything complicated. It's just quick and easy when I find where it crashes. And we're making a new variable just to have it as easy as possible here, right? Easily readable. So we make a cyclic string of crash length, you know? Generating non-repeating string. And we're printing it. Running executable in R2 with generated string. So it should be also quite readable. We start a process with R2 path, R2 arguments, executable and cyclic string. And we send it the command to start. Maybe there's some other way to do this, but we're just sending it the command. So it's in the buffer. Then we start receiving the lines, and we're not printing them. Yeah, so if the line contains signal 11, we print the line as a buffer overflow information. We get the data, we get the first position of where address is. We hop 5 extra characters, pick up 10 characters from there, and we convert it to an integer. And that's crash string. Because it wants a string. That's why I called it this. Maybe I should rename it. Trying to make it so obvious. I didn't like this really. Trying to make it very readable. Crash. There's addresses missing from this, right? Let's fix it. Nah. So crash address. And there's 2 D's in address in English, not in Swedish though. And I don't think I have this anywhere else. So if we go through these 3, there's no more places. Good. Now we have the crash address string. It's a bit long, but I kinda don't mind as long as it's easily readable. So we make a cyclic find of the crash address string, and from that we find our EIP position, and we print that. Generating shellcode for a SUID binary for a set user ID. And that's the one that we got the variable on the top. And we're inputting it here, converting it to a string, and combining the set reuid with the shell. I guess I hop further on the line. And then we, from what we get here is shellcode, or it's assembler code. That was what I was going to say. So we get the assembler in as a string. We could print it if we want to. It's a nice assembler here. We make it into machine code. And we just print it and its length, so we know. Then the thing we worked on yesterday. Setting for bad characters. So the only thing I don't like with code is this pop-ups all the time. You know, when you're trying to point at something, it's just poof. I can't point with my fingers like this, can I? Just making sure you're on the same screen as I am. So we have we're getting all characters 00 to FF. We're getting this initial bad characters variable that we had up at the top, where we added the F and we have null in there. As this is a C program, and F breaks it so that it won't buffer overflow.
Panda Tom says,
I'm an initial bad character.
Great, Panda. So we have to change it. The variable needs a new value. It's supposed to say panda here instead of null F. So let's see. And then we set a variable that we have not found all the bad characters yet. And we make a loop into this. It's true. Because we have a loop in a loop and an if in there kind of thing, you know. Sure to check bytes. We're just converting, we're taking this string, we're removing the contents of this string, and that is the characters we're supposed to check, because those are not excluded already. And this is the argument that for our test. the cyclic string, B, the number of characters an address happens to have, and the characters. So starting with hex 01020304, as this would have generated. And we remove null here. I know I'm going too much into detail now, right? Then we start the process. Executable argument. We wait until it crashes, because it will crash. Because we already tested. And then from the core dump here, p core file read, we get from the position of the stack pointer plus the address length. Yeah. So this is one of the cases where it actually like hops back. I've noticed that when I've been running it manually, that it actually doesn't do. It does the pop of the address, but it's still on there with the stack pointer. So we outputted, we printed this, and this is how we had to do it to make it work. And I've seen that when I've like stepped through things too. So, yeah. It's odd. But it works. And then the length of the characters to check. And then we loop here for all the characters that we're supposed to check. Their length. And if the character in the characters to check is the same as the one in the data from the stack, we're reading from the crashed memory. Then we break this. We add this character to our bad characters. And we just print some info. And if we're at the end, if we are at the last character, actually we break here, right? So we go for another lap in this loop, because we have not set this. So it will test again. And when we built this, we added the bad data to test that it works as it should, and it does. Yeah. Then we have at the end, when it's looped through all of them and ended up here, and we set it to found all bad chars true. So we print those bad chars. Encoding shellcode to avoid bad characters. A quick step here, because there's a nice function called encode, where we just put your shellcode and you tell it what you want to avoid. And we have to convert this as it's a string to bytes. And then we print the encoded shellcode and how many characters that will be, which is, in this example, this is just 57. I think this is like 147 or something. We could just put, yeah, so now we're at the step where we're at now. And I think that there are no instructions we can use. We have searched with this functionality. So we're going to make this into nice code, but we didn't have time yesterday. We searched also manually within the code that these instructions don't exist in this one, and it's a very simple, mega simple file. So I'm kind of thinking this would work. Just putting that there. We could also add knobs and stuff, but it's really time to test it now to see if this works. And otherwise, we'll have to try and find something else, some other way to do it. Yeah. So. Yeah. We can add extra stuff in here. Where is the code? It's up here. So here we could probably just add manual knobs, right? to the shellcode at this stage. When we have shellcode here, we can just add them, but it would have to be before the encoding, because it might be one of the bad characters, right? So that's what we would do then. Anyway, it ends with printing the number of A's and times the EIP position, and then the address, which we have converted. Let's actually make that. Nah, it's good enough. So we have SP address. So in this else here, we should really have a print. Falling back to SP. Let's make this code now. So we need a loop, and within it we need a try. So yeah, I have lots of comments here now. Let's actually run it first, because I'm too curious to wait anymore. So we're gonna put the right address in here. I'm just gonna check if it seems to be finished. So let's see debuff. Check here. Yeah, so we have a lot of core testing, all the ones again. We'll fill my poor hard drive up. If I sudo now, I will remember what I've done several times. So now it's prettier. Buff Linux suite exploit generator. So there, it's doing all the steps. So this bit here, this is what we're going to send as an argument and see if it works. But we also need to run this. So we need to start the box. Or while we're waiting for the IP, let's open up. We're using 444 as support. Yeah, I could have by mistake not used that. So actually, let's use this one for. There we have the core from that one we run. I don't know what I think of. It's just keeping the files there forever if you don't delete them. Oh, alright. We have to be aware of that, right? So I'm just looking for a brain pan exploit. Brain pan exploit Linux. We're ready to run it. We can't even run it now, you know, we don't even have the right IP in there. And then we're gonna listen with netcat. And this is what I listened with last time. So do we have an IP? Yes. And it's not actually a Windows box. So just look at it first. So we have our new IP, we save, we run this. That's very. I must be on the wrong IP because it's not supposed to be that slow. Let's check. 168. Yeah, it probably wasn't up yet. We're probably too quick because it's the right IP and I saved the file. I will have to give it a bit more time. It's not supposed to be this slow. It's not able to connect. Maybe we should add a timeout for it and put yeah, exception. Yeah, we should fix that too. How long do you think we should let it start? Now it's been 3 minutes. That's kind of a long time. 168. So, do you know why it's not working? Because I didn't start the VPN. That's kind of good to start the VPN if you want to talk to track. And we haven't needed to when we fix the script, right? Oh my. And this is a sued thing, we can't really test it locally without messing about a lot, so there's no reason to. Yeah, I'll just start this again. I'm just starting to. Am I tired or what? You know? So. So, what do you think? Will it work better with a VPN? So, we're on the machine here now. So let's nicify this, and I'm actually gonna copy. Am I? Yeah. Linux. Go into my notes. And since I know that in here I have at the very top my Python, you know, to fix my hard drive spins up. We're gonna copy. So. No, I failed. I failed to copy. Why? Oh. Because I pasted. Pasted there for some reason. That's odd. So, let's... should we do export too? So nice and pretty. So I don't really remember everything from the box because we've been digging into pwntools for a few days now, right? So let's go back and check. So when we were on the machine for Linux, we found this. Where is it executable? Here. User bin local validate. So let's just run it. No, I'm typing in the wrong place again. So USR local, then validate. It's there. If we run it, it says I want input, and we're gonna put input there. We already know we have Python, right? So why not send it with Python prettily? I'm actually go to my buffer overflow notes. Yeah, so we were looking at all the examples the other day. And here's our new notes on pwntools. So I split them up recently, so we don't have all of this in one file because it's kind of huge. So we just want like the basic ones. Here. Of course, this is what we do. Yeah, I guess I type a bit. And let's just confirm that we can go back with arrows. Nice, right? Let's do. I'm like, what am I doing? yeah. So let's do $, right? That's the nicest way to do it when we want an argument. So, and then we want to do Python. Yeah, right. I remember I did this the other day and I forgot to use different types of nuts, as they call them. Very, very Swedish word, nuts. So I know I should think instead of just cut from the notes with these simple things, right? But so here we're gonna use these, so we don't break these, because that's what I did. That's what I did the other day. So let's top over to actually no, we just want the tab, and we just want the string here. So this is what we want. So what do you think? Will this work? That would prove that our script works. So paste. Oopsie. Is it just me, or does that look a bit odd? So let's paste it somewhere else. Actually, script output, and let's update the script itself too, one thing at a time. So I'm copying the current script status, and let's delete this whole one, and that's the wrong script. So now we have the right one. That's better. There. Let's grab the output. So all of it. Oopsie. There. So we have running executable with increasing size arguments, program crash at 120, generating non-repeating string, and I have forgotten to remove the print out of there. Let's fix it while we're at it. While we remember, right? So with the fuzzing, I was doing this. And that is why I have an extra \n. So, there. Generating a repeating string, running execution R2. This is aligned with signal 11. We can see that. Did I call it a crash string? Didn't I rename it? What? I'm like, what? Crash address string. So, signal 11 address. So it is updated here. But in our output it's not updated? Yeah, I saw it. Crash address string. Finding EAP position using R2 output. Yeah, so we're not gonna read it all, but let's grab this because we don't want like old output. I don't know why I got an old one. Did I? It's not that. I mean, I didn't just change it, did I? Obviously, I didn't save at least. So, so on this one, we're here. We have a kind of clear, nice, no crappy characters, and we're gonna paste this. And I know that this mock said like a bit funny before on this, right? So, oops. So let's just copy this one, make sure we can paste it. This also gives it a funny look, right? Because we have characters in here. And then we're gonna go up actually, because no, it didn't actually run that command line, but we have this one that I did, empty. Okay, so I'm gonna do like a safety stuff in between here. I'm just gonna open the one with the Python. Oh, so we have it ready. Parentheses, Python. We're gonna do something simple to test it first. And test like true and false cases to make sure the input works as it should before we paste that long one again. So print and QWERTY, and there it kind of hopped, right? Validate input passed. So we go back and we do QWERTY F. There's an F in there, and oh, it has to be uppercase F, and I kind of missed shift. So now we got the failed input, and oh gosh. I'm just gonna go down again and go to the QWERTY one and go back, and this will give us usage because there's no argument. So I'm gonna paste and just enter, assuming it will work, right? Because it's the right thing. So Shift Control Paste, enter. Segmentation fault. Right. Yeah. What did we get for output really? But we crashed it now. So we failed, but we get segmentation fault. So it is a bit sad that I don't have a prettier prompt, really, right? So we could see better. It's all in one line, and it's not just when it's odd character. When I was typing the QWERTY thingy too. Oh, we could do like width and height of it and stuff. Oh, I don't ever do that. Maybe that's good, just to see better. I don't know. I'm thinking, is it worth to test this locally? Maybe it is. Maybe it is worth it to make a user and test it locally. And any suggestions to fix the current problem we have, which is not the graphical problem, but the actual buffer overflow. I guess that we will make a file. We have validate in here. So I'm gonna check my own file. My password so you can't see. I don't think I have more than one user in here. Yeah. So maybe we should have like a test user. I'm thinking. I'm also thinking I should have more things in my notes. So it's not often I add users. I'm just checking up. Let's make it together. What should we call it? Test user? It will get the same ID that we want because the Kali is 1000 and this is 1001. I'm also thinking it will get that input as a decimal, right? Yeah, it must. I know there's both user add and add user, right? And I don't remember the difference. So I'm just running one and seeing. We can do this. Let's see. P for password. Encrypted password. So it doesn't even need a password. We just want to test user. We don't really want it to have anything, do we? Let's just run it and with a name and see what happens, because it's probably login here, right? We'll see if this is the one with a lot of extra stuff or not. So test user. So we getting a test user. Yeah. So then we should have a new user, though it will not have a password, will it? It doesn't matter for now, I'm just curious. So, right, we'll need a password, because otherwise we can't make files as it and try and read them. So we should have made add user to get all the questions. Then I was like, which one is which? Let's just search and see. I guess if I were to delete this user at once, let's do a search. We can do Kali user add and add user, right? And difference. Native compiler add user is Perl script. Okay, so add user, yeah. We already noticed that user add is the one that only creates account. So let's delete user. Because I was thinking I didn't want any more stuff. But then I'm like, I've never done this. I probably have. So let's do the same again. Opposite. I feel so like this is not what I usually do, right? User, what did it say? I'm guessing now. Test user. So, just popping you over here for a sec while I check its password so that it's really empty. Yeah. So now we're gonna instead add user, and then we will get all the questions. Selecting, yeah, we want it to be 1001. Creating home directory, new password. I'm giving it an actual password. Changing user information, test user, full name. Yeah, so we don't have to set any of this. I think this is annoying. That's why I usually don't use that one. But it's kind of useful too, right? Some of it. So, all right. I thought I was in my home directory. So there we have test user directory. So in that directory, yeah, let's become the test user, and so we're in its home. No, we're here. So we have a second user on the Kali machine. Let's not make a file here. Let's make it in like tab. Because, or we make this readable. Let's so here we can nano my tests. Right, I just realized something. So we can put the file here, of course, but we can't. So we have to be Kali to go into Kali's directory. And let's copy validate to TMP. I guess we sue again. And Okay. Yeah, I was thinking this. This is a bit funny. Why did I have these permissions in this directory? Interesting. So we're going to TMP anyway. I just did that to, like, what? I wonder how it ended up that way. Here we have the validate one. So, copy, validate, let's call it val. Oh my god, did I type copy the whole darn word? So we have val owned by test user and validate owned by Kali. Let's remove the other one. Yeah. Password for test user. Oh right, I can't do this even. It's fun to see. Suddenly I don't have permissions. So we don't even have to do that. Let's go to TMP again. Let's just rm validate. So then we go again to test user. I imagine it would be nice for it to remember the password for 2 seconds, as it does with sudo, right? So let's move val validate. So we have the same file name and everything, but this is the owner. So now we want to become test user, which is the user 1001, by running validate with this argument that we have been trying. Here. Let's say we're not going to copy it from here. So, so if we run validate, it says usage validate input, just like it does if we run it here. Because here we run it with the file. We have to run it like this. Maybe we should go into the directory. Why don't we? So there's validate, and we can see the permissions. So everybody can read and execute, but only Anansi can write. 2013. So if we hop here, let's hahaha. There was another thing with V. So test user, test user. So I'm thinking let's make the permissions the same also. Nah, it doesn't matter. We're not using the group anyway, it's just that's the difference. H761 is the size. So let's run it here. So we have the usage, and then we're gonna add. Let's put this in a pretty way. So laziness. Let's copy. Let's paste. Let's dot slash validate, and that one. We can have this on, and we can do this. Yeah. Whatever. I'm thinking if it is a problem for it, that it's a long string, we could do 116 times A. We could, of course. Yeah, so why am I not printing it the backslash way, the whole way? I usually do that, don't I? So if we copy this and we hop over here, and when we do this, we're not supposed to be test user because we're going into the test user, so we need to exit. And now we're Kali, and we're gonna do dot slash. No, I have that in my paste, so just paste. Did I fail to copy again? So my copying is so very odd sometimes. Let's do it like 2 times. And I'm deleting the wrong screen. Paste. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah. I see some characters in there that, but they're within the FNUTs. And we get a segmentation fault invalidate. So this is the same that we got on the machine, so this is good, I guess. So let's change some stuff. Let's actually do the whole thing better.
New follower Free Spirit Dev. Less than 3.
Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. So we're gonna look here, and I don't know why I'm outputting it in this format, because all the other outputs we're not doing. Oh, I was in a hurry, I know. I was hopping over to Anti-Siphon's education thingy yesterday. That's why. Let's use this instead. I was in a hurry. So, and maybe we don't want it to do this. Maybe we want to do a times so I'm thinking it will be easier to make this a bytes is it this? And let's just oh, it added an extra parenthesis there. It does that. So, start string, and it's supposed to be that. So, the characters 8 times, and then the number.
Christy
And...
says.
Hi, Soap.
Hi, welcome in. How are you doing? I hope it's great. I did play more of the game.
My dear, cyber insecurity.
Cyber insecurity.
Did say live. Right now.
Oh, he's live.
That you have some goals.
Oh, so I'm missing streaming. I don't want this. I don't want to miss those. Right, it's 14 something.
He was asking if you did M.
Right.
So go
Ah.
and tell him, D.
Okay, we hopping into his stream on stream. Let's go to Twitch.
He said to come to your
Get
channel
in the background
and
if you ever
ask
get asked that question, told that question, whatever.
However.
No, excuse me. I drank that water too fast. A degree period is not required in any role in cyber. I'm a CISO. I have 0 degrees. I take that back. I have the 2 degrees that the community college of the Air Force gave me simply for showing up for work for 10 years straight.
Yeah, thanks, Christy.
I do not have a degree. How did you get to be the positions you got? Thank you for asking that. I appreciate that. Companies like PwC refused to hire me because I didn't have a degree. You know what they did? They went out and made an exception to their policy to hire me. I called you out, Fix It. I called you out for your goals. I said I expected an update. You can go back and watch the clip. But I called you out for your goals, and I said it's the end of the month. It's the end of the month. It's time to pay the tax. You're due. right? I went and led the cyber team at Abbott. Abbott didn't want to hire me because I didn't have a degree. You know what Abbott did? They went out and changed the policy so they could hire me. So a master's degree is not required. Any degree is not required.
Yeah, so I usually watch his streams.
As a matter of fact, and I'm going to make a
And they had
really
a cool thing with
bold,
that.
terrible statement.
Yeah, so we can't like listen
Some of y'all are
to
gonna be
Neil
mad.
stream all stream, can we? So he's got probably 40 minutes left.
Most of your cybersecurity degrees are useless. Most of your cybersecurity degrees are absolutely useless. I think the only degree worth getting in cyber is a business degree. I think the only degree worth getting in cyber is a business degree. And listen, go back to Wednesday's stream with Chris. Chris talked about it. Chris is a lifelong digital forensics incident response expert. And I use that word loosely. If you've been on this stream for a while, I'm not a huge fan of the word expert, but he is an expert. He is highly technical, even today, after 25 plus years in this industry. And you know what he
Fixerbot
teaches in
says.
school? He teaches
New follower
business.
Kuro High out. Less than
Welcome
3.
in. Thanks for the follow. I'm kind of, yeah, you know. I thought you were on the
Teaches
screen.
business.
So we're in the middle of the code. But
Business is the degree
oh, he
that will carry you further in your cyber
I
career
pinned
than
it.
anything else.
also I didn't finish all my goals. I have so
And
many
again,
stuff,
like
right?
I see this from I just saw
So
this
thinking
from
of
where was
seeing
it?
a lurk, right?
Listen, and again, this is not to say drop out of school. This is not to tell you to get your degree. Remember, I'm here giving my opinion. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. They all stink. Right? Mine's no different.
Now let's put the actual
Right? So don't take what I'm
part in
saying
there.
as that you need. Like, listen, I'm not going to be one of these cyber influencers or whatever that says go drop out of your degree program. Outcast, I do. I still have the Facebook message from a mom who messaged me on Facebook to tell me how dare I tell her kid to drop out of school. And I said to her, I said, did you even watch the clip? She was like, no, why would I watch your stupid shit? And I was like, if you go watch it, I actually unequivocally say, don't drop out of school.
So what did I say?
Don't drop out of college.
Oh my god.
Don't change your degree just because I said the cyber degrees are useless. Make your own informed decisions is what I'm saying.
That's
But
probably
my
quicker,
goal here,
right?
my role here is to give you my opinion. Of all the years of experience that I've got, what good is that years of experience if I can't give you the opinion?
Yeah, I like
who's
Neil's
watched the
stream.
industry
And he
change
has
for 25 plus years.
great energy.
And so that's
Right?
what it is. Take it for what it's worth.
Always
if you're in
like,
school for cyber,
yeah.
Do what it is, but understand.
I should write.
Understand, and this is why we talk on this stream about setting expectations and setting reality and making sure that you understand what's going on. It's not.
No, well, it's not. Doesn't fit in there.
It's not the thing that they promise you that's going to immediately make you marketable or equitable out on the career path. And as a matter of fact, if you're one of these people, right?
Yeah.
No,
we're not gonna.
I appreciate you. Go pay attention to your audience. No, go pay attention to your audience. I appreciate you. I just wanted to know. I just wanted you to know that I called you out for your goals. I expect an update. Have fun on your stream. We'll come raid you if you're still streaming when we get done here. Right? Just understand the role of a degree.
So there, we're gonna hop back to ours, right?
Who wants your degree to last.
So we're gonna mute him because that's what we do. We wanna like support other people. So if my computer wasn't as bad as it is, I would have all the streams up all the time, but it can't. So I'll have to live with that. Just doing that. So Print the full payload would be payload bytes. Yeah, right. So instead, let's put the data here. Right. So let's put this whole thing in here, right? Because this is a command line one. So why not go the full bit and put this in here too? Right? Meaning we can't use that character, right? We're gonna do this. I'm just pasting. Oh gosh, it failed to copy again. Copy. Paste. Now we did it. And then we're gonna grab the last bit here too. And of course we can't have this, you know, all the special characters, it would go bananas. But we're gonna adjust it and put the actual characters for those in there. The whole thing with the automation is so address. This is where we end stuff. Oh, it failed again. Oh, that's so annoying. But we know what it's supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be... this is in the wrong place. It's after the shellcode, of course, right? So here we're going to have a string that contains this, which is not... I guess we do backslash that. Will that work? And in parentheses? Yeah, it doesn't work like that. At least in this, nah. Let's Google. But I do need to go and quickly buy a break. I'll be right back. Sorry, I'm like stepping over everything. Yeah. So, Python. Using this will we have problems with this in a string. Yeah, I saw also said quotation marks. Python use quotes in a string. So we need both types, right? And of course we could use string might format. Print, he said hello. Yeah, but we need both. We need both types. That doesn't work. Using triple quotes to define a multi-line string. Escape character when you're trying to print a special character. Yeah, so why are they not talking about escape characters? Did you lose a character in there somewhere because of the escape backslash? I believe the standard practice. Escape character. Yeah, so that's what I'm looking for, you know. Because I didn't try to run it, but code marked it as odd. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, here, backslash. So this should work. It's just that it can't triple quote strings. So we can use it on the same line. That's good. So what I wrote just now before I undid it, was it undo? Let's redo, undo, yeah. So it doesn't look right here, right? That's why. This is the string. So I also want to convert it to bytes afterwards. So maybe we shouldn't use AF because that will probably make stuff behave differently, right? We can just use pluses. So first we have, and this is supposed to be let's add the name of the executable. Do I call it executable? I think I do. I am blind, I can't see it. Executable. My god, my scroll doesn't work either. I think my mouse is giving up. Executable. So far we have a normal string here. Then we're going to plus the Python, and then this one we'll have to escape. And now it looks much better. So maybe that was the only thing we really needed to do. To escape this one, and the last one will look better. And then print, and then I'm going to actually here. Let's stop the string and do a plus. And it's just too much to have a formatted string in there too. It feels like too odd. And then we actually just gonna we need another plus. We need, oh gosh. So A is with a single quote, and then we're gonna add this to whatever we put here, which it will be the address. And let's keep it this way. I kind of think it's good to have it still this way, right? This means that between the address and the encoded, we still want these two. And at the very end here, we do want this. The last bit, the parenthesis, and the escaped double quote. And it obviously squigglies this a lot. So let's see. So if we were to remove that, just make it a bit. So the starting one. There's no plus here. There. That was a bug. So I think it's all done. To just go from the start again, we have / executable. No, we're not supposed to have / because that's part of the executable name. It already has that. Here, / and payload bytes executable plus Python C, and then escaped double quotes print A times the position and the end of that. No, that's not supposed to be like that. This is wrong. Good thing I read it. So I got all confused with things. The numbers don't want quotes around them. So A times EAP position plus this, which needs quotes there. And then we have this, which is the other one. And then the end. So now we should get an output that looks, my god. This is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to go over where? I need another tab. My normal one hopped away, became a TMP tab. Actually. So there we have our validate. But we also have our scripts. So / we got an error. File line 130, which is the one we're on. Executable plus cannot connect any string with not bytes. Oh, so these two needs to be strings, right? And we want it in this format. This will be long. It'll be long. I'm thinking of doing it before. I mean, we're done with all the tricky stuff, right? By mistake, I pressed Ctrl-C instead of Ctrl-V. And it did copy an empty line. So... And also we don't want this to be bytes anymore. I changed my mind. And we just want to print it here. Payload, because it's supposed to be a string by now. And this is where we're going to convert it. Encoded shellcode equals string. I think it's already a string. Let's see. No. And the address is also bytes. So string address for exploit. Yeah. So I was thinking of doing this twice. And we'll do it twice. Oopsie. Because having this in this line would be just too much. Just too much. We could make the conversion up here too. Because this is not pretty, you know. So now we'll see if it's a string there. We have a squiggly? No, it's just slow. So now it looks good here. Oopsie. So this is what we do. Because we do this. Let's fix them where they're made, you know, so they're correct from the start. What about the address? Yeah, this is bad. We have them here too. And I didn't add them there at all. Well, we'll just take one step at a time. That's the only way to do it. So, where are we encoding it? There. One step at a time. So we're gonna print only shellcode here. Because we already converted it. And this part now should work. So, encoded shellcode. This bit should not have doubles. That's what we're checking now. So, encoded shellcode here looks good. So why did we get this? We can print this as separate prints. Maybe that's the trick to use. Because something is off here. And equals, right? So let's not even do the payload thing here. Let's just print the whole darn thing in bits. So deleting that, we're going to do print here. Print executable plus Python let's split it here. And I'm just gonna do comma and equals. It's not a new line character. We just want to space at the end there. Why does this one have no parenthesis at the end? Oh gosh. Oh, I know why it bugged out. Let's undo until we split. And let's just fix this error here. There. There. And that's why it didn't have a parenthesis, because it wasn't in a print. Volume 40%. What? We have a Sound Blaster PCI card. So, let's see. Now we only have one. Yeah, thought so. We were like telling print to do, or we did in this variable have a comma Latin 1. We were messing with the encoding of it. I didn't know you could do that. Kinda interesting. So we're getting the correct thing now, right? Let's see. So we have Python, we have double, print, singles around the A times 116. Then we have singles around address, And if we look up a tiny bit, we can see the address here is Indian fixed here. And then we have the last bit, which is the encoded shellcode. Should start with this and end with this. And then we have the end parenthesis of the print. We have the friend with this one, and we have the friend with this one. And this should be what we run on the other machine, and it should be. It's different now because it doesn't have any special characters, right? So before it did have printable but still odd characters in there. Now it doesn't. So I'm thinking it could be the thing. And if it is not the thing, then we have more work to do. We should be able to just paste this here. We got segmentation fault. So the problem here is that we can't really see what we're pasting, right? So let's just hop to the notes and paste this here. Actually, that was the old one, so let's keep this and let's make a new one here. So this is the same text. It's the same text. It is only... But it's not the same text, is it? 111. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No? I want to scroll up and look. Oh, this is the second place to test it first. So let's do this as a better test. So we got segmentation fault. So the reason I wanted to look out into this one more is that I didn't feel I knew it all. You know, I need to practice and learn more things about this. And I think we found another thing that I need to check into more. But I don't really have to scroll up because we have all the output here, right? So the encoding shellcode here is different. This should be the same. So it just returns a different result. Why? So let's just check from the start here. So we have the same at the start, 120. It's generating the same string. It is getting the same number here. It is getting 116 as it's supposed to. It's generating this. We could write the ID out here because we can't see it and we want to, right? The shellcode is this. And it is the same as this, at least by just looking like this. Oh. So this one though is 580 bytes, and this one is 140. So I feel something is off. Something is very off here. We're suddenly getting much more data. And if wrong, the number is simply just not right. So What happened? What did I change in the code that broke it? Because I think I broke it. We did this. So before I was just getting this here, right? I was just printing it this way. And I'm also kind of thinking we might want a new line here. It's more readable. And then we get in the length of it. And now it is not, now it is byte still, right? It's byte still. This is why we got the wrong number. And this will give us this in the wrong type. We'll test one. See what happens. Oh, I'm not allowed to have equals nothing. Why did I leave this bit of the left? So we're back to 140 characters, and we need to convert this instead from bytes to string. So let's do it. And I already pasted it. Here. So this shouldn't change anything in the functionality though. I was just like, why do I get that big number? So undo, 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 undo. My God, why does it have to hop so much? Undo, 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 redo, redo, paste, cut. We just do this after we printed the size. So after we printed the size, we can mess with it. So as long as we're not using the encoded shellcode for anything that requires bytes, but we're only using it here again, so we just want to see it and copy it. I don't know if this is the best last step, right? Is it? So I'm just checking the box. So I added an hour because we only have 30 minutes left. So there. Now, it should look more similar. So we have these are the same, and we still though have 145 now. I'm like, did I break something? Did I break something in there? I guess we go through the code and double check everything, but first let's run it again. 145. 145. So it's consistently the same length. It's not that it's not good with 145, it's just that I'm curious why it changed when we're sending it the same data. So 120, 116, 57, the same. So the encoding here, why is it different? I also see that the SP address is not the same. Yeah, right, so on my machine we'll have to turn off stuff to run it, and we test run it, so we should do that. If we want to try stuff on it. So let's go to my notes, and where is modern? Modern security features, and we want to go to wherever I have the. This is for compilation. This is what we need to do now. Yeah, and we actually have to sudo for this to work. I have tested. So let's make Kali a bit vulnerable. So it's doing it for the whole machine. But let's do it in this one, which is where we run stuff. So I'm gonna where. Oh gosh, it's the copy paste again. Why doesn't copy paste work as it should? Copy, copy, copy. Paste. No, it worked. 2. And let's sudo. And echo 0 2. Oh yeah. Thank you, history. If I go back to sudo, that's the only thing that will have been done. I don't do that on this. I'm trying to be nice and not use it. So now it's supposed to be 0 here, right? And maybe we will get a different result when running it, but I don't think so, because I don't think so. So now when we run the script here, let's check the SP. Yeah, so now we have the same address, and this is why this wouldn't work on the machine, because to generate this we need to turn it off. We need to write this in the script code, because this is a very, very important step. And let's actually put an instruction here, right? For this to work, you need to turn off ASLR on the machine where it's run, and let's put an instruction. sudosu. Exit. Oh gosh, that's long lines. This one too. So, the last command should should return 0. For this to work, you need to turn off ASLR on the machine. So, important. There. Now, let's try again. I want to check first though. Oh, by the way, let's remove this address search. It's annoying, right? With the red addresses all over the place. So I'm just looking to see if I see any bugs. So the only changes we have really done that we messed stuff up are these. But I think they are okay now. I think everything is good. We're just not finished with this bit. The automation there. Because I want an executable that actually will return something here and not just error out. To test it, I have others, right? We have others. We'll have to find one. We'll have to make one. Oh, I'm cold. It's only 25.5. That seems to be when I get cold. When it's 25.5. So, there. Let's save it. Do you think this will work? Let's do copy twice because my machine is hot, and I use the mouse instead of that. Let's paste it. Let's run it. We got a segmentation fault. We got a segmentation fault. So I was hoping we got the last problem there. We didn't. I saw the address CD for 0 here. That's why we added the pluses in this, so it's easy to read. And the XD9 is the start of this. So the question is now, why is this? Did I change the code here somewhere? Why is it making a new size? It used to be 140. By the way, we should run this. To do Add a check for the above to the script. So it's Friday, it's afternoon, it's almost 17. So all of the steps are good until here at least. So this, until here I know it's good, right? If I didn't like mess up here. Yeah, let's print out. It says here the ID is 101, but we're not printing it. For user ID. And then we're gonna put here plus and exactly this. So there. So the next time, I'm so annoyed at those squigglies. Look. I forgot in parentheses. But it's slow. It's slow to update, so I can't trust it anymore. So now we can see the ID there. Linus SH. Set REUID. So it's the first time I'm using pwntools for this. I'm assuming it's working, right? I'm assuming. Let's try it with a pwntools shell commands. So let's up you over here. I want. Is it 9? Because here I used shellcraft. But we did search for the encoding or the bad characters for shellcraft command. So shellcraft bad shards. So I've ended up in the command line stuff while looking for code all the time. Now I do the opposite, right? I saw it already before. Command line tools. We're in the right place. So let's search for shellcode. Shellcraft. Fun shellcraft. So here we have. So I had this in my notes before. This is what we want to find.
New follower Robotech83. Less than 3.
Welcome in and thank you for the follow. So I'm looking for the bad shards. It's called. I'll look at the code. Avoid. Void. Control F. Avoid. V. So I didn't find it because I was looking for like something else. So avoid. So we need avoid to be added. Oh gosh, there's lots of avoids. But V is what we need if we want to generate. And if we were to just add it to this command, let's
56
see the
raiders
order.
from Cyber and Security have joined.
Welcome, Raiders. Cyber
Thank
and
you,
Security brought
everybody.
56
Thank you so
friends to the
much.
party.
And I'm sorry
Go
I
drop
missed
'em a
your
follow.
stream.
New follower Plumpy Chunks. Less than 3.
Theo says.
Tomb Raid.
Bryant Peak says. Hiya.
Welcome
Fixerbot
in.
says.
Thank you very much.
New follower Divprognu. Less than 3.
Maybe you have
Plumpy
some
Chunk
tips for me
says.
here.
Got it. Theo says.
I fix it.
Socite Guy says. Raid time. Free Spirit Dev says. Hi ye. Translated from Tagalog. Fixerbot says.
New follower Prima Dino. Less than 3.
Bryant Peak says. Fatboy 45 raids. Robotech83 says. Hello,
So,
hello.
I'm like
I'm a
reading
raider
and
now.
listening at the same
Plumpy
time.
Chunk says. Hey there. Socite Guy says.
Thanks.
Hello. Translated
Thanks,
from
Theo.
German. Madam Fabulous says.
Twitch raid tomb raid.
Fixerbot says.
So the
New
TTS kind of
follower,
slows
first one
everything
to
down,
die.
right? So
Less
so
than
I was
3.
just checking out.
Socite Guy
Let's
says.
try on the
No
command
more
line
Legion,
to make
but
the
sure.
same and see if it's the
Germanic
same
roots.
output.
Theo says.
Drop a follow. Fix it is awesome software and hardware hacker. And an awesome person.
Thank you, Theo. Thank you very much. So I think it's calmed down now. Thank you very much for the raid. So thank you, Neil. And I will be back with those goals, right? I have not finished everything. I have
Plumpy
to
says,
say.
heart, orange heart, yellow heart, green heart, blue heart,
Hi on
purple heart,
YouTube.
black heart.
Thanks for all the
Fixerbot
hearts.
says.
New follower
So
Winter
we're
Jolt.
making a script.
Less than 3.
We're making a script to automate buffer overflow Linux Suite thingy, and I did this to learn pwntools. So we're setting some variables at the start. If we look at the executable for this one, we see that F makes it like not go to the part of the code where it's a buffer overflow. Yeah. So we're doing all the things automatically here. First we're running it with unfuzzing with different sizes, just using subprocess run here and the Python script. Then we're using pwntools cyclic here to generate a string of that length. We're using process from pwntools with R2 path arguments, the executable name, and the cyclic string we generated. And we're putting here DC in the buffer for when it's reading in data. When R2 gets to the prompt to start the
New
program.
follower Infinitebinary.
And then when we get the buffer overflow, here's signal 11 in the line. Then we print this and we get the position here of adder address. And I'm getting the next 10 characters converted to an int. So we have the crash address and as a string. Then we're checking this with the cyclic find to find the EIP position. Then we're generating shellcode here, and this is where I'm like debugging. Currently, we're going to run this command and see if we get the same when we use the command line version of it, and specifically testing the encoding of it. So we're checking for bad chars automatically here too. I'm not going to go through all the logic now if you don't want to. Then we were not finished with this one, but with R2 I didn't find any of these instructions, and these also crash. That's why I'm going to add the try here and the loop and stuff later. So it's not finished, the full script. But we do have a payload. we're testing with just the stack pointer, because that's where we put it. So if you look, we have the encoded shellcode here after the EIP, and it doesn't work. And I'm not happy with this. And also I feel I need to learn more about how this works. So I've done these before, manually, and I've been like digging through memory, but we didn't put any knobs or anything in here yet either, so we might try that. But it's still like, I want it to be scientific and not just like, let's add some knobs and see if it works. But I just realized that I was running my script with ASLR on. And if I say anything you don't understand, you ask, okay? Because that's the whole thing, you know? I teach the ones who know less than me. If you know more than me, help me learn, right? So that's the thing. So we just disabled the slur here. So this is set to 0 now. And I tried running it, and I still just got the segmentation fault. I didn't get it to...
New follower Yod046.
Thank you for the follows, guys. Thank you. Yeah, so we're still getting it... It's not correct. So I'm gonna try and run the command line version of it. Not it's still pwntools, it's just the command line version. And see if we get the same output as my script gets. So when we run this now, just to make sure, let's actually run this here, right? It's supposed to be the whole box, but yeah, it's the whole machine until we like restart. I guess we can set it back, probably. But it automatically sets back when you restart it, so you don't have to think about it. Yeah, let's run the manual command that I was just checking. So to do this, I did it the backwards, the other way first when I researched. I found all of these commands. I didn't find the programmatical ones, and I had to go backwards to do it again because I didn't put it in my notes. I should put everything in the notes, right? So here we have the V option, and we're gonna use it. But I already had in my notes this. So we did this before. The box here on Trackme is called Brain Pan. Where is it? There. So this is the box that we do in. And first we did a buffer overflow to get into Linux, but it was actually Windows executable. So it's a bit funny. It says, reverse engineer a Windows executable, find the buffer overflow and exploit it on a Linux machine. But I think it's... So the executable, it was running Wine. I shouldn't reveal stuff, I guess, if you want to do it yourselves. But let's run this now. And let's remember V, right? V. We want V. So let's actually copy this thing here. And let's add a V. Yeah, right. I remember what I was just checking back to here. If there's a special order for the arguments. So V is here. And the one we're using format D too, because I did the long version so it's easier to read. I guess I should use -- avoid, right? -- avoid here. To have the long one. So let's add it here, I guess. -- avoid. Void. And we're gonna put our bad chars. So it is so the reason I'm kind of thinking I found all the bad chars, but maybe there's something wrong with that bit too. but I read it in memory, you know, I can see that it's there. So it's very odd if it's bad. So can we do this? Or do we need to do this? Right? What should we do? That's probably right. Let's run this. And let's actually rerun this one first. And we compare it, and then we can compare the other one. So first, yeah, I failed to copy. My machine is not good at copying stuff. Or maybe I just pressed the wrong keys. Could it be that? Could it be human error instead of computer's fault? Check for new versions of pwntools. Okay, thank you for that. To disable this functionality, I didn't see it before. You have the latest version, thank you. So here we have the code.
Blob68CK68100 says, I liked how you note everything about the room. I should also start doing this.
Yeah, so thank you. So I've been doing so I forget to put it sometimes in my info, where I try to collect all the information that we gather in the different steps. So here's where we first tested it, and I have some screenshots too. We found the exe. This is how we found it, right on the website. I remember now. Yeah, and then we have lots of stuff. All different steps here. So first we connected on the Windows executable, believing it was Windows, of course, right? Why not? And then we saw that it was actually Wine. It was run by a bash script. So I just hopped to Linux. And this, I've never done connecting to Wine before. It was very odd. Very odd. And this is where we got the code from Gira too. And here is where we see that we can't use Fs. Uppercase Fs. Because it will break when it reaches F and never end up at the maximum length of it. And then it won't do the string copy of our argument into the buffer of 100 characters, which is the buffer overflow. So it will never crash if you have any Fs in there. Yeah, let's continue. I was on 9, 10. I don't know where I were. There. Oh yeah, this is 9 in my buffer overflow instruction I made for myself here. Also, my notes, they are on my GitHub and on my webpage, which is fixit42.com/notes. Kinda easy. But it's not updated on the notes as much as on GitHub, of course, right? Because I have to export it all. And so far I've only done it like once. If you have any good Obsidian to website to HTML export tools, I will be happy to get links. So we're gonna compare this code with our output that we have up here. So let's just grab this and copy it and paste it. So is this the same? It is not the same. I can see it at once, right? It's not the same.
I'm pretty new to Obsidian and trying to figure out.
Yeah, it's a great tool. Very great. So they are not the same. And I didn't do the void yet. Now let's see what happens if we were to use this. So let's first run it again, right? We want to run the same thing several times and see if we get the same thing. And this
There's
is
a guy
not
on
the same
YouTube
data.
teaches about a method called Zittelkiessen.
Okay. I'm copying it. Let's Google, because all new things. I want to learn all the things, you know. Okay. So it's like note taking. Oh. So let's run it a few times, just to make sure that we are not getting different things. The same. And now let's confirm that this is what we're actually... Format D. Now I need to know what format D means, because I don't remember.
Do you want me to link him because he is pretty good at automating the obsidian?
Yeah, sure, do it. If you have a great link, send it. So I want to... we can do a quick detour again. So if we open Fixit, 42 notes. And that's not finished, the web page. And this is not finished. And I've just exported it once. But this tool that I've used for exporting it, if you look at like my Linux here, for example, I just made some index files. So there's notes called index, just for this to be a tiny bit more readable. You see the dash here, it's on one line. This is not supposed to be on 2 lines. And it's also the same if you have a list with dots. It kind of like, sometimes it just hops down, and it's... But otherwise I like it, you know? It's nice, we can just click on anything. And we get like...
Misha Vandenberg is the name of his channel on YouTube.
Okay. So I'm gonna copy your whole comment there, and I'm gonna put it in Notepad. But then I wanna focus on the buffer overflow stuff. So we have a comment saved here. Thank you. So closing that down, hopping back. So we have a difference, and that's odd. So why is it? Is it the format D? What is format D? So pwn.
No problem, sorry for interrupting, lol.
No, I asked for it, right? I want it. You're not interrupting at all. I want information, and I want tips. But mostly I want to know what's wrong with this thing. So D, no. Format D. Format. Okay, so we would have gotten another format, and we are getting the same format, right? I'm just trying to find it in here. D. Escape text string. Escape D text string. So D is not the obvious letter for hex, right? But I know why it's escape D now. Oh gosh, I pasted that. So this is not... No, I have that now. So the other one is not 31FF, so it's not the same. I would like to have had all my previous outputs. Let's put this in here. So we need a debug. So of course it doesn't run if it's the wrong thing. God, my tummy. I think I'm hungry. I'm sorry if you heard. So generating shellcode here. We're gonna paste this. and make it a comment, of course. But this bit, oh gosh, I did that by mistake before too. If you Control Shift stuff in here, it will do it. Control Shift V, no, Control Shift C. Yeah, Control Shift C in code does that. So we're gonna try and just replace it and test. Shellcode is a variable name. So testing the code from command line, I guess I saved because we want to differ it from this. So let's run this again. So now we can see them side by side here, but they are not the same at this part. So maybe the input is the rest of it's the same. No, so we have 6A here, then we have not the same, then we have 5/8 the same, not the same, not. Then we have 6. Oh my god, that's so annoying when that happens. I just clicked and dragged a bit. Not on purpose. 6/8, 6/8. Then it's not the same again. So the command line one is much longer. It's 62 bytes. Doesn't it react to this? Doesn't it read this in the right format? Is that the problem? Do I need to do something with my... But then it shouldn't be all of it different. So we can ask this one, right? So shellcraft H here. So we can ask it to give us the assembly code A. Sorry for all the ups. So let's do A instead. And we ask for the assembly code. And then we're going to ask my script for the assembly code by just uncommenting this. Should we do the Shift Control C? We learned a new trick. So let's, come on, I want your corner there. So we can compare this thing with the scripts. So was I running the right one? Yeah. Okay, I must have typoed. Oh, I changed the variable name. So it used to be something not as clear as shellcode assembler code. So now we can compare them. So from the start up here, XR, EDI, EDI, EBX, EBX. And here we have this on our side, and it's the same number here. They just use a different register. So we'll just have to check later that they are set RUID RDI. Set RUID EAX. So do you see the problem? So this is why this one is wrong, because it's not 32-bit. That's why. So we need to set some other option. Optional file format, output format. The limiter between. Oh right, yeah. So I get it. It's this. It's this. I didn't think of that. That's now we have a clear reason why. I was thinking too about the links there, and it was odd. So so this is reading in the data now, even from the executable. So if we go up here, we'll see that it loads in the executable as ELF here, and then it sets this as a context binary, meaning it will set the number of bits, for example, and the architecture automatically, so it is correct in this. So my command line thing was not correct though. And I think it's just probably i386. So that was a bad debugging from my side. I should have read what I was pasting. So we might have one less problem. Or let's change it back to D. Let's change it back to D. And see if we get the same one now. We're not getting the same one. So let's do the same check now when we have the right registers and stuff. Oh, this is so annoying. There. So EBX, EBX, BX, SRX 3E9. Just quickly checking if it's the same on both sides, and it seems to be. And we can also see that this was read in. I was not sure, but it's read in correctly. And the same way as this. So it was really all of it. It is the same. But why is it not the same when it's... Why is the code not the same? This is like more confusing. Well, one step debugged, I guess. Let's go to the next one. So, let's modify this one and copy in this instead. Copy and paste. And let's make some comments of it. Or I don't think Python will be very happy with it. Yeah, it's so far up, I almost missed it. So, we're gonna paste the new one in here. Just to test, and now the rest of the script will run on this, right? So, yeah, let's run it. Let's use this other tab that we have. And we're getting our final thing to actually send. And we're gonna test it. So let's start with just pasting it here. And we got segmentation fault. And if anyone in chat knows any tips when you're having problems, not that I've tested everything yet, but still, it's still not. I think it should. First of all, I would like to be able to find one of those nice instructions, and maybe there's more than the 3 that I had in my list here. Let's just run it first. So we're getting segmentation fault, both locally and on the machine. This is just how we got into this one. Let's run it with R2. Let's do that. So it's other tab. If we do what? Oh, it's the wrong one. That one. So if we just Control A to hop to the start, and we do R2, D, A or something, and we run this instead. We DC, crash, and we can see that that's not the right address, right? So that's the wrong address, which is of course what's supposed to, I mean, that's of course, we already seen the segmentation fault. Oh, I got a tiny fly in here. Is it summer? I haven't seen one in months. Let's see. So we checked a lot of memory check stuff. Can I remember? Nah, my R2 is knowledge is not good enough not to look at the notes. I know PDF and these AFL and PDF, but PXA. So let's not overwrite the notes. What?
When you've won by 3 L's,
I think I typed something by mistake.
your mic is low. See?
Oh, is it low? Maybe I should just sit closer, though I can see that it goes into the red now. I don't think I can do much about it. So the fly is on the camera. Ah, whatever.
Better now.
It's better. Yes, I'm not gonna. I shouldn't sit back
Hello.
and just mumble. Hello. Welcome in.
Fixerbot says.
New follower Winnie
Thank
won
you
by
for the
3L.
follow.
Less than 3.
So let's see. This looked very funny. I must have pasted something here. It wasn't today. I'm very glad to have GitHub sync on this, because if I overwrite something, you know, it's safe. It's safe. PXA, and then we're gonna do like at ESP. Let's just try that first. So C3BF. Yeah. So I remember this, right? We can use this address here. And what's there? So PXA. I think we just paste the address. Yeah. I guess so. Oh, that wasn't a lot of information. So why? Yeah, this is off. Definitely, right? Yeah. This is so off. I need an at character then. There we go. And we see our data. Our 41s. They're nice to have, the 41s. And we can see that ESP just passed this.
Sullivan GFX says.
What software are you using?
This is R2, Raidery 2. So here's notes on it. I can send you the link. And it is just pre-installed in Kali. I failed my copy again. My computer don't want to copy stuff. Let's try again. Yeah. So it's in Kali. It's very pretty, right? So there's GDB, and it's like white and ugly. This is much prettier. And I've been like the latest ones, buffer overflows I've done. I've been able to use graphical tools, and this is just a tiny one which just reads the input and then it's done. So it's very tiny, and I can't manage to do it. If anyone has tips on how to use it in a graphical one. So anyway, we did this address now. So I'm tabbing on the wrong machine. CCE0 here, and it's not the right one. So it might be a simple math mistake. Am I hopping in the wrong direction? How did I get this? How did I get this number? I'm like, am I that stupid? I can't have done that. It's a cyclic find finds a position, and then I am going the wrong direction. Am I? Let's see. Let's backtrack from where we have the address. one step at a time, because I don't know. We get this, we check where it is. It has 160 steps. Where do we use this position? Here, right? But this is not what I want. I want the address. Where's address? Here. And we get this from this, right? From the ROP. No, not from the ROP. It's just from pcore file sp. Because ROP we're not actually using now, so we can comment that so it's not confusing. Because I didn't find a jump ESP, a call ESP, or a push ESP ret. I didn't find any of those. And I even checked both manually and using searching with R2, and I didn't find them. So it's a tiny, tiny executable. So back to thinking here. So if this number would be wrong, maybe let's crash it manually again. I must have done that before, but that's the best way to test if the script is right. To crash it manually and see if this is the right address. Because we use this address here, right? And when we look here, should I close this one? Three things to tab between. This address does not contain our code, right? Our code should be here. C3BF, C3BF. Is this the code? Let's look. Let's look. I guess I should tab like this instead. So where is the... maybe it's this tab, but we have it here too. 31XB66. Is this the last one? So there are so many things now. Let's scroll up here. This is what we're using. 31DB66. 31DB66BB. 66BB should be easy to find, right? Oh gosh, wrong one to tab on. So if we just go at ESP, we don't have anything. If we do this, well, this is good to see where we're coming from, right? You can see the other lines here. Yeah, we could just do this and like 1,000. Here it is too.
Goaku says.
Here's
Hello,
the
Sophia.
command.
Translated from Indonesian.
Exercise time?
I think I'll skip it today, actually.
Time to move it.
Maybe. So I do. I used to have. I told you I had the tummy muscle inflammation, and like I kind of felt a bit of it after the last time. So I'm thinking, and my shoulder is a bit off too. So don't like those muscle information thingies, but I'm gonna get started training. But maybe those you could redeem them in Eldo half or something. Nah, we'll skip it for today. But thank you for asking. They're not disabled though, so
I hear
I
ice
could have
baths
done
are
that.
good.
Ice baths. Oh my god, I can never do that. No, I'm gonna go start like jogging and stuff again. I can still see snow puddles outside the window though, so I'm gonna start training again. So how are you, Goaku? Everything good?
Fixerbot says.
New follower Brizzy26. Less than
Thank
3.
you for the follow.
Goaku
Welcome
says.
in.
I'm okay, it's Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday. Yeah. So actually, in case you didn't know, yesterday I was on Anti-Siphon's Pay What You Can course, and let's see, I probably have it like here. Meta CDF.
Sirwamida says. Hi, what are you doing now? Just came up.
I'm checking a buffer overflow that doesn't wanna play nice. So I'm trying to find the problem, what's wrong, and I'm trying to make an automated script to generate this buffer overflow for suites. You want to get another user from running a buffer overflow. And Siphon, they have their cloud labs here, and this is a course that was yesterday. But they just released a new certification here, and to be able to do this, it is also pay what you can. So you have to pay something, but I think it was $5. I mean, I think that's it. I think it was 5, and I think I paid 10. Because I'm looking for jobs. So, if you have any jobs that are cybersecurity stuff, there's like 3 parts. So first you answer 100 questions. So they released it late yesterday, and I went to bed after. So I might do this in the weekend. We'll see if I can answer the 100 multiple choice questions. And there's not like a list, but it's like their basic courses, and I think I've been in them. But it's a lot of blue team stuff, so I might just watch them quickly, all of the courses, or do all the labs or something, before I try answering the questions. Or maybe we have 5 attempts here. Maybe I'll just try it and feel it. Then after this, you do into meta CTFs, and then when you have finished 5 of the 10 you get listed, you can do step 3, which is doing write-ups on 2 of them. Here, write-ups. 2 write-up challenges. Yeah. So this is very cool. And it's also, these write-ups will be available to look at the site, so you can like show that you actually know something instead of just answering multiple choice questions, right? So they didn't really like having to do this, but they didn't have any other better way of doing this. But then you have to do actual stuff too. And I think this part there's like 24-hour limits on or something. Yeah. So you have 24 hours to do these 2 together, I think, the second steps. So this is separate. This is 2 hours? Yeah, 2 hours. So, we'll see if I do this in the weekend. It's a very cool thing. By the way, it's very cool and fun stuff on MetaCTF. they also have the practice environment. It's free, and you can just create an account and you can do these. Where's the questions? Problems. You click problems, right? So then you get a lot of fun stuff to do. And I haven't paid anything for this. Yeah, so I was doing binary here. So there's different areas. And you can see what color they are. And I think at the bottom you can see what you already finished. I only have done a few of these, but it's like similar to Siphon also has this cyber range, and I can't access it now. And apparently you need PayPal to be able to renew it. But this was very fun. I did a lot of this for a few days. So we got a few days to try it. Yeah, so let's hop back to trying to solve the problem with the buffer overflow, or actually do the buffer overflow. So we could look at what other people have done, but what I want to do is to debug my script, and one bit of that might be, yeah, so it might be looking at what other people have, but I would like to just do it myself. So we know these bits are good, right? I have manually checked through the memory here, and I've printed it to the screen and compared it manually, the data, from the core file read and our data we sent in, which is shards to check. We send this, and when it is there, the process is started and crashed. We read the memory or read the data from this core file at the SP position. Yeah, so I'm gonna just put some extra stuff in this thing to make it easy to find. Let's just make sure it looks good in the actual memory here first. So we have the A's, and this is not the address. Oh, I might have more stuff, more problems. So all these C3s here. There might be canary stuff in here too. Because the address that we're supposed to have right, we still have the this was not the address, and I thought I was doing something else wrong. So let's see if we can see CD40 in here. God, wrong keys. So the problems with looking at this like this on my normal computer, you know. We could hop into a machine that's set up for doing buffer overflow stuff on. Do we have a Linux one? I mean, I don't, but try hacking. Yes. But I don't know if I remember. Right, there was a buffer overflow thingy before. It's probably in my notes. So if we just compare the command line, and I keep clicking on that one, let's pull it here so I don't do the same thing again. So we do print A's, 116 A's, right? So 116 A's here. This is supposed to be 116 A's. And after this, we do 40 CD. And that's not what's here. And I can't see it anywhere. And then we have D9D0. Where's the D? Yeah. I'm just currently thinking the address was not, didn't happen to be exactly what. Let's put some knobs in here for two reasons: to test it and to see them. So let's be like safe and check the notes. Couldn't get the start menu up. Windows is very stable and nice. So this is my buffer overflow notes. Let's just see what I had in here. So this used to be one document. It was long. One note. Very nice to be able to hop to the parts. Oh, my battery's running out. Oh, jeez. Oh, wow. No. Yeah. So this is R2. So this is all I was in this on for Linux. And this is the rest is Windows, because I've been adding more stuff now recently when I did the Windows one. So it's a Windows executable to get into the machine. So yeah, right. So here we have knobs. So here we had 30. Yeah, and here we're generating it was MS of Venom instead. Which is like, feels more normal to me. But I want to learn the pwntools, that's why we're doing this. Yeah, and I was suggested to add knobs, but then someone said also it does not take more space when it's not expanding. It might. I don't know. I need to see it in action. When the execution start address. This is kind of what we're doing. We could also put knobs for all the others, for all the... Well, here we're just doing 55, so we're doing a lot of knobs. Then we have the shellcode here. And this is GDB. Let's put some knobs in there. Just like this. We're just gonna put a few knobs. Not maybe 256, but just a few of them. Before the actual shellcode. And let's put that in the script, right? So we're gonna add knobs. Oh gosh. In between here, we're gonna add a new bit. That is yeah, I guess you can put it here, right? So this is in the string. We're adding it to the string. And we're gonna add... So if I put a backslash here, I have to put another one. And we're gonna do x 90 times, let's do 20. I know I had like 16 before. Is that a more round number? So if we run this now, it will have added, let's see, here, plus backslash 90 times 20. So let's copy this. And maybe change this a bit. Now I'm just scrolling up. It's the same here. Because it changed all the time. That's how I realized about the ASLR. Because it was hopping all over the place. So we're gonna queue. Come on. Queue. And we're gonna run it again. I guess I should have just typed. Let's just type 2 D A, and then we have our paste. And we do DC to run it. So that is the one without input. doesn't get the what? Let's. I'm just gonna paste it somewhere else, and we have this place for this. We have some new lines and stuff in there that I don't want. So let's get rid of that. And in front of this, we actually want now R2DA. So I'm trying to see why it didn't work. Well, what we didn't do was to debug the Python first. So let's just Python. Let's see if this works. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that. We got a parse error. That's why it doesn't have any output or input. Oh gosh. It's not there. The dollar isn't there. The dollar isn't there. So it is here. I pasted the wrong bit. I'm just stupid. So but there's something wrong with it still. Oh. It still needs the end quote there. Syntax error. Unexpected character after line. Continuation character. Oh gosh. I see what's the problem. So what I forgot was to actually use something around this. I didn't do it. Will this work? That's probably the right thing, right? Yeah, because we don't want to escape it, really. I was just thinking if I'm gonna print it. So I'm grabbing the whole thing again. And let's just see. Nothing times 20. Says.
New follower LaserKittas. Less than 3.
Thank you for the follow and welcome in. So this is so annoying. What was I doing? The plus is in like the oddest place too. What am I doing here? Oh, we have these and we have those. Yeah, so I need to think actually for 2 seconds. This is part of this string here. And this is part of this one. Let's put some spaces here, right? So that and that. So this is what we're focusing on. This is what's wrong. So 1 character within single quotes times 20. Which is the same thing that we have here. Only this is a \x. So this will be replaced. So I guess we should have that second backslash then. That I removed. Oopsie. Where did that come from? I'm like, what am I doing? Let's just dot. So now we can see here with all the extra spaces too. So now it's correct. Let's actually remove the spaces. As they're within the string, oopsie. They're visible, right? So all of this is just a string that's added together with others. These are the same. This time they're the same. They're the same. Yeah, let's paste it over here. Paste. And let's copy the long one. Copy, copy, copy. 3 times to be safe, because it's, I don't know why it's a bit odd sometimes. We run it, and now we should have an argument. So when we DC, we get a buffer overflow, which we don't want really now. It would be much nicer. What? Oh, did I paste something on there? Okay, 1,000 is too much. Let's do like 500. And we can see all of our input here. And then we see totally odd stuff after the A's. And then we see our naps now. And they got C2s in here. Okay. Yeah, so I'm very curious to try this on a machine that it doesn't have any security stuff in it. Because I'm kind of thinking that's the problem. But let's see if this one has R2. Okay, and does it have GDB? Can be found in the following packages. Not installed. We just paste here, of course, the thing, and just try it, because I think my machine is breaking it. Okay. Let's just try it here too. The problem. No, I didn't copy the R2 bit. It's a copy problem. So copy, 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 copy. Paste. Segmentation fault. So at least we got the thing in, but we can't see what we paste. I could type all of it. Oh. But even if I type and it becomes like this long, it types over itself. What if we run this? I can't Control C, of course. Exit. Exit. No, I should be able to Control C then. No, we broke the whole thing. Yeah, I know. Let's open a new tab. Is this is a broken one? Is this a broken one? This is the broken one. So let's bye. Let's open a new tab. Let's do oral wrap this time too, and see if this helps it to look friendly. And this is so annoying to have to redo it, but so we're here. We're just gonna have to lazy copy from my notes. And with a little better, we're getting an extra line there now. Let's hop back. ST. And let's export term equals next term. We're having a bit pretty colors and stuff now, but we still have the paste problem. Oh, of course it could be that. But I think it's better. I think it didn't do it. Let's see. Copy this again. Hello, I would just want to click something else. No, not that far. So this bit? No, we want the validate. So, click. How many times did I get copy now? Oh. That was stupid of me, especially since I think I've managed to finally copy it, but I Control C it. I wasn't even gonna do that. Oh, it broke. Maybe it closed down. But I don't think I spent that much time, did I? So the machine might have expired. Yeah. So that's what happened. I was like, I didn't Control C. And I couldn't Control C just a second ago, so well, we know it doesn't have R2 or DAV. So I think there's still stuff that needs to be like fixed in my like buffer overflow strategy. Things that need to be clear. That's why I'm not like hurrying this. Lazy people might just click the complete button. They're not flags or anything. IP. And let's wait a bit, but not very long. Probably the time it takes for me to update the IP address is probably enough. So paste, save, and so we're on the machine again. I was thinking of copying it, but I was thinking, it's not that long. It's not that long. So yeah, and I did RL wrap, and we have that. I'm like, I don't know what it did and what I didn't. Did I? No, I can see I didn't background it. Did I? Yeah, I did background it. I'm so messy in my head now. You shouldn't do the same thing just after you did it. No, it's confusing. So let's see if we can just type a long string now, and it doesn't look. So RL wrap is very helpful here. It fixed it for us. Thank you. So we're getting an echo though, which we didn't, but it's better this way. I was just gonna copy the string and I failed, right? So this time we're gonna Control C, right click copy, then we try and pasting it here. It is there. Now, hopefully we'll be able to see the whole thing. Ah, we saw it, we can see it. We can modify it even. If we want to. This is so much nicer. So we can see 116 A's, the address, knobs, and then this. And we have to cd into the right directory. So where is it? It is I should have it up. So Linux. So here it is. This one. This is our local bin. So if I don't manage to copy that, I can type it. It's not that long. So now we have validate. Now we can use history. Nice. We get a segmentation fault. And also echo is still writing it back all to one line. But it's very nice to have it like this. Because that's was like overwriting system. I don't know how. I'm curious how it worked. So the RL wrap is nice. I'm thinking, should we take a break from this? Because I can feel my brain going like, there's so much else I need to do today. I was actually thinking of I had this thing for January, little goals, And I've done a lot of them, or a few of them, or some of them, but I haven't finished all of them. And one thing I haven't finished is applying for 10 jobs. I guess I could say 2 jobs, which is not me, but recruiters asking me. So, I did update my CV yesterday. And I guess I'm kinda ready. I don't know if I like the CV. With the help in a hurry from a recruiter calling a million times, which I shouldn't complain about, and it's not a cybersecurity job. It's exchange online. So let's see. We can do other stuff. I'm thinking, let's do a quick Google on BrainPan. I don't know if we Googled it before. Yeah, we found it on Vulnhub. It's actually a Vulnhub one, but we haven't looked at any walkthrough, I think. This is a Triacme paint room. Have we been into one? Maybe we did. But let's check and see. So I'm not at all interested in the start. I'm interested in what their last step. And oh, they're using my temperature. That's not interesting. We want manual. Yeah, I remember we were in this is the first buffer overflow. Yeah, they found the same one that we have. So we're not supposed to do this. Okay. I'm stupid, and I didn't need to do this. I thought I was supposed to do this. But this should work too. Now I don't want to see any more on that one. So I almost saw what I was supposed to do there. So I thought I was supposed to do another buffer overflow. Am I not supposed to do that? Maybe it doesn't even work. I thought I couldn't access it. Maybe I could. Yeah. So the thought of having something fresh to do now is even more tempting. I want to try this thing more. So this validate owned by this user. It's so obvious, that it's, and it also has a vulnerability, buffer overflow vulnerability in it. So I'm thinking there must be. Let's actually search for that instead. Validate. Yeah, I remember when I searched for this one before, I found the box, and this was like how I knew that it wasn't a normal executable. I was just googling it, and then I found a link to someone's notes. I think, but I didn't exactly look for this. I think. Oh, let's do that. So we could just do something totally different. Here's the one. So we can look at that later. I don't know what I should do first, really. What do we want to do? Anyone with suggestions? We could do like anything is Friday night. For me, it's 18. But I have a few things I want to finish. Like, looking for a few jobs would be nice, wouldn't it? Or, look here. So if people have been using Metasploit, you know, I think it is definitely as cheating as looking at write-ups, because it's not your own ideas. So let's see. I've been thinking it was supposed to do a buffer upload list, as that's kind of the thing, right? So here he sits at cook. Okay, so this is how he went from Windows to Linux, is it? No?
Goaku says,
I wonder if it's too late to start a career in cybersecurity. I have been doing programming/development for over a decade. A friend of mine does cybersecurity for a big global accounting firm. He makes very good money.
Okay. Yeah, so go for it. Why not? So if this dude too just gets it the easy way, yeah, let's yeah, this is my way, where I've been going. Let's see if they manage to get it. Build an exploit. And this is where we're using this to learn pwntools, right? So I've learned so much things. So I'm just curious for
What percentage of
risks.
scripting is involved with cybersec?
Well, you've seen what I've been doing, right? Did you see this? So, or you can run Metasploit and don't think.
Lots of permission wrangling.
So I'm very curious to see what this person does. Yeah, they're using GDB instead of R2, they tweeted. They see the data here, 41s, 42s, and 43s. And I could put those in there, but I couldn't even put knobs. The knobs could spaced up with C2s. So that's my machine. Examining that rest shows about 250 bytes of shellcode space to work with. Oh, he's putting a lot characters in there to test. Yeah, and they have the same 116 that we have. So he has more bad characters than we do. These are much more bad characters. So we only have 2. So that's interesting. Although those now Shakespeare character described in part 1. And also they did an MSF Venom instead of, which is like what I think is the normal one, instead of doing, my god, Hone. So we're learning it, so that's why we're using it. Probably be easier to do the normal MSF Venom one. So more bad cars. Payload becomes like this. You never, Shigatagana is always default, I think. So, ID, pub, validate, and then they have their stuff. And it works. This user. And then just the last bit. We don't need to, when we're the user. Yeah. So if we just run this here. Why are they copying to Bach? Oh. Because of the user? So we can't see what users are. They didn't fix their shell. But I'm guessing that no. Why didn't they just run it? Oh, whatever. We can test when we get there. I didn't want to read that really, but I was curious now. So, what is different between theirs and ours? Let's just check if their payload works on my computer, okay? Not on the box. I have a problem that I Control-Shift-Click in the browser sometimes, and then I get up the same as F12, the browser stuff. So where's my test one? This. So go for cybersecurity if you think it's fun. I mean, you shouldn't go for it because you got a good salary. So, of course, salaries are important, but I mean, you need to survive, right? But still. Oh gosh. Python 2. And also we're doing the old-fashioned backticks there. Let's just get rid of those. Oh. I'm like, what? What is this doing here? So they're using double quotes in all of it, and then in the end, there's a single quote. Okay. Okay, I get it. So this is where I'm adding a parenthesis. Not there. And we got an error still. Oh, let's just do it in the nice way. Validate Python. So now we have a nice parenthesis pair, Python C, and then I would do a normal one, and then I would do a single one here. And let's see how far this goes. It's all the way here, where they add a few knobs. Okay. So I'm just reading it while I'm changing. So 70 bytes of so this is just straight to track me's old one, I think. And this is the address. Is it? Yeah, so it's not using the way that I did it, the like trying to be modern way. And this doesn't work either. So if we copy my modified one and try it on the machine, for debugging now, we're not gonna cheat. So if we paste this here and we run it, we got it. Okay. So it worked. So this is a workable way, as I thought. Yeah, because I need to check back to my notes and see why didn't I like try what the other person did. Because I kind of think I couldn't, right? So yeah, I just try to run it. So let's test this too. We need, of course, to exit from Anansi because we're not there yet. We tested their one and it works. And here we have validate. So if we go back, let's sudo al again, and we can see the executable here. And if we do sudo and this, we get usage, action, network, proc list, manual. So we could run it. We could run it like that. Is it network? Okay, so that worked, even though I didn't have the full thing. Does this for everything? I'm like, what's up? So I'm very curious about this program now. So I checked back what he did. Oh, he probably did other stuff, like strings it and stuff. It's probably getting a bit of a hint of what it's doing. Yeah, it's not there. So let's just cat it. Permission denied. Yeah, okay, so we need to play with it if we want it. I'm hungry. It's like food time long ago, right? I just ate one sausage for lunch. I'm gonna go and check on my kids too. And let's so when I get back, let's check out this dude's notes and compare, and we can just try MSA Venom exploit, but what they're doing differently is they're putting the exploit within the 116 characters here and hopping to this. That's what they're doing differently. So that's what I had in my old notes too, and in my examples. Let's do the this is Sued. So I'm checking the dress and stuff here too. Yeah, I put some NOPs, shellcode, like these are my NOPs, memory address. No, we actually put 41s there, A's. But it was like, why not put NOPs? Not that it's ever. I would loop. No, we wouldn't. Yeah, so I'll go and check on my kids, and maybe I'll call my hubby and see when he's getting home, because I'm hungry, and usually on Fridays we buy food on the way home. So, or at least decide. So if we like pizza, I just order it home. If we go Thai food, he picks it up on the way. Well, I order it. So, yeah, and you're very welcome to make suggestions too. Well, what if we're supposed to continue with the buffer overflow? We can do that, you know. Maybe I want to finish it, right? I don't want to like drop this. I want to continue and keep doing it. But my kids, they're 14 and 17, so I'm just gonna go check on them and see. Because a 17-year-old also, I woke him up at like 14, so he'll probably be hungry because he's only eating breakfast, I guess. Yeah, I'll be right back. So I'm back. So let's see. I'm just gonna go check if how much food. I want Thai food. I don't want pizza. Hej gubben, är du på väg hem? Ja, det är kul. Men jag tänkte fråga dig om du kommer hem snart, för jag är hungrig. Okej. Ska vi köra på det då? Beställa pizza? Okej. Ja, men vi kan köra det. Men då kan jag säkert beställa det nu. Yes. Ja, jag tror att de var klara på en kvart en gång. Och jag fattar inte hur det gick till. Måste att pizzan är klara typ. Ja, jag vet inte. Men det borde bli väldigt dyra pizzor annars. Ja. Jag vet inte. Men då beställer jag helt enkelt. Ja, inga fel alls. Inklusive lampor. Ja, de har inte klart. Alltså jag hade ju inte sett några fel. Jag vet inte 17 alltså. De kanske sa bara, men den kanske är lite svag. Det kan vi göra. Ja, men då... Ja, precis. Då ska man ju byta dem såklart. Ja. Nej, det tror jag inte. Jag tror... Ja. Men gubben, jag beställer pizza och så ses vi om en stund. Ja. 4, okej. Ja, puss. Hej. He really wanted pizza. We'll do pizza. I know what my kids want. Let's just order them and I'm done. So, is it odd? I'm Swedish, by the way, you know? So I'm just calling the pizza place. And then we'll fix the rest of the buffer overflow. Hej, jag skulle vilja beställa en quattro och en kebabpizza utan grönsaker och en pizza med bara ananas och ganska mycket ananas gärna och en capricciosa också. Det är bra så, tack. Du kan ta cola också förresten. Har ni zero? Ja, så bra, tack. Och gärna pizzabröd. Och hemkörning är ju. Ja. Hur långt du tror att det tar ungefär? Okej. Ja, men det blir superbra. Tack så mycket. Tack. So, they know my address. I don't have to tell them. It's always nice, you know? We never order pizza from there. Ever. Let's see. Let's think the other way around then. I can't see my stream there. So you're on the right screen. We don't have password, of course, you know? So let's just... Oh? Okay, it's just slow. There. So the purpose is to make this automated, right? And I don't think we can test it on my machine, because my machine inserts stuff that's not supposed to be there. You can just see the knobs here, right? It's not just what I sent in here. He could send knobs, so the knobs shouldn't be a problem. So but I also failed. Should we try the other way? No, let's go for this. This is what I want anyway. We can try the other one when we're finished with this. In that case, it doesn't work on my machine. It worked on the other machine. So this is a functioning thingy for this machine. What was this? Oh, it's my notes. Yeah. So, is anyone in chat good at buffer overflows on ELF files? On Linux binaries with Suede? Simple programs, nothing complicated. Because this is what I have in my notes too, you know. Exactly like the same style that this one is. So it is exactly the same style with the minus calculations and everything. Now this first front track, this one. And I think I used this on the Seaweed Box 0/3. And I just added the shellcode from pwntools. So So, actually only found one, I know, two, right? From, I was gonna say internet, but that's like not specific enough. Let's actually put the name of the, this is the right one. And they did this 2018 too. Part 2. Introduction to exploit development. I didn't even read the title. Part 2. Oh, it starts at 5. So I was curious why they have several of venom. Reversal. Okay, so they're just saving on the screenshots. So this is I'm almost curious to see how much differently they made it in the first bit, right? The first bit of it. Pseudo commands can't be piped. Just one, because this would be an enormous security flaw. The file also seems to be owned by another user, and with no privileges to the current user. So that's why I was thinking Seaweed and found one. And I'm just confused by the other person here. Let's actually read this now then. Let's see what they did. So they got the same as us, then they it's not the same. Anyway, ID, manual ID. So I tried this. I didn't do user bin sudo though. we have to try it because it's fun. And we want to know all the ways, right? So if we have a suid binary that so hello there, manual ID, then exclamation. Okay, I get it. Okay, cool. So exit. I remember where we were, right? So now we're back to puck. So again, and I did ID here, and it's running ID. Okay, so ID is hop to the start. So user manual ID. No manual no manual entry for manual. Yeah, so when I did this, I kept getting the first one I started before. But now it is working differently. So what if we do only sudo? Will this work the same? Yeah, so we don't need to do the full sudo path. So what is different from before? So what if we don't do ID but do? Okay, this is stupid. Also, we can see there that this is actually not real history. I think it's oral graphs that fixes that. It like overwrites the normal one. So we of course need to be out of there. Sudo manual, and my edit is still there that I deleted ID. So what if we do QWERTY here? QWERTY no manual entry, but it still did it with ID. So can't. Okay, so it works. Then bash. So it's running man. That's why I wanted to look at the executable, because this is just a guess, you know? If they would have just guessed it. It is very interesting. So let's put it in the notes too. As an alternative way, but we're putting it at like a high number because this is like later tests. So let's do 15 alt way to root. And it's so much quicker. I'm sure Gar would have done this one. So let's just run something like this, right? That's the thing. And then do this is so crazy simple, right? But bon bash bin. How would we have known this? Why did I do that? Bin bash. So we're not in Windows. We were like I was doing Windows stuff yesterday on the Siphon one. My slashes go the wrong way now. I tried to strings it. What could we possibly do to find information about an executable in a limited Linux? And I couldn't cat it. So, oh gosh, I need to exit again. So all the things I've written is in the history, not just at the prompt. So we're gonna delete that and just run this. The manual entry for manual. And then we do test. And then we end up with this one. And then we do manual again. So that's a different command. Help. Anything that's not a command, that is under here. And we had the manual command. I tested also. Yeah, it's just picking up the word because I did dash network first, right? Enunciatel manual ls. That would have showed us this. And I can see why it would be sued. No, what am I saying? Sudo. No, let's LSLA this thing. It must be, right? Must also be. Alright. So now we have the problem, we can't even do that. Yeah. And we don't have the password. Password. So, to be able to check that, I guess we do the whatever, and we do exclamation, dash, and then we can slay the thing. There's slay. No. So enunciate. What was I thinking? I'm gonna check that the TTS is awake. It seems okay. So yeah, I was going to do sudo l for Nancy. It has the same too. So yeah, it's just that both users can run it. Now let's do the buffer overflow now, because I think that's the intended way. This is just a sheet, really. And it is crazy much quicker. But we wouldn't have learned if I had thought of this. Because I tested a few things. No, I couldn't access this. Couldn't access it. Because I didn't actually run it with sudo. Did I? Or did I? Well, let's look. I'm going crazy with this. So the Linux one 7. I just tried running it, and as I didn't have permissions, yeah, I didn't sudo try it. Oh gosh, yeah, this is a very, very bad bug in my testing there of that. So, but this I think is still not the intended way to do that, even though it's like obvious, right? Because there is this one. There is this one, and this is the one we're playing with. So, let's continue, and actually, we can close R2 because it's not on the box, and we know now that we can't run things to test on my machine because my machine it's too secure, right? So they used MSF Venom. That doesn't mean that our way won't work. So let's hop over here again and let's make this better. And also we're gonna have to find another one to test this on. Encoded shellcode, avoid badgers. Why is this commented? Because of the void? I didn't have bad shards as bytes before. Yeah. So when I had the currently commented one, it didn't work. Right, it didn't work right then. It didn't actually avoid the characters. So it needed to be bytes. So I don't know why I didn't delete the line though. So we have I found one now. One of the times we ran it, we got exactly this code. And let's see if we can find that. Is it not on this one? Here, shellcode 31db66bb. Yeah, so it's identical in this one. So even if it would vary, that one is identical too. So let's actually remove our debug stuff here. As the default or the generated one is correct there. There. So we also know why Yeah, I'm like, why do I have so many comments? But it's okay. So I'm also thinking now, should I make these functions now? No, let's wait until we're finished with cleaning it up. The bad characters, they said they had more, right? They found more bad characters. Why didn't we? Why didn't we find more bad characters than they? I don't know. Let's try and generate ours with their bad characters. Theirs is from 2018 too, right? So, where's the bad characters? This is the other one. Hello. Yes. Jag beställt pizzan och så. Nej, jag sa inte till honom. Jag tänkte det kunde bli en överraskning. Didn't tell my kids I was ordering pizza. So my hubby got home. When I called him to check, he was in his car and he said, I will going to call you in 10 seconds. Let's see. Privilege escalation. They found the same thing we did, right? They also got permission denied. They did run it. Yeah, they suited it. But we don't know anything about it, right? If they got this far. Yeah, they didn't try. They did the same mistake I did, but at a different place, like similar. Numbering the system very well, keeping in mind the Nancy util binary size within the whole folder of the Nancy. Yeah, so that's why I thought I would needed to become a Nancy, and that I think the box creators thought of that, right? They wanted us to become a Nancy, which is why there's a suited binary for this. And I searched for suited binaries, and that's how I found it. I don't know how they found it. Okay, group Anansi. Okay. So I just searched generally and saw the name there. They're doing SGID instead of SUID, but both would work, right? So this is kind of cool. They're actually using the SGID instead. So let's look at my outfit from the Linux. There's too many up now. Let's close a few. Yeah, so this is when we test. We were going to actually test it also. We might still do that. Run it with a void and see if we get the same stuff. But this is the binary. I mean, if this exists on the machine, it's for a reason. It's because it's supposed to be exploited in some way, right? And as we knew, we had sudo to this file in its directory. That was felt logical. Though there was a quicker path, obviously. Of course, sudo and the command. Yeah, it's not totally clear that you can, if you can't access the file, can you sudo it? Maybe you can't even read the path to... I don't know. But now I know. But on this machine at least, this way. Anyway, we saw that it's an NC and NC, alright? So they're doing the group and we're doing the user, and it's the same one. So, I don't know. They were searching on groups, that's why they didn't know this. And also my search, I do exec LSLA, so we get the full permissions. So... let's close this one. I think we're done with that one too. This is a suite example that I have from before, and this is overflow 3. The directory, yes, try hack me. I'm gonna hop back to theirs and check stuff like that's where it said SJ instead of suite. It actually executed a permission on the follower. In this case, an ANSI running script scheme requires some kind of user-provided input taking that application as a parameter. Yeah, usage input. Trying to fuss application with some kind of info suggests a buffer overflow. Yeah. So I just assumed. I didn't even test first. I just started making the script. I just assumed it was a buffer overflow because it was, you know, sued on a buffer overflow box. As you can see from my attempts, the shell required. Hey, track me. It's 19. That's when it pops up automatically. Subphase 2, building an exploit, finding the correct offset and examining the stack. The next step from here would be to download and validate the application and debug it in a virtual environment. Yeah, we can't really do that though, because I don't have an environment that's functioning locally. The process is quite similar to the described in part 1, although this time there would be a few slight differences. For the purpose, you could use any debugger with a UI. pwntools. Yeah, so this is a learning opportunity. pwntools. I don't use that. Oh, so GDB still. It provides useful features that are missing from it. In this post, I'll be using just GDB in its original form along with objdom. Run the vulnerable application called validating GDB. So we're using instead pwntools, but pwntools results will be wrong if our machine can't run the executable without adding stuff in there. Without messing data up, right? So this is my problem, I guess. So let's actually run the same as they do. They're doing EDB. Args validate. Yeah, let's run this. I'm gonna run it. And let's actually, I like this, if this works. Because I was starting EDB and I was like, how do I get arguments to it? But of course we can start it from the command line. It's nice. I like it. Opening a new tab for this. So this will just send 16 A's and 4 B's as input to validate run with EDB. But it didn't work.
Fixerbot says.
Yeah, my Python
New
is
follower
not default.
Juvestein. Less than 3.
Thank you for following and welcoming. So we just have a default Python, it's not old Python. There. Parse error near. Wrong place. There. EDB usage. Execute specified program. We're gonna have to mess with stuff here, right? Attach, don't version help, run args. So instead of args, we do run. So I was thinking of doing this, but I didn't. There. Newer version available. This is funny. So welcome in, Juvestein. Welcome in. We have it up. Look at the nice sizes of everything. It's a slight bit buggy sometimes. Just a slight bit. Let's pull this down a bit. So this is something I didn't manage to do, but this doesn't help us at all if we can't get a correct run of the program, right? So we still need the VM to be able to... I'm guessing I should have a Linux VM that is just for this, right? For doing buffer overflows on these old stuff. It's old. So we disabled ASLR, but it's not enough. What else did I have in my file? But it's nice. It's nice to be able to run their exploit. That's why we look. One of the reasons we looked at that I found this before when I was searching for the executable. I saw someone else had it up in their notes for this box. So then it was like, okay, I'm not gonna look at that, right? But it seems to be a specific executable only for this one. Yeah, so the notes for modern security features. I think there might be something else to turn off in here. ASLR. No, it's just a binary. So I think it's adding canary stuff in there, and I don't think I can do anything. I don't know how to do it. We can search. We can search if we can find anything. Kali disable canary. We need more Linux. I don't have a good suggestion to what to type, so then we chat it instead. How? Oh gosh, how? Oh gosh. Stop. Oh, I mistyped disable too. How? And I miss disable. My God, how was I typing? I'm not. If you mean disable canary, toggle on canary Linux, it depends on the type of canary. DNS HTTP. File canary, fake that in the script. I mean, for testing, a binary while working on buffer overflow. Yes, the canaries. Oh, let's see. Check if it's enabled. What do you think? Will this work? This is new to me. I love new stuff. New. Oh, binary. Alright. So, no. Oh, it's actually pwntools. It's not. It doesn't know what it's talking about. This is just a normal information we get when we do ELF. So no canary found. So why then do we get lots of extra stuff? Recompile without. We don't have the source, of course. Though we kind of do. Though it wouldn't be the same. Patch the binary. Dump stack should fail. And not using hex editor programs. I wonder if it put something in its memory about pwntools, because it's really very. Yeah. So I've disabled a slur, right? I just don't think that, and the machine itself doesn't have any debugger, it seems. Other debuggers like R2 and GDB. Oh gosh, it misunderstood. I should have made a new one. Are there command line. Better check my spellings. GDB, yeah. Send. Oh, LDB. I haven't heard of that one. I don't think the box is a more modern one though. Less than another hour. Did it expire once? It knew of GDB of R2 and said you need an administrator to install it for you or something. So usually, historically, Fridays are more like hardware, right? So my desk is actually empty and the pizza fits. Odd. So So why on earth do our knobs look like this? R2 on my local computer shows this for the input. For the input. I'm just scrolling up. I'm gonna cut. Give it this. So it's usually good with like explaining assembler instructions, stuff like that. Your auto output shows your input successful overwritten saved return pointer red, redirect to execution. However, execution may not fully reach your shellcode due to possible issues like so let's hope it doesn't like expire my whatever tokens for the day in the middle of this. Because it didn't give me what I wanted. And no, doesn't. I'm kinda annoyed. Something like libc start may require properly aligned stack for executing the payload. Try adding certain knobs. The problem is that the added knobs are look like I'm gonna have to copy again. And the rest of the data is also just wrong. Please compare what I sent. Well, the issue that the knob sled is getting corrupted. Suggest possible cause and fixes. The shellcoding is being, yeah, so I was thinking of this when coding. It is a Python. Why? Import says output buffer right. Yeah. So we could also do bees. Didn't I do bees? That's what I usually do. Right. Don't we usually do that? No, we don't. Use echo any and pipe it. So it means I should put that in first. I'm not sure if that works. It depends on what. Maybe it does. Yeah. So this is something to test. So my tummy I was so hungry. I ate yogurt only for breakfast, nothing more. Because I took a yogurt with me to work, like a thing.
New follower, Mr. Technological.
Was almost out.
Less than 3.
Welcome in and thank you for the follow. And then I ate one hot dog. It was kind of fat though for lunch. That's everything I've eaten today, so I'm sorry for eating pizza on stream. And you're welcome to chat. You don't have to be quiet. So which tab? This one. So, let's add the bees to everything. It's just this that I forgot this, and that's why it doesn't work. If this is like this is it, then I'm so stupid. I should have done this. Why didn't I do that? So, DC. 40, 41, 41, 41. Yeah, so actually let's stop our buffer overflow script with trying to do the buffer overflow, right? Why not? And then let's use Python to analyze the information we have. And we can print a bit before the stack pointer and a bit after and see, like, check all the things. Check the data area where we actually put the information, right? So let's oopsie. So that was not the right place, obviously. Look. Let's do 1,000, because it seems to be close there, right? We're getting the ace. No, that's... We're too late, really. We're too late. Are we? Now let's do this first. Oh gosh. So it's actually inputting this now. This is the input. This is the input. We should go up. Let's check somewhere in this history we have ESP. So let's do ESP 1,000 and like minus 200. Oopsie. So, oh, there we have the ace. So this is not the correct. It's backwards. Yeah. I guess we just do echo. So the input data is not broken. We're not getting like escape characters in here. So I'm at half a pizza. I will never manage to eat more than that. So let's close this back. But we can also see here on the file name is too long. This is really a better output, even though it's dot there. So we can see that we actually get all the E's expanded. We get this. And this address is not right. Here's a 1001. So it could be possibly jumping here. No, this is not. Where is ESP? Okay, I scrolled up too far. So here is ESP. So we're after the ace, and it took this as what? So after the 41s, it's supposed to be 40 CD FFFF. It's just not, it's just so off. And we can see here that this is so off. Let's give it this. I added B to the input data in Python. And got this. So I've never seen anything like this before. It's very odd. But we haven't tried its suggestion, so let's try the suggestion here first. This. So let's copy this. Let's put it at the end of the notes. Wrong file. Let's back here. Yeah, right place. So it's suggesting we add to this to use for our Python an import here, and use instead of print sys as the output for write, and then do B to all of the things. So let's try it. Let's remove the print, and then, as I already did there, B's to all the strings. They are 4. So the address can still be wrong. I just want to get the right stuff into memory now. This is like, what? Yeah, I shouldn't say bad words, but that's what I'm thinking. So, family friendly to read this. So now we have a import sys as the output for write instead. What will happen? Address 0. Overflow again. So So it looks much better. We have the right stuff. This is amazing. Actually amazing. And we can also see this address here, where we're at. And we are in our navs here on the address. And D9, D0. These are the actual first bytes of our... Yeah, it worked. But I've never had to do this before. So why? WTF? That's the thing. Why would Python suddenly start sending other stuff? Why? Yeah, so we see EIP is up there, which is kind of good that we could see it in the same image of this. So EIP is trying to execute up here. I don't know how it helped there, but... we can't do more than try this on the machine, right? Let's make sure we don't run out of time. So, here we have brain pan. Validate Python buffer. File object has attribute buffer. File string line 1 module. Okay. First of all, we're the wrong user. We need to exit a bit. So we're in the right directory and we're the right user. So let's and as we're using RL wrap, that's why we can arrow between different users. It's odd, but it's good. So usage validate input is not getting any data, so we're gonna remove that. It's odd not to having the print there. Can we do this? Yeah. So I'm actually going to remove all of this. Now let's do echo again, just to see. So we got output. We didn't get an error message. I think so. I don't think we got an error message. So, did we get some kind of prompt? No. This is just Python. This is inside Python, I think. So if we do, like, can we do something like this? No, it's just, so it's a bit broken now. Oops. Well, that was a nice thing to do. Is this a tab? No. This? Yeah, so they've started being orange. That's nice. Let's just make a new tab. It's better than messing around. So, listen again. And which tab is the exploit on? So let's put these. I guess this is the first, right? And then we have this one. So connecting, running the exploit, and connecting to this. I'm thinking if I should make a like shorter version. So I close down again my Linux, and I close the old tab. Should I write? Should I write? Or should I paste? Scrolling up in my notes. That's when I have the boxes. There's we have the Linux notes. Here's where I have my starter Linux, where I have my little Python thingy to copy. I feel a little bit that I want to get back to the script too. So now I don't remember how we ended up here. Yeah, so I went into some old Python thingy there, right? So let's start with running it again. Let's put the full path of the binary in there, so I don't have to like remember it. Right, we haven't finished the Python. So my kid is a bit sick. That's the case. So I think it was a bit warm, and yeah, we'll see. That's the best way, not the best time, to get sick when it's weekend. Friday night. What were I? Maybe it's Friday night, and I'm like, no, I'm not. So, we did our wrap. We got our little nicer prompt here. It does echo everything, though. Not everything. Yeah, LSLA, we have it here. I don't mind that. As long as we can see what we paste, and we can with our old wrap. So that's nice. I'm just... Am I blind? Yeah, there, so... Roll minus echo, and still we get an echo, whatever. Okay, so... Do I have, like, pizza there? Did I eat pizza with a Shen? I'm like... put my finger here and it's... it's like fat. We'll see. I think I got rid of it. I'm sorry for the slow pace now. I think I do feel the weekend vibes a bit here. But I don't know why my start menu don't wanna, or like my start line don't wanna pop up when I'm... So it's just hopping there. So yeah, it's time to continue. Let's think about it a bit logically now. We can't look at the memory on this machine. We can look at the memory on my machine and we can see that it's odd. Let's see what happens if I send on my machine the other one, the other test. So instead of sending this, you can just R2D A dot V validate. So, well, I'm like, was curious what happened there. It just, okay, it inserted a tab within the word, but it didn't update the rest. Okay. So where did I have my little output? Here. So this is a working example, and I'm thinking this also uses print. If this works on our machine, which it didn't.
In Zero, the hacker says.
Welcome
Hey
in.
guys.
Welcome in.
Fixerbot says.
New follower and 0 to hacker. Less than 3.
So let's try this one on our machine. I know it didn't work, right? But I'm curious what the reason might be. How will the data look? Because we've had odd problems now. With like me writing NOPs and it's putting NOP 2C, NOP, or like 92C, 902C, 902C. So it's been odd. So if we put this one here instead, and I already better click here before I do stuff. So if I totally failed my copy again. So go over here again. Let's copy this like a million times. Copy, copy, copy. Will we be able to paste now? What do you think? Yes. So we DC, run it. We get a buffer overflow. But what is the data? I see 90, C290, C290 here too. So it's definitely my machine that does something odd with the data. It is not interpreted as... Yeah, it's probably going a bit crazy with the UTF-8 or something there, right? It's... Why? This is new. Why is it suddenly not behaving? I don't know. So this works on another machine.
In Zero, the hacker says. Wow, this is way beyond my level, lol.
I'm not sure. We all get better at some stuff, right? So I'm not very good at this. That's why I'm learning, right? So I'm learning this. So what we're working on, something I feel more comfortable with, is Python and programming. So I'm trying to make a automatic buffer overflow script that makes the buffer overflow for us. So this is what we do in here. Though this did not work, and when I try and like look at what it looked like on my machine, because the box we're doing, it can't do R2 or GDB or any of the things we can use to debug and look at what's actually in the memory. It has Python though, but it doesn't have pwntools, I'm assuming. So let's actually hop over there, because if it would happen to have pwntools, right? So if we do Python C and do something, right? And we do import pwn. If this would work, no module name pwn, right? I was assuming, but better test. Then we would have been able to look at the memory anyway. We probably wouldn't have had the permissions. I don't know. It must need some special permissions to be able to do all the things, right? You can't like insert stuff into memory just without any permissions. But we're not sudoing it when we're running. So there's something to test too, by the way. We could test that. We got into this box by a buffer overflow from a Windows executable, an exe file, and it was run with Wine, and that's why it's Linux in here. And we have this executable that we want to play with. That's called validate. And it's a try hack me box. And it's on the path that I'm doing. So if we look at the path there, so I'm doing offensive pen testing. And we have this brain pan one that we're doing here. And I'm taking the opportunity to learn pwntools. And pwntools is something real cool. Oh right. I was having
Interesting.
I had cyber insecurity stream up here, and now it's mine, right? we can close it. Yeah, so pwntools is a very cool Python library that can do lots of stuff. It also has command line things, so you can do pwn, asm, and this will generate assembler. Or ASM is the shellcode into bytes.
I used to mess around on Hack's site back in the day.
Okay. So there's so many things here you can do now, like try hack me, for example. Where you can be like nice to people and still learn hacking. That's what I like with this now. Alright, we can close that one too. I showed this before. There's a new certification here, and it's hyphen.
The website still looks the same as it did though.
It is. Yeah, so they update a bit now and then. A bit ago they added this cybersecurity 101 path. And they have like more organized here, but you can still see more a list of all the paths here. So we're doing the offensive pen testing now, but currently learning pwntools. I'm guessing there's probably rooms on pwntools. Should we look? Intro to pwntools. So there's a room on it. So cyclic networking shellcraft conclusion. This could be fun to do. Let's actually keep that one up. We can do that, like, I'm not saying when we're done with this, because I don't know how long this will take, because I don't want to do this in any other way than with our, I want to finish our script, right? Because if I don't, I'm going to not do it now, but do something else. And it will be like paused, and I don't want to. I don't want to pause it. So the script, it goes through running executable with increasing size arguments, testing for buffer overflow size. Then it generates a cyclic non-repeating string here from this length. Then it runs the executable with R2 and this string as an argument. DC to start it. Then it gets, when the buffer overflow happens, we get the address from there, crash address. And we could probably do this without so many words, possibly. I don't know. Anyway, finding AP position using R2. So now we use the cyclic opposite to find just this address into there. Or it's actually not an address, but it thinks it's an address. That's what's crashing, right? Generate shellcode for the sued binary with ID, whatever we entered up at the top. Then we're testing for bad characters. And I don't find as many as they do, and I'm curious why. So we'll have to look at what they did. We looked at someone else's write-up to see what they did differently. And it was their exploit that I just tested on mine, and it failed. Right? Where is it? Here. So it also getting the 90 C2s, which was my problem. We're having character problems. So, but this works on the mux. We will get a buffer overflow successfully made with this one, but I need the path for validate, which is so this is just my memory saying user local bin, user local bin, and it worked, right? So we are QID and Nancy here. So this one works. So why? How will we ourselves be able to test this on our machine? That's my current problem, because I want to test run it here, but I can't. And since there's no tools on the machine to see the memory, it doesn't have all of them, any of them, and we just checked for pwntools too, and it doesn't have it either. There's no R2, there's no TDB. So let's exit here. We want to do it ourselves. We don't want to use someone else's stuff. Yeah, it's tough because we have the address here, right? Let's actually just see if our exploit would work with the right address. And we would also have to reverse how our code is, because our code is over here. Well, here it is. At the very end there. I am getting a bit tired actually, so. caffeine. I just ate too, so I guess that's why. Yeah, so we tested this. This looks right. It is the command line itself that converts it. It must be so. So when it's showing these characters here, they're no longer just the bytes they seem to be. It's the print then. But how? How? So, when we print like this, when we convert something to bytes, we say what we want to use for the conversion. But when we convert it back, so it is might be that it is not strings. So,
Death says, "I'm calling the cyber police. Police light." JK.
Yeah, some people have like redeems. Some of the cybersecurity streams, they have like funny redeems, like with knocks on the door from FBI or something. Should get something fun, right?
DDoS says, "So much shell codes." N0 the hacker says, "We don't do lol." Translated from Portuguese.
Let's see here. So it's trying to translate there. And DDoS, welcome.
Oh lol.
Yes, you can type in any language. So I'm Swedish, I can say.
Death says, "Hello." Translated from Tagalog. Fixit says,
"Oh, it's not perfect translation."
Translated from
"How's
Swedish.
your Friday night?" would be my translation there. Yeah. So it's a streamer called Secure Live that's made this TTS, and it's great. So if you're a streamer, I would recommend it.
N0 the hacker says, "I'm getting drunk." Translated from Spanish.
Okay. Yeah, you see it, you can do it,
Lol.
you can do it.
Death says, "My Friday night is being boring." Translated from Spanish.
Okay, let's make it more fun. So you can help me make this more fun too by realizing what on earth my it's like it's not a buffer overflow problem. This is a Python problem, and usually it works, right? So let's look back to my old notes and see if we can find the problem, and just chat about anything. You don't have to be serious. And just some Friday fun here now. I can hack it in the background. So I'm gonna just check this thing. What am I doing here? So I'm doing the same darn thing and it works. This is an old box or an old buffer overflow. We could go into this box and test stuff too. Or I can just like reverse engineer their successful one. Let's actually look at their so I cleaned up my desktop. I'm so proud. It's not like covered with icons in all spots anymore. So we were going back to this one because we want to check so it doesn't expire. Right, we want to see. And it says hard here, but I think this is mostly just now we're just having a glitch in our formats. Right, so let's see what they do. This is the one who doing it the same way I did. A lot of people use Metasploit, and I think that's cheating if you don't already know all things manually, right? You need to learn to know how it really works and what you do, and not just say, hack this for me, please, Metasploit. That's not learning. So you see, they're also doing Python C print A times 200. This is exactly what we had problems with, right? Because it didn't do only A's into the executable file. Building an exploit. They're using GDB instead of R2. We're doing R2. They're very similar. I think I don't know which one is the easiest, but R2 has nicer colors. I mean the colors. The colors are the deciding vote. So they're confirming the length there, and I'm trying to select stuff. So just confirming that we're doing the same. Okay, so 160 is the length until this address. We've done this, and we can still do this. Let's backtrack and and do this like basic. So yeah, this is a generator. So I'm gonna delete all of this because the rest of this is stupid. That's just stupid. So we just copy this instead. So this one is short to delete. There, and then we just end it instead. And we're actually gonna do first parenthesis this. So now we have all of the steps, I think. So now we should get a 42 crash. Yeah, we get 42 crash. It works so far, as long as it's normal letters, right? So we instead insert. Let's actually queue here. Oh, we can look at the memory. We can look at the memory here. So much further than we need, but we have all the A's and we have the B's. They're pretty nice and aligned. So what if we were to suddenly put in knobs instead of this? Right, so all the A's, let's make them, we need to quit. So instead of these A's, what if we do instead \90 here? So what will happen? We DC, and we're suddenly not at all at 42s anymore. Though we just changed what character to do 116 times. And this is my problem. So now when we look, we have this. We have this. And if we instead Q, and this is like basic computer stuff. If we do B on these instead, DC is just run the program. That's crashing it. Now we're just writing out from 1,000 characters from the memory. Let's do like 600 instead. From the memory ESP minus. So we're still getting the same thing, right? Still writing this, even though we added the B. So this is the problem. How do I get it to actually do the right thing, what I want it to, when I can't make it just accept those? We asked ChatGPT, and it actually gave us this, and this worked. Only, I don't think it worked on the other machine, so we can't use this on that one. What I'm curious about, why? So let's delete this. Let's copy this bit again. And hop over to the right screen. So we're debugging Python, writing stuff to the command line right now. We're not doing buffer overflow. This is just mega basics. And I'm having big problems. So instead we do sys stdout buffer write here, right? And we still got the wrong one. So if we look at the same data, we still have the wrong ones. So it didn't help. So let's see what other things it suggested. I was trying to explain the problem, and then I showed it. Look in what I already had sent, that it's putting C2 between the knobs, and now we're getting another problem instead. Ratio knobs led binds shellcode corrupted. Suggest shellcode is being misinterpreted as UTF-8. Sure, you're using raw bytes. We tested this. If running directly in R2, bash may alter some bytes when passing the argument. Fix use echo any. I guess we try this next. Though I don't know exactly what it means, but we can try. So the same command, and we have to start. But over here, then we delete validate, because we want to pipe into it instead. And I think it's doing echo any here, right? And then at the very end we do pipe it instead to validate. This is what I think it meant. And as you could see, it didn't work. String syntax warning invalid escape sequence. So if we were to do this, yeah. So if we echo this text, send it to validate, it can't do that either. So R2 display issue. and sometimes displays bytes incorrectly. Signed vs unsigned. Nah. We could do PXR instead of PXA. It's just not pretty. So let's go back up to our functioning one and start it. PC, and then we're going to do PXR 64 at SP. Oh gosh. This is where it's trying to understand things. It's horrible. So we were doing 500. Let's give it 500. So it's all the knobs here. But it's not knobs. It is actually / / 90. The characters in here. Which is so crazily wrong. And this happened when we added the bytes. So if I remove the B's here, it didn't get any input now. So let's use print instead. Just you're coming again.
N0 the hacker says, can this kind of stuff be done in Node.js?
Just a second. So now you had your Swedish lesson. Did you understand what I was talking about? Yeah, so I was gonna switch back to print again and try it with bees and without bees. So it's supposed to get 42, 42, 42. So this is a fail. We're just quitting. And then we do it without the bees. Oh no. I just clicked enter by mistake. I was reaching for this one and I moved my own hand. And when I remove these, so 30, 35, 5C, 30, 35, 5C. It's not the same. So what if we run the same one again? We need to quit first and run the same. So the same one gets the same into the memory there, right? Well, let's look in the memory. Oh gosh, no. We don't want PXR. We want PXA, and then let's do like minus 200 again. Now let's do 600 instead. So we can see that our knobs are not knobs. And we see why it keeps being 5C, because it is a backslash. And 3930 is the numbers. So what if I restart my computer? Will it just work then? Have I done something odd with my computer? I don't think so. EDB, right, we started EDB. And I was like, oh yeah, it started. But then we had the different sizes text. And I was like, okay dokie. Bugging. Um, and they kind of have two big letters. So it is crashed. Now it's paused. You can actually step through the whole program execution, though I kind of know it already. Let's. Anyway, here we can see the program and the parameter, and then we can also see that it looks like a whole lot of data was sent along there too. Like saved together with it. All the mining tables. Anyone remember the input? We don't need to. We can see it. This is the input. We should get d-force from this. Or fortunes. So, let's remember what I'm thinking is like F7, F8, right? Shift. So step over, step into. We can do step into stuff. We can do step over stuff. So let's F8 through this. It's running the instructions here. We're doing one at a time. Now we're going to step over this one. And so there will be call. Will there be a call to something very close by that we can see? Oh, whatever. Here we can see the EIP. So it's pushing stuff. Ooh. Should we go into this one? Let's hop over it. So I don't want to miss the crash. Here. Oh, start main. So we're in main now. So here we're calling printf. So printf we can hop. Like we want to go to the validate call. This one we want to. So I'm stepping over, stepping into. Now in validate. This is where the buffer overflow happens. Unfortunately, this one has a loop. 160 times doing this. So the call here to string copy. This is where the buffer overflow happens. Where do I click to make a breakpoint? Toggle breakpoint there. So it was. Can I click here? No. So it doesn't have that. So I'm used to x32 DBG now. You could probably have used that too, because it's Windows. I don't think it exists on Linux yet, does it? So we couldn't have used it because it's not Windows. We not going into this, but it should crash here. It's still running, so Alright, we can see here stuff happening. Validate string length. Validate. Jump taking. I like this section here. So this is where it's checking the length, and it's I didn't play it. Let's run until the breakpoint. Right, so now we ended up at the string copy. So it did a lot of laps there, 116 ones. So now we run this one with step over, and what happened? Nothing. So run is F9. I should have a finger on there too. So F9, there it crashed. So it should have crashed on 42s, and it did. So this actually worked. It worked. Also, all these recent tests, we had this running, right? The program was actually running already. How did that affect stuff? That we had it running while running it again. It's running here too. So we had it running twice now. So what if we do the same thing? So I do still have some pizza on my cheek, which is, how did I get it there? I don't know. It's very odd. Yeah, well, this one I just used to check if the knobs were odd here too. But it is the same executable. It this crash the same. It does buffer overflow, which it does not do on the machine. It works and gives us access to the account we're trying to get to, right? So it works. This one's supposed to work. If the validate executable, so yeah, so we can do this, and we can check and see that the knobs are easiest to see, right? They're not supposed to be C2990, they're supposed to be 909090 here. So that's an easy test. So if we quit this again, now we don't have anything running, and we grab this. So validate. We're running in temp now because we actually need one that has another user, which is the same number as the one on the machine. So this is where we should run it. But when we run it in a debugger, it won't actually work. But I don't think you should buffer overflow for that. You should just get a prompt with your normal user, because stupid stuff doesn't work. So this is where I'm gonna paste this. So let's remove this, and we're gonna have to delete the double validate there. So now we're running it with a graphical debugger, with a working one. Let's see, will this one show up correctly in the memory now? If it does, it is very interesting. I'm just gonna run it. So F9. We ended up in main, we run again, it crashed, and it has the wrong address, right? So it doesn't work. It doesn't work. But the previous one did. Let's run it again. If this doesn't work now, these should be the same. Backticks and dollar parentheses should be the same. Are they not? F9, F9, 42s. Close. So now we're going backtick on it. And then we hop into start and we're doing backtick on it here. So will this be different? Will we get the correct characters in here? We go F9, F9. No. We have 290C2, C290, meaning we do have the NOPs that are not really NOPs because they are Unicode. Darn NOPs. So I don't want to hit my head on this all day, as we don't have this problem on the actual box. It's just on my machine, right? And I've never seen this before, so I don't know if it's Kali updated, Python changed, what on what on earth happened, right? Why does this one work and this one doesn't work? Let's like document this, right? So we want to have this. We want to remember this. We can go back to it and WTF, what happened? So start menu. I want you. Let's put it in buffer overflow. New note. We can't put stars here. Let's do dashes with like spaces. We want it to be obvious. This is the odd. I guess we say Unicode encoding problem. And we're gonna put this here. And this one gives us the correct length. The same when we use normal chars with R2. It's the same in R2. When we just use A's and B's, we get the right. So it crashes on 42, 42, 42, 42, as it should. This one crashes on C290. Now I'm gonna redo it because it only takes 2 seconds, right? So when it opens up, we just do enter 2 F9s and we have C290, right? And done. C290 equals this should have been knobs but C2 is added for all NOP bytes. Similar oddities with other dash and dash x and then let's just read this again. Yeah, it says x there. So I didn't forget the x or something because, you know, it can happen, but it's in there. All of them have their x's. This one too. So I could have forgotten this and it would have been odd, but it wouldn't have been this odd. Would have been this odd. That would have been \9 in that case. I don't know what that is. Shars. So let's R2 memory output. So let's get some of that memory in there too. I'm just gonna close. I want to continue, right? So this is a script run where a script is running. We're gonna continue with a script. So this is just like a odd problem that affects our script. That's why we need to solve it, right? Because we can't get the correct address for something if our input is not good. But I think it is good in Python. So maybe the next step is actually to run R2 from within Python instead. Because this I've been thinking of, but I haven't done it yet. So we'll continue developing the script, which is like the main purpose, except for actually finishing the buffer overflow bit on Hackney because I want to do the AD one, which is next. And we can see the 92C there. So it just depends on where it happens to end up. How many of the correct characters are before it, right? So here we have some of the data. This is what it looks like. Do we need this much data? So I'd really want more of it, but I think which one did I send it? This is the one that's supposed to be working, right? So it has the correct address and everything. This is not mine. Mine builds upon what's done on this machine, and we haven't been close to that address at all. So when this crashes, we're at FFFF, which is close to where the one I find is. So we might actually need to do this on another machine, which means I should make a VM for this specifically. Maybe there's VMs out there, right, that you can download. Let's quickly look at that. Maybe that's quicker than doing something else. So, download VM for buffer overflow Linux. So, by the way, I haven't watched this yet. I should do that. Made easy? It's not that they're not easy, it's that my computer is in my way, right? ChatGPT. Download VM for buffer Linux. Can think longer before responding. Better answers. So they made a change. Recent. I want to download a VM to use for developing buffer overflows, simple buffer overflows on Linux, meaning it should have no modern protections. Linux, metasploitable, old version of Ubuntu. Volnix might be the one I thought of. However, the best option to create a custom VM bed. 32-bit, yeah, that's... So what if it's 64-bit, what I want to do? Then it won't work. Now let's look at Volnix. That's what I was thinking of, I think. Volnix. 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 Mm. Vulnerable by design. Volnix. Vulnerability scanner. Volnix. Vulnerable Linux hosts with configuration weaknesses rather than purposely vulnerable software versions. Here we have a vulnerable Linux host with configuration weakness rather than so with server. Yeah, so this is a box to hack. So that's not really what I'm looking for, right? Uh, Velnix and Metasploitable, because I'm sure about that one. R boxes to hack. I mean a box with tools. So making your own is the same, right? Not for exploit development. You want something like an old Linux distro with the development tools. Ubuntu root VM, older Ubuntu-based VM, designed for exploit development. BrainPan. Well, have you ever heard of BrainPan? So it hopped again. It hopped again to the other area. Basic buffer overflow training, not install Ubuntu Debian 6 disable protection tools. So let's Penderson Labs boot to root VM. Is this something that we can use? It sounds very much like so this is a person on track me. So I don't know what on earth. Challenge. It's a challenge. So I've heard the words before, you know. Challenge based on advanced hobbyists. Solving this challenge will require skills in reverse engineering, by development. Yeah, so it's the wrong thing again. So where are we here? Yeah, let's so what I had already been to. Mm. So it's giving me more of the same and then suggesting again to make our own. But this is ChatGPT, which means it might not be right. Note that all other articles on the internet they're not right? So we have this too to have fun with. Let's see. I got a message on my phone. I'm just gonna check. So my mom is looking for a new place to live, but now she said like 2 houses from us. But she doesn't want to leave the area where she lives, so she doesn't want me to look for houses there. But she can't live that close to us. We would both go crazy, right? So I'm just closing a lot of programs that were open. Yeah, let's close it all. Just removing notifications too. Just removing some more stuff. Kinda nice to not have a million things up on the phone. It's even more stuff. Whatever. We done with that. Oh. Cannot access memory. So what do we add? What's this? Yeah, this is the one we were gonna check out and see. Only comparing what I did to what they did. Only they're doing it manually, right? And I'm automating it now. A screenshot shows the IP getting a rating, but for right, yeah. So we did this, no problem, right? And then I'm putting 43s in there. Let's go back to the script. It's time to start using the brain instead of frustration, anti-frustration practice. So, as I think that we didn't have this problem when we ran stuff through pwntools in our script, let's debug this way. So I have turned off ASLR in here recently, and that was kind of useful, right? But one thing we need to do is to actually do a check here to see if this one returns 0 automatically. We'll need to do a check here before we start running stuff. But for now, it's just a to-do note. All these steps should work fine. But when we get the position here, EIP position, so let's add a step here that's like confirming that this is the correct one. And we already have the code here for running R2. So I'm gonna copy our previous run, copy, and I'm pasting it, and we're gonna to confirm EIP position. People usually do this, right? So instead of cyclic string, we're gonna use something else here as the input. So somewhere in this I use the word argument or parameter argument here. The cyclic string has the right length. No. The cyclic string does not have the right length. But we have the EAP position here. So let's go one step at a time. That might have been like an error here. So, but it doesn't matter at this stage. but it explains something that I was like, why do we have 4 too much? Because this is not right. It's because this one is actually wrong. It's supposed to be this, like the A there. No, this is fixed. I don't know if this would have ended up in other parts of this code too. Am I using the cyclic at other places? Have I not replaced my code in a good way? Because this is just testing for bad shards, so it doesn't matter there. So the best way to try it is to actually select it again. Cyclic string. So it's kind of standing out. So the cyclic string is not supposed to be used after this. So now we have it here because we just copied the code. So it's not used anywhere else. Good. So we're not going to use it either. We're going to use something else. And let's leave that empty so that it would crash if we don't finish. And I had argument here. Let's use that word again. So we have A's, B's, and then we're not going to have anything else here. This is just for a simple basic test, and make sure that this is okay. Crash address string, but this time we're not going to save it. So we have already gotten the IP from this. We can reuse this variable name. It doesn't matter because it is not used lower in the code. And we just quit our 2. So it should be right. I'm feeling I wanna look at it again. Put the command to start running the program in the buffer. So all the things called Black Hole Sample Sec, I'm like reading now. The command is just from the discard. There. Was someone else sending some message? So I actually thought of looking at the cert thingy now, but I can't do that on stream, of course, you know, because that would be cheating for other people if they would look at the stream. Even if I wouldn't do anything good with it, it's still like not fair to see what it looks like before, right? But the command to start running the program in the buffer, we do that. Yeah, it's like done already. We don't have to do anything more. Let's delete this print. And we're stripping it. We don't need to strip it. It was just for the printing, really. It's also not needed for this. Meaning we can delete these lines here too. So it is much shorter. Code is was nice to have short code. And we're also gonna put these comments. Anyway, this one. So it's going long, right? So I'm feeling I need to fix it a bit. Becoming too long. We can also delete these. It's still clear how the program goes because it's not so much other stuff there now. So shorter sections is good. It's more readable. Yeah. And this should really be after here too, but let's do a test run. This is obviously where I've been running it before, so in received line. Received line is not defined. Oh, I deleted one line too much. Did I? Oh, that's funny. That's too funny. I deleted the received line thingy at all. No, did I? Oh, that's too funny. Send line. Yeah, I should just delete the last character. So we're just gonna undo and then we're gonna redo and then we're gonna. So I just wanted to remove the strip from this, not the whole one. So now we're gonna paste and we're gonna remove the strip and we're gonna, because in a lot of places I have just had well, I'm scrolling the wrong way. I've just had like one line where I have a variable changing something in it and putting it in self, you know. So and this one was not one of those. But we don't need the received lines variable now. Yeah, we do because we use it later in several places. So we need it. Yeah, good. Let's just run it again. So I didn't save, did I? Line 54. Oh, I put it in the wrong place. So, yeah, I thought why it was indented as it was. And obviously, I should have thought about that more than one second. So, we're going to remove the output of the shellcode too. It is just for debugging or showing stuff. So, we're checking fuzzing the length of the buffer overflow. We're generating a string of the length where it crashed. We're running it to get the position. We get the position, and we don't want a new line in here. And I know exactly why we have one. Because my recent change of the script. So if we undo, and that was what I changed. And I'm gonna add it back because why not, right? I thought I could save a whole line. I didn't. So let's just put the darn thing back there. And we get a prettier output because I don't want. I could cut the output line off, but it's more nice to have a strip line. So then we have no new line at the end of double new line in there. So we have this, we get the position, and we know this is correct. So this works, right? And it's still just normal characters. These are not the ones we have problems with the length. We had problems with these. then I know other things that worked fine. So, here we do our double check, and we're going to have a conversion here to see if this is actually 42s, right? If this is 42s, then we have succeeded. And we can just do confirm EAP position here, and we don't have to output the buffer overflow line. Here, confirming EAP position with an actual crash, but it is on this computer, right? So I also don't trust it fully. But the command to start running the program, the buffer. Yeah, I guess I fix this too, because every time I see it, I think of it. So, there. Is it too squished now? We're sending two commands, this one and the quit later, after the crash. And instead of process, we could have used the crash. Yeah, but if we use that, the code, where is it? The core file. If we were to use a core file, we would have another core file, right? Will we get another core file? No, as we're running a new one, but I don't think so. Maybe it like copies a core file to the directory when we use the function, and otherwise it's just deleting it. I'm curious about the behind the scenes in pwntools. So this weekend I plan to look at the new certification there, and starting with going through all of their labs. We could do that on stream though. That's where we have started, I guess, right? So we can do that on stream. We'll see if I have time during the weekend, because there's like a lot of family stuff to do. And I have not applied for all the jobs this month that I planned. I thought I should like finish today. I don't have a watch, but just symbolic. I have 1 hour 15 minutes until 2 hours and 15 minutes to do it within January. Signal 11 in. I have not really applied for it. It doesn't count when the recruiter calls you, right? It doesn't count. So, here's the confirmation. So, if Yeah, we don't want an int anymore. So calling this a string when it's an int, that's a bit odd, isn't it? So another example of the copying. It's not working. Not working at all. Copy. Is it my keyboard maybe? That the keys are not always... Because when I was typing before, there were letters missing. So maybe I'll actually have to buy a keyboard that's not $10. Though it is blue and nice. Uh, 0x 42, 42, 42, 42. Um, well, this is just stupid. Confirmed. So we kept it as a string. We string compared it to this one, and it's exactly the same. The interesting bit here is else, right? Failed. Exiting script. Please check code. And we're gonna exit. So in case this like test doesn't work, we're gonna put a similar one where it actually exits here if you have ASLR on, because that's something we don't want when we run this. So let's first of all rerun it, and we're getting confirmed here. And let's test this by changing this to 1 and rerunning it, and it exits the script because it failed, which is what it's supposed to do. So back to continuing. Good. Then we're on the shellcode generation. And I'm kind of thinking that since we're not on the command line and the data is not actually sent through bash between the programs, that is why we can have better control in here and we can actually get the right result. I think we do. But we need to, in the testing for bad characters here, we need to start printing them again, which is kind of like new bad character. So if not, so here we have both variable names. So we're gonna print all of the lines, but we're gonna make it like a nice print of this. So we're gonna put these in here. Of course, we're not gonna have equals equals. We're gonna have like strings in here. We're gonna plus these. We're gonna plus them also with the I. I looked too far up first. And all of these will need str. Oh gosh, that's not the next of the variable. And we're gonna str this one too. And we're gonna like plus. And let's put another text here. Index colon uh, string colon comma stack colon space. So this should give us all the data, but let's also output the full data. So stack data, we want to print stack data. Stack data. So this will not look pretty. And we don't have any text for it either. This is debug prints. That's why I've removed the old ones, because it's not like stuff you want there when it's finished. And it worked very fine, nice and everything, right? And here we can see the index, the data, and at the start we have 0, and we have, since null is removed, these are 1. Let's output these as the actual bytes. But we already have the data here from the stack, and as you can see, the NOPs are NOPs. They're not C290. So it looks good on the stack, right? This is the stack. This is the thing. So let's run the exploit through this. And we can run it through R2, and we can run it through just run it. We can also run it in the directory where we actually have the one with the suid with another owner, and see if it actually works, which we can't do through R2 because it will like delete the for security. But we have here, we have the F is also removed up here, so it's correct. You know, it's all good, and all the stuff, all the data is here. It's all there. So the test we could do to see if we can find more, but I'd have to rewrite the whole thing. Yeah, let's do it. There's a better way of doing this. There's a better way of doing this. But it's not better, really. I don't see how there could be more bad characters, really. Let's see, how did they look at bad characters? That's really what we were going to do, like. So, Control F, bad characters. So, always let mouse check for bad characters described in part 1. And find an instruction that jumps to either one of the ESP registers. Most GUI debuggers have an option to search for an instruction either by itself or by its opcode. However, I'm using GDB and it doesn't provide this feature. I'll use objdump along with grep. But it doesn't say how he does it. No, it does say maybe in part 1. So did he find an instruction? As there's more shell code space available to work with in ESP, I'll start with this register and I'll be using objdump to try and find. Yeah. So let's see now. So EAX, I've never done EAX, so I didn't look for these instructions because I didn't find anything with ESP. Objdump D. This is cool. We want to learn this, but let's hop to the bad character first. So F, bad characters. Bad characters checking and taking into account. So I am getting a bit tired. It is, what time is it? It's almost 22. I would like to have more focus on this, really. So what I was thinking of as an update for this, that instead of putting the bad characters after, but I really would like to see what they do. Let's just quickly look. It has a cheat sheet too. Let's look at the cheat sheet later when my brain is more awake. Bad shards. Buffer plus b times 4 plus bad charge. Yeah, he's doing it the same way I do. But he's doing some kind of extra stuff there. Why use 524 here and have 1,000 as a max? There's a step that I'm missing there. So does it mention 1,000 characters, or is it in its? Yeah, so I should probably read this, right? So this is an article that's not just box write-up or anything. Introduction to Exploit Development, it says. So a data sheet. I was curious why they had 1,000 characters, but I'm guessing he probably cut this from somewhere. What is done? Something is done. Yeah, I know why. Because now we're doing the previous buffer overflow, the Windows one. Yeah, and then we have networking too. So, I'm gonna read his. It's interesting to see what new things I could learn or find out of this from doing that. But mostly I'm curious. So this talks about bad characters, right? But if he's truly using... I mean, he's not using Immunity Debugger to find the bad cars. In Linux. Has he cheated and looked at someone else's stuff? Why isn't it there? You know? And people just say the bad shards are identified as. I'm going suspicious. Why don't say how he got them? So part 1 is Windows. Now we're on Linux. This is a network application. And now we're on a suid Linux. Tiny, tiny, tiny thing. But I've never seen jump to EAX. So let's check out what we have in EAX. That'll be kind of quick, right? So we're already reading SP. I guess there will be an AX. So let's put it before so it doesn't destroy any of the other things. So I'm using the same variable. Let's not actually. Let's use I guess we call it AX because it's not saying ESP, you know. So I'm assuming we will have a dot, no intelligence, AX. And we don't want the length of shards to check, we want like 1,000. That's what we want. We can do like minus 8. So we get a bit of before, just a tiny bit. And we can think of this the same way that we look at R2 output. Undo. Oh, okay. I missed removing the last parenthesis. Good. What would we do without undo? We've been using it a lot now. So let's look at this data. There's no AX. So let's see, is there an EAX? There's registers. I remember there being registers. So there is. So SP was only one. Well, EAX existed. So here's a stack data where we have this. So at this we also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here's our going back. But we have seen also that this is there, right? And here we can see the full string. We can print it prettily too. Let's do that. And here we can see the command line starting. Let's go back. Let's remove the -8. I just wanted to see if we were at the start. We are. And let's do like 800 instead. But when we print this here, we want to make it one of the pretty prints for bytes. So like the badgers here. So my eyes are tired. I'm not tired, but my eyes are, so cut always works. Paste always works. It's just copy, so maybe it's a C button that's going bad. I don't think so. It's not that old, this keyboard. So then it would be like more like a bug from start. So now we're going to get no A's. We're going to get 41s instead. Or 4s. Okay. This is interesting. So first of all, let's comment this line, just to make sure our last edit did not break it. That didn't look like that was a problem. It looked like our last edit here, which was actually minus 8. Yeah, so that didn't do it either. So let's undo, 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 undo. Let's actually redo it all. And copy this line. Undo, so I don't have to redo. So that was the last fix. Remove the parentheses. Then we run this, and it worked. It didn't work? Oh, I see. I see. I did one more too much undo. That one. So that works. And now we just print this in a different way. We run it again. It bugs. So bytes. So it's encoding bytes to bytes. We don't need that. I copied a bad one. It's already bytes. Why would I have another parenthesis there? I don't know, but I guess it was from a print with a plus before, right? So the reason it's so much longer now is because instead of we have 61s here. ASCII code 61 is equals. So this makes it bad. This is very interesting. Extremely crazily interesting, because this would make our whole exploit, the address that we have put in there, everything will be wrong. Because it's supposed to be 41. like we have 42 here. So something is up. Let's ask ChatGPT. It's on the theme, right? What is wrong with this? Join fxx byte. Fixed code. So let's copy its fixed code and compare with it with mine. And let's replace the variable which is called byte in mine and b in its. And do you see any difference? Except for 2 spaces here too. This is the same. Join f x byte x. Yeah, I was just checking the case. 4 byte in stack data x. You wrote stack data ax as a string literal instead of referencing the variable. You hit the plan limit. 11. So we wait an hour, we get more. The interesting thing is that this is a classical ChatGPT. It prints my code back to me and saying that it's fixed. And then, so we're doing Python here. I don't know what language it thinks it is, but it's saying Python here, right? If you want a raw hex dump, .hex, this might work. Or formatted. Now it's again doing the exact same thing. 2 is just a number of digits here, right? And then we want 0 if there's nothing else. Yeah, so let's try its .hex. So instead of this, which, well, let's save its, because it's exactly the same, right? I don't see any character, anything. There's nothing different. It is exactly the same. It's exactly the same all over the place. So, but the string letter, I think it meant this one. So this is the information, right? So should I put a colon here for it to understand better? Anyway, I guess we run this once. Just to confirm that it works the same still. And we still have 61s there. Maybe that. So I'll put more of my kids' pizza in the air fryer. Let's see. Let's test a new output way it's suggested. Then I'm very curious if it exists. So printf. Stack. Nothing. Yeah, data ax. Dot hex. If this exists, it's very nice. Can we output a string like hex this easily? What the fuck? Where did the F come from? So I'm getting tired. We did read printf right now in the code, right? Yeah, so I should quit this debug output, right? So we're getting not what I want. We're getting not the what I want simply. Let's comment this line. And now we're getting a C comment soon if I'm not awake, right? So the dot hex works, but it's not giving me the format I want. I want the \x in the format. Or a space or something. So possibly if we could put something in here like space. Will this work, right? I would add that. Yeah, it works. So we can put a delimiter and we can read them. Maybe easier. We could also do the hex dump command on it, which exists. I just want to have usable data. Maybe we should do the hex dump thing.
Born Again says, "You're insane."
I'm insane. Thank you very much. What a compliment.
Fixerbot says,
New follower Ramon Blah. Less than 3.
Thank you for the follow and welcome in. I'm insane. Yeah, obviously
Born Again says,
my print became
"I wish I could be like you."
Okay. Thank you for another compliment. Yeah, so what did I do? What did I do to deserve this? So we could also probably do this then, but it's not certain. We will see. We'll probably need to do this. No, it couldn't. Must be length n, and it's called separator. So we could just put one character in here. But then we could go through it and replace all the spaces. Now I'm playing. I have fun. Python replace string. Replace apples, bananas. Replace and let's again assume we need to, because it will be, it's an escape character. So this is a prettier way of doing it, isn't it? We still get into 61s. They're obviously in there, right? I don't know why the uppercase A's are suddenly 61s. And so which one do you think is the prettiest? These two give the same output. So this has a kind of ugly it's a loop, right? This is using a replace and a hex. So this is more readable, right? Readability is everything. And I was doing this to debug. It was a debug. And there seemed to really be 61s in there. So now let's do the same with this data that we actually print later. So you have to tell me now. Born again. Tell me. Why am I insane? I know I am, but still. So in this data, we have all the characters. We're not going back. Yeah. So we need to go back here. We're too late. We need to go back 120 characters.
Because you're so good
Thank you.
at what you do.
Am I good? I'm a noob. I'm a noob. But thank you. So we're gonna change this here to minus 120, and
You inspire me.
thank you. Best price ever. So let's also add the length plus 120 so we get the whole thing. And let's see if the data is the same. Thank you. So it's a bit long, is it? So here we have stack data AX. So this is what is the input parameter. And we couldn't actually, if I do, let's remove the minus 8, see if it crashes again, right? Because I don't really want the minus 8. Minus 8 gone. Save, run. Okay. We're in a loop. Did we break the loop? We're changing stack data AX. Oh, right. Yeah. We need to add an exit here because we're breaking the loop. So it will go infinite. So as I'm changing the data that it will never finish. So stack data is not as prettily printed. Oh, it's lowercase a's. So it's just a simple typo. I did a simple typo that gave me like confusion, big time confusion. So where's the darn A? Here. So I was expecting and assuming I put it lowercase a. So we learned stuff from it. If we hadn't done that, we hadn't learned the hex replace. So let's get the code back to working. So we don't need to exit anymore, we can run it. And that's not what I wanted to run. So now only the debug data here is long. And now we have 41s. And I'm printing it twice still. So we're printing both of these, which I guess is a good comparison that they are identical, right? So we have this lump of text here, that, and then at the exact same place we should have a 23 there. Very, very straight line. No, it's not the same. There is a difference. Because this does not have, there's no separator before the first one. That is what is different. So actually, this one also requires a change. This one requires a tiny little plus at the start. With a tiny little... let's actually do this instead. So, am I stupid doing this? Yeah, I think so. Let's do the more readable thing, and actually plus a character to when it's a string. Because I don't think stack data AX, it's bytes, right? It's not a string. So we want to add our extra X there. And now if we run it, and I still use the same crazy amount of data, let's do 500 instead. That's good enough. We have 120 plus 264. No one. Don't ask me to do math now. I don't think that's a good thing. I'm gonna go. Yes, jag ska fixa denna. I'm gonna go and get my kids pizza. So now we have a 2 characters more here, and these end ones will align. So we have the exact same data in both. Good. So let's remove one of them. Let's check back up. So here we have stake data AX. I should change it to EAX, right? And then we have stack data, which is actually stack data for ESP then. So we have the same information after all our 41s, which are actually 41s now. We have our 42s. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we have our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. And then we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. And this is, I'm checking this manually now because they say there are more bad characters and I can't find any more bad characters. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. Let's actually go check. What does this dude tell us is a bad character, right? So the hex worked, but this was, you know, the same exact thing that I sent it and asked what's wrong with this. And it thinks I want to write the variable here, but I actually want to have a label for the data. Yeah. Is byte object iterating over directly. 4 byte in stack data AX works. But your f string was referring to byte 0 to X, which only works inside a loop. Which is this? And I think the original version of this was ChatGPT helped. Yeah. Let's close this for now. I think we have several up. And we run out of it for an hour. Oopsie. 8.5 hours. So I've been learning stuff though. Yeah, so if this had actually said a lowercase a, if I were to have looked a bit further, look. Yeah, so it's not ASCII. What was I? What is? Oh, it was this person's cheat sheet. That's their cheat sheet. So we're gonna read this later, of course. There might be cool stuff in here. Yeah, I have. They're also doing LSL, but I'm doing LSLA there. I don't guess that's not really important though. We just did this, of course. Pearl. Ruby. Okay. Bye. If we can write that password. Yeah, so this is if we require a password. So, I guess you just generate a password. I think I have that in my notes. Add user to sudoers group. No password. Oh. Yeah, that's cool if we could add whatever user we have. No password. But how often would you have those permissions? It's of course if you get the permissions. Yeah. And why would you then echo instead of just doing the normal way of adding stuff? Maybe to get less traces of it? And if you like space it first, you won't end up in the history. Strip lines with comments. Why? Comments are useful. Sometimes, you know. Like CDF and they put the password there. Oh. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm getting a bit tired. 8.5 hours. Yes, I'm thinking I should stream less than 10 hours, right? Should I? So let's get started again. So I was counting the letters. I wanted to see what their bad characters were, so I don't have to check all of them, right? So A is definitely okay, right? So it is in here. Why would this be a bad characters? They also have 2-0, which we already passed to. 2-0 is not a bad characters. A 4-6 is F, which is a bad character, and null is a bad character. Also have 0D. Why does it have 0D before 0A? 0D is also in the. It's still in here. I don't get why it would be bad character. Tell me why. How did you guess? How did you get these characters? Why? Why? So, described in part 1. Are they actually using the bad characters from this one? I don't remember what they were, but we can look at the notes. And I'm very happy when people talk. You're very welcome to chat with me, please. Chat with me. You're not derailing me or anything. I want to chat. So the brain pad was the first one, and let's see. So this is just in R2, and then I made a script fuzzing it, and the output of the program when it crashed. We're using x32dbt. Yeah, I think that for this one we can't find anything but no either. So this one has actually the only bad character is null, but as a program functionality aborts with uppercase F, which is the Gira. Oh my, I wanted to double click. Or middle mouse right click. So this is why we can't have F. It's logic. It's not that it can't receive Fs. It's that if you have F, we don't get to this, the end of the string where it copies it. It goes through and I'll check them all for uppercase F first. So only now. And we used immune debugger and Mona to find this instruction, but I also have other ways. You know, we can use R2, for example, that we tried yesterday to find any instructions. So imagine we would use to jump to EAX as they suggested, and we would have knobs here. No, we would have to put the code here. This is a whole new world for me. I have never done that. I've never put the code and hopped to EAX. It is amazing. And we will have to try and find it with our code that's already here. And we just have to uncomment stuff. So we uncomment this. We make a copy of this line. And we're gonna do EAX. And of course we need to print this. So yeah, variable name is the same. We could just call it jump because we don't want a million variables. And then we want to exit here because we don't want it to continue. We have a lot of debug output now that we're, well, it's debug output, right? And it's because we're debugging and seeing and learning. And let's replace this one, make it EAX, because it's actually doing EAX, right? So we want to call this one EAX. EAX, and let's do that one too, in case we need that one again. So, sub-iteration. It didn't find the jump EAX either. What did they found? What did they find? ESP. No, we're in the wrong one. I was like, no, there's no such thing. Call EX. Call. So it's not jump, it's call. So now let's fix this one. Found usable instruction. We have an address, but it might not work. Well, look at it. Look at it. It looks nice. Let's compare to theirs. So AF 84048. So we found this one. This one we found. Now I need to see the code, which is not hard to do because we can just look at this place. And let's learn how to make it backwards disassemble. Disassemble this. Error. Can we do that? Let's first print the data. So we already have a way to get the data. I'm trying to scroll. My mouse is going bad. So let's copy this bit again here, right? And put it here because we want to print some data. I guess we do this. So we have a line less. I don't like locked lines, if I can't help it. But readability is more important. Both of the output and the code. So if we don't understand what we're doing, we're not good. So instead here, we're gonna put our JMP. Let's see if it can do this without any any problems. Let's just 250. We don't want a lot, right? Let's do 300. 300 bytes from this address. Let's see if we can read the address. The format should be what it itself is outputting, so I'm thinking it should be good. So, oh, we're still calling it stack. Usable instruction found at, and then we have this. So, how do we make pwntools disassemble? Pwntools disassemble assembler functions. Command line tools. Now we want assembly asm. This is, we want the opposite. This asm. So right, we want to disasm this. Ha! This is exactly what my short form of it was. I love it when it's logical and natural language, right? So let's change the name of this variable. My goodness, right? It's stack data still, but this is JMP code. And let's replace this one too. And let's put it in there. And what we're gonna do with this is just print it, because we curious what's up. And we run it. So, looky, it worked. So, we have call EAX here. Call EAX. I should have done minus. I want to know what's before this. And only leave. I'll leave a rat. Now I need to know. Minus 20. Is that too little? Yeah, that's too little. Let's do 32 to make it nice and even, right? No? Unsupported operand. Oh, I wrote it in the wrong place. So, of course, it needs to be here. There. Every time I run, it's just like, will it work? So.
Fixerbot says.
New follower infamous
0,
Wyatt.
we can see the
Less
byte
than
count
3.
here. This is 3. We don't have to do it by ourselves. So, yeah, I'm lost here. 20. Yeah, 20, not 20. That's why I was thinking decimal. The line numbering is also hex, and we can see also an F in here. So making it even works fine here. We have the call EAX, and before that, so I'm not that good at assembler, you know. I was just curious if there was something decipherable. We could open this in R2 and we will get like pretty comments. It's making very pretty comments for us. So I'm just sending a message. So it's 23. I think it was. My brain tells me it's 23:13. It's just flushed by the number when we can use ChatGPT's smartness again. It might have been something totally different. I didn't even read it consciously. Probably wrong. Yeah, so we found the instruction, and we could just generally search for this in memory. So what I would like to know is, what can I address in the dump file, and what can't I do? Because this core file here, the dump, we can't do anything. So now we have JMP here. Minus 32. If I were to do minus a million, it would like die, of course, right? But the files they're 2 megs, 2 megabyte, 3 million bytes of memory in here, right? So it's time to delete all the core files, because my poor VM, look, poor VM. So better.
New followers Obenzox.
We learned
Less
a lot
than
of
3.
things today. But what will we learn next? So this also was as easy as it seemed. Cool. Another function of the Pwn library. Let's make this code pretty now. So I don't remember the exact syntax of tries in Python, so we're gonna do this. And we're gonna click this, and we're gonna like steal our examples here. Try accept, but I also want accept name error. So finally, we want to finally too. Try accept, finally accept. Raise type error. So the first thing to do is to get information to. Yeah, this was not all I wanted. Try accept finally. I want to know the details. Name error. Raises a name error. So we need to know the specific errors here. And accept is a default. But I want to print the error. I guess we start typing. Accept finally. There's an else too. Else finally. Try, accept, else finally are the stages of the try, so we get them all. So we want to try, and Python always does colons after stuff. And we're gonna try stuff in a loop. There are gonna be errors because they do die. And let's just put something in here. Exception and rent. Try. And so we know where we end up. And of course everything needs to be indented here now, so we can just indent it all at the same time. This is why we switched to code instead of mousepad, because of this. Even though it doesn't work on everything, it doesn't work on this as it does actually. So we can get some information there. But I've noticed that we can't dot stuff like this. If I dot here, maybe it's just mega slow. Let's just hands off. I think this is slow. This machine is so slow. So I saw it did work. It's just mega slow. It's just a VM, you know. But it's not that low on resources, really. I mean, for Kali machine, for Linux. Maybe it's just code that's a bit heavy. So we can actually check through stuff, what exists, if we want to. So, add a try and ifs. I'm thinking we want two types of. We want the ESP EAX. We have ESP EAX is one thing we need to loop through, and then we have the JMP call push. So I guess that call that and push that semicolon right? So these together make 6 different instructions to look for. And it might just be easier to list them, but I'm thinking we still need to know if we're dealing with ESP or EAX, because we need to do other stuff differently, depending on what it is. So it's not just a list of different instructions. And as these don't just give us I failed back, they crash it. So if we run it with this here, exception. So we don't currently get the error message because we're catching it, which is annoying. So we're gonna have to comment these and fuffin exit here and hope that I can just run it anyway. Nah. I guess we add a try here then, because otherwise it won't be indented. So stop iteration, right? So stop iteration is exception name. So that's why we wanted this. We want the name of it. And I guess that's the name of it. So if we accept stop iteration. We do stop iteration exception. And we're gonna have the try in the loop, of course. So this is just because we need to check if they failed, if they worked. Maybe it's easier to make a function of it. So that's not what I wanted to do. Oh. Yeah, it didn't actually change anything. So and also there could be more of them. We got stop iteration exception. So we got the red name for the exception here. We can also do except for we need a print unknown error occurred. So how do I print the error? So let's I didn't add else and finally, but I remember them, so let's add them before I forget them. We have else and finally, and I guess we pause. And we pause for now just so it's okay. And I'm going to do Python print error exception. So this is like the thing that everybody would print exception. Yeah, this is what I want to do. Exception SE. Yeah. So I just tried typing E here before, but we need to do exception SE. Python 2.5, Python 2.6, and 3. Okay, exception SE. So exception is the default one. So we just do for this one exception SE. Here we do this SE. And we could also print it here then. I'm assuming E dot wait forever args value with traceback. So we can even get more information than the default. So my god, I just want to hop to the top. Value with traceback. So value plus E dot with traceback, and mousing over the value, loading, built-in stop situation value, exception with traceback TB to itself. So I just realized I left my ear thingy outside. I'm sorry if anyone said anything. I missed it. I don't think so. The last messages you inspire me. Thank you again for that one. I guess I should have clipped it. So that's the things that makes it extra fun streaming, right? So let's see. Right, so let's mouse over this one again. I'm kind of assuming that these will be different types. And as I don't want to handle that manually, I'm just going to do different lines. And lacy it. And these will exist for the other error too, I'm assuming. So let's just copy these here and confirm, because I noticed that it was smart. Come on, you can do it. So if I click, one, two, three. So sometimes it just stuff just hops up, right? Quickly. And sometimes it's slower. So we can see the built-in stop iteration value. But we can't see the here. Here it's not. So let's do hop that away and do dot here. And it has loaded this now, so it can find it quickly. And value does not exist in this one. It's only args and with traceback and lots of underscore stuff that I do not think is anything really need or can use. So I don't think value exists here. So we don't know what error it is, and it is not a specific one. So I accept that. We can't know. Else, I closed that tab. Maybe I shouldn't have. Let's see. Nothing went wrong. Okay. So let's actually not do that, but print try finished without failing. And all of this is actually something I should put in my notes on my Python, because I already have this there probably, but sometimes it's easier to Google than to check your notes, especially as this is in my making a Python course notes. So Python course, I don't know where I have tries. Let's make a new note called try. And let's just copy this as an example. And let's call it Python. And we have to put the try up here too. So now we have an example here. If we didn't have it already, we might have. Doesn't matter, because when I go through that, I will reorganize it again anyway. So I should work on that. But there are so many fun things to do, so you have to decide which is the most important. And I was thinking like, well, that is not working towards a job. And someone said, well, it's kind of good to have education thingies up. So maybe I should focus on it more. Let's reorganize. I'm gonna put this one first. All of this that I actually indented. So actually, let's start sorting stuff up. So we want to print a disassemble of stack data JMP code. We don't want to do that really, do we? But this would only be interesting in the try finished without failing. Right? This is the only place where we can actually get there, all of this. And this is only interesting here when we already have found something. And maybe we don't want to disassemble this much. Maybe we just want like -8 and we want like 16 to confirm that there really is the instruction there that we thought were there. And yeah. I don't know why I want this. Stack data EX. So the disassemble will still show that. Yeah, I just copied several lines, didn't I? And this is more like comment material because I haven't done a lot of else's in tries. So, found usable instruction, and it will be on jump, which is address. Address. And jump address is also this. So, these will only really loop to the next one, but I want to know if something else can happen. And I still want to see if we can get more data back from a crash. These are what we will loop over, so they will be outside of this. I was going to delete 2 characters because I thought I needed to, you know. Add try and ifs. Yeah. That's what we're doing. These are the ones we can try, but they will not be. So, let's do found address equals false. I remember the uppercase F. Getting more fluent in Python. Then let's do while not found. Will it pop up? No? Yeah. It took some time though. Well, not found address. Then we're gonna do our little thingy-ma-do there. And after this we still exit. Because we're debugging. We don't want it to hide our data by hopping further down. Outputting more stuff. We want to loop through these. We need to know. We're going to loop twice. Maybe we'll do that instead. But we still need this found address to know when to exit. Yeah, maybe I'll change this. But I want to found address. But we might just do it, make it an if. So maybe we'll have 2 loops. Iterate through 2 values, or should we have some other logic? So, I'm thinking, so what if we do instructions? No. Instructions. Registers really, but they point to addresses. Let's do registers. Because, and I'm thinking odd to put characters around the comment, right? So my brain want to do them both at the same time, so having stuff in here already. I'm gonna put some character here. I don't know if this was just to point up, You can put anything. Whatever. Let's let it be there. And we go. And there. And we can see how slow it is removing the squiggly there. There. So we have the registers we want to go through. We have the instructions we want to go through. So first, let's go through these. So for register and registers, and I think that should work, right? And we're not gonna do while not found. We're gonna put an if in here. We're gonna put ifs here. Breaks. And then we have a for instruction and instructions. This is what I mean with logic. Right? Go through both registers. and we're gonna look for all those instruction variations. And the first thing to do is to generate the instruction, right? So we can't call it instruction. Search. Search item sounds very crazy. Search thingy. No, I'm becoming very serious in my coding. Search thingy. Equals instruction dot replace. It actually works sometimes, that. And no, I wanted just a normal one. And we're going to replace this thing with register. There. And then we're gonna print this thing. Print search thingy. It's like the more I use it, the better it becomes. It caches stuff, right? And we're not gonna do anything here. Yeah, we still have to indent this, because otherwise it's useless. So we're not gonna use it finally, right? As this is a loop. So let's pack it a bit more together. We're in the try here. This is where we're gonna try. We decided to call this jump address. So let's make a new line. Jump address equals next. I'm thinking it will tell us stuff, right? Return the next item from the iterator. E dot. So it's really picking up speed. So here we have the search. All of this is for the ELF file. We can read from the ELF file. We can config it. We can close it. We can get the ELF class. 45. Get saved. So many things. This is why we switched to code. But we want also to have the documentation, of course. So what if we hover over one of these? Let's say, because I'm curious, what is this? This must be something we can get. But I can't mouse over this, or is it just lazily slow again? I don't know. Yeah, so let's not go crazy. We know what we want to do. Search and awesome. Yeah. So, and here is where we want to do the search thingy. Search thingy. If anyone has a better word, you're welcome to suggest stuff. And these are all suddenly old. print. Found jump PSP found it. Yeah, we already copied that one. Jump next. Call EAX. Yeah, because this is the one we actually that worked. So we want to. This is what we want to try, and if it fails, we don't just want to get information. But this is we'll just use this for as a start. To see what the trace spec information is. It's actually ready enough to run now. And at the else we want to say found address because we need to use this later. There. Equals true, and let's run it. So name instruction is not defined on 153. Instruction is not defined. Typo. So if I click this one now, they both are selected. Giddy good. Any more typos? And an error occurred. Okay. And stop iteration exception. Stop iteration object. Known. Yeah, so we're not getting a lot of data more there. So let's instead say instruction not found, because that is what this means. And before this, of course, we need to print the search thingy. Search thingy plus. And then we do, of course, lowercase there instead. Let's actually put it a little nicely, like that. And an error occurred. I don't think this will happen. I don't want to have longer code than we need to. So I think that it will actually probably say something if we get an exception that is not handled here. So that's a good thing with doing a specific one. Found usable instruction at. So we didn't get this, did we? With our quick test last time. So search. Next is not defined. Are we using RAP? We're not using RAP. So when it crashed, did it kill our E then? So I'm just looking for the E line. And I stopped exactly. I'll edit by mistake. So, assuming that this will kill E sometimes, let's put it in here in the try. So it is just connecting to the executable. And let's see. And we also saw that it did crash when we gave it a better. So, look very nice. We need a new line and we need a name. It worked, so we're gonna put a print, as we do with all of them. We do \n, looking for useful jump and call instructions. So, I'm sorry for all the delays before we get to this bit. So now we have a more nicely looking information here, and we're printing what we're looking for, and that is not found. What we're looking for, it's not found. What we're looking for, it's not found. And this is debug information as we're developing. The jump, EX, call EX. Oh, we found instruction. We need to add the instruction name in here. Usable instruction. Right. So we're using that kind of string. We just can throw these in. Search string. And I have a new name for search thingy. It is currently called useful instruction. Usable instruction. So where is it? Search thingy. Let's replace it. Usable. Well, it's just a search, right? Nah, I changed my mind. Searching is now a usable instruction. And then we can check if it has nothing, no value. But as we're gonna exit out of there now, I don't have any finally. But this one is definitely break. So, breaking out of two loops. Let's see if there's any tricks. Right? Are there any tricks? I don't know. Or do we use the variable I created for this purpose? Python breaking out of nested loops. Break out of both loops. Except break it fast. Yeah, okay. An exception for finishing successfully. That's not pretty. For all executed if inner loop did not break. Break. Only executed if inner loop did break. else continue break, yeah. Same works for deeper loops. So this is the not very pretty way, but it is maybe better than using a variable, but I don't think the flow is pretty. Yeah, making it a function, that's what I said before. I might just make it a function because it's so easy to just return from stuff. That's the usual way to do it, right? Now we're using a basic just showing on script. Yeah, so we're not gonna import something. Never. It was such a simple thing. I just want to know if there's something I missed. Yeah, this is the solution I was thinking of doing, but I don't think it's pretty. So it was also at the bottom. Should we do the else continue? So I've used this before. It's just not pretty. We do an else for the for, which you obviously can do, right? We seem to be able to do else's for everything. And then we do a break after continue. So for this for loop here at this level, we would want then an else, and we do a continue, and then we break. Found an address. So, what do you think? Is this prettier or an if here? So the alternatives, they're this, or we make an if at the same level here. If we have a variable already here, right? So if found address break. I'm curious. I think we can do it on one line. How do they do it in this? Yeah, they did actually do it on one line there too. Because it's such a simple thing, so we don't have to have it. And then if we use this way, we can remove this line and this line. But I still think this is uglier and not as logical. Is found access break. Yeah, I don't like this. So we go with the found address one. Let's put them like that instead. Kinda short. Let's confirm that it still works. We don't have to print this. By the way, let's remove printing the search thingy. We have seen that it works. Instruction not found is also not really necessary. We really could remove this, but that would make it crazy stuff here, right? Because it would not handle this exception. So we could just pause there and not print anything. We can't even do an else in this case, right? So we need to have something to else with. There's no if, we can't else. So it's an else for the exceptions. So they're like elifs if we have several. No, they're not. I think we got both at the same time, did we? Oh, I don't think so. Maybe this is good to keep anyway. So let's also change this to use the same format. Instruction found at, and we of course I'm getting flashbacks from doing similar things. I'm gonna have those there too. So let's see, is it prettier? So not found. We don't need instruction here. That's too much. Too much output. So the aesthetics is the most important. You have to have your priorities straight. The prone does not work. You just have to have aesthetic. It has to look great. We don't need this many lines, do we? This many instructions. So let's make this a bit tinier. Let's do just half for 8. So I'm sorry for all the delay. We don't really need that at all. It's just me thinking it's okay to have that much. So we're getting it there in the middle too by luck this time. I mean, this could have been a 4 line or whatever, and these were. Yeah. So it didn't find this, didn't find this, didn't find this, didn't find this, did find this at this address. So we need to know this is an E for EAX because this will matter later. And so when we hop out here, let's see if our variables are still available. Because if they're not, we need to fix it. So let's print it here, out here, at the very base stuff, and it seems to be okay. We'll see. So the variables are still there, which is good, I guess. This is Python. Also making the else really not needing to have this in it. So we just found the rest, making it prettier and simpler. And there. So then we need also the if. Yeah. So I had a SP, falling back to SP plan here. This is what we've used so far. So we need all of them to be nicely together. So we're actually gonna if found address again. So we would have needed this anyway. So if found address, we're gonna print this only in this case, and then else. So there was actually supposed to be an else there. So address for no, this is not good. Address to put in EIP. And I guess I shouldn't do EIP if it's supposed to be both, but for now, it's very E. As we're searching for EX. So now I want another executable with an ESP in it. So this is not fixing anything yet. We're just building the automation so that it will be quicker and easier next time. So I just realized we're not using RAP, right? And there's a reason I added this here. But I don't know what, because I don't have any traces of it left. And I think the RAP might have been like ChatGPT suggestion. And I was like, oh yeah, I read a bit about that in the docs. pwntools docs. So let's just search. So I'm curious why I don't have it there. And let's like do call or something that we might want to find. So how come I have RAP in my code but don't use it? This is automatic stuff, so why did I have this for just finding an instruction? L from assembly. Yeah, so I don't know enough about RAP. I need to learn more about it before I do it in pwntools. But I had something. If it was ChatGPT that gave me an example when I asked for something, that had it in there. So let's delete that for now because yeah. So I will look into that later when I'm learning more. I'm very curious to learn the next step of buffer overflows after this, because this is with all the security stuff turned off. And I know, there's lots of places where you can have buffer overflows with basic stuff. Like old routers or other hardware. Old Linux servers online somewhere. There, that server that people just forgot to turn off because no one knows that it's even running. But maybe that one doesn't have much permissions anyway. But maybe. Oh my, so these pop-ups. Sometimes they're quite annoying. So we have print lookup for useful jump and call instructions. Registers. Instructions. And if we learn of other stuff, we can look for those too. Found address. Not yet. For registers, instructions, safety thing, sort thing. Instruction replace. We replace this and this with the register names. And then we try the EL executable. And I'm curious now, if I were to kill this line, I'm thinking that this is broken by the crash, and that is why we needed to add it. But let's try. So does it work if we delete the line? No, because E doesn't exist. It's not defined because it crashed. So really what we need to do is to refix this when it has crashed. Right? So this is when we need this. Nowhere else. So now it should work. We don't do it when we don't need it. No. So where else? Why is E not defined? So up here, if we just do it once, let's comment the whole darn thing, or just put one line here. I'm just going up to the last working one. So call EAX, I forgot which it was, it's call EAX. So copy, paste, the try, but only with this. And I'm kind of sure this worked before. Oh, I have the messages up. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so anything so you know I get started in the field. Thank you. I will go in and check when, I guess tomorrow, because it's kind of late, right? We'll see. I probably do it on the stream anyway. If I ever stop streaming. Did I copy anything? Yeah, this. So we're gonna add this inside of the search thingy. And this, of course, is string. There. So, if this doesn't crash, then it's not, doesn't exist E. So why doesn't it help with this? Well, I'll just put it back. I'm just thinking why. Exception. Let's put this in finally instead. But then it will still do it anyway, every time. But it anyway does it in the right order. Let's try finally and see what happens. Oopsie. That's a lot of indentation. How about not doing that? So I actually clicked F5 instead of tabbing. So name address is not defined. On line 177. Yeah, because I removed the exit. So it is not called address, it is called jump address. And we're gonna convert it. Oh yeah. So we're printing it here. I'm thinking of just doing address equals jump address here. So we're gonna have to fix this, of course. It's not finished at all. So we'll have to do totally different things for these. And also for depending on which register it is. Yeah, this will be interesting. But this bit worked. We're looking for useful jumping call, and it's looking through them now, and it's in finally and not in accept. So there's obviously a difference between running something in the accept and in the final. So, though this is run again now when it has succeeded, which I don't really like, because we're doing it when we don't need it. But, whatever, it's working and we can't avoid it, I guess. So, by the way, let's add this one again, and just for a loop, and now use E twice for the search. Before, maybe we just need to reset the search or something like that. But it said the E variable doesn't exist, so yeah, it still worked. No, it didn't work. Oh, okay. That's just a type error. So yeah, so we're in Henry 82 now. I don't remember exactly what I was doing here. So address exists there. Yeah, this will be totally different depending on what we want to do. So there's an int in here too. So how does so we don't want that the address here. It needs to be the F. Where is it? Print address SP. This format, but put in EIP. So address to put in EIP. Am I blind? Here. I was just here, you know. And here we have the format we need to use. So it's kind of simple. Just copy that. And we replace this. So concatenate string not end. Yeah, so we're still there. So we're just checking that this now has correct format, so we can read it, which is the same as here too. And here it is hex. Call ex found at. So before when I used hex, didn't get the right format, because then I wanted this format, and now I do want this, so then I can just use hex. So instead of this, let's use hex, because I kind of prefer that. It is more readable, more easy to read, and that's like important. We need a plus now. So hex. So why? I'm just gonna run it. Yeah, so it works. Why did it squiggle it? Because it was just slow. Sometimes it's so extremely slow. The full payload would be, and yeah, we didn't fix the address here. We're gonna do hex here too. That's why we tested it up here. So let's do hex. No, because this is a payload bit. Right. So here we really want the other format. So before we had address as a text string. And now I don't. Because this, here is a conversion that we're not doing. So this really just needs to hop in here. And convert it to the right format that we need. And then we definitely don't need this. Because now it is a string. So, but we learned something. So nothing is useless. Even if you do the same thing twice. Repetition just makes you remember stuff better. So, it didn't work. So int is not a byte. We need to make it a byte. Let's see. So here, this is the case where it is not already a byte. So we get jump address from this. So I would assume this would be an address-ish thing, but it is not bytes. It doesn't say the return value of this, does it? T. Yeah, so next is something special. So it's really the e-search, I guess we would. And we can scroll in that. So if I mouse up a slight bit, and I can scroll here, right? Arguments. So, imagine us still being in mousepad. This would have been much trickier. So, I was using code on my actual computer, on my Windows, but I wasn't using it on Kali to do this because I thought, well, we're just doing a quick thing. But when we started with pwntools, we really needed it. So it was already installed. I already had it in my favorites and everything. I was just not using it for the buffer overflow stuff because it was so simple things. But now it got a bit more. You know, I want to know all the bits of these new things that I don't know, and it's much quicker to make it load than Googling, even if it's slow. There. Encapsulate information about L file. There. So, we're getting all of this information now. Very, very nice. So this we can actually print. Looking for useful JMP call instructions, and then it's printing what it's doing and saying not found or what it's testing. And if it ends up here, it's kind of, we can see it, right? We need to fix a lot of stuff. So let's just try and bite this one. Here, address, bite. So I think it should work. It's just the data type in Python, so it's still just a number. Did I save? So I've been using Obsidian a lot, and it saves automatically. Yeah, I can't do it for an int, and I'm assuming that's an int. So a Python convert into byte. So Obsidian saves automatically. It's like constantly. Every letter you type, it saves. And I've been using it a lot for my notes, and that's why I like kind of weaned off Ctrl-S-ing constantly, which is the usual thing to do. So now when I start using code and it doesn't save at all, not even if you close the program, it saves. So then it just keeps it in its memory, saved somewhere. So 2 bytes. Okay. Byte order as low, byte order as big. Well, that's good. 2 bytes. So there's a 2 bytes function. Let's just try doing 2 bytes and see if it requires arguments. So instead of byte, which is for strings, I guess, we do 2 byte. And I scroll too far. As an underscore. Yeah, it knows. So give me the hint. Length int byte order. So length. Of course, we want the length far. No, we don't want the length far. We want the length. What do we call that? Address length? Length. So most of it, I will try to make it so it works for both 32 and 64 bits, right? And when we get new stuff that require other stuff, we add it. Like now we found an instruction here. This is what I was going with because I didn't find anything else to do. So down here with the payload, I'm also thinking if found address, right? A found address, and then we have an else, and the print, and in here we're going to have if register, which will still have its value because we tested and printed the information after here. It works. If register let's just pause for now, and we can just do like ESP here. So we have a thought on what to do. So pause is just a way to make Python not flip out about there not being anything there, as it will squiggly the else otherwise. But it takes time for this to squiggly it, so I'm gonna put the pause back. It's a kind of funny function though. Why wouldn't we be allowed to have nothing in here? Why doesn't this work, you know? Because it still knows that the indentations. So this should be a default pause. That's what I think it should be. So print payload. Payload is not defined. So we need to put something in payload. So let's hop back to the end. And as we just did our actual example here, so let's just put it nothing. Something. We could also do output both the R2 version, if we want to test run it with R2, but we can't, right? Because it was bugging. That's why we abandoned it again. So we have lots of output that's not really payload not defined. Because this is not true, we need an else. Something else. And now it is defined. Something else. And it did select a direction by default. Here. And we actually wanted to turn it around. And it can do it automatically. So let's try the options there with little and big. It was little and big, right? Yeah. Little and big. It is a second argument. Where is it? I feel blind. I'm converting the integer dot to bytes.
Time for bed.
Here.
Good luck with the code, and if you have any questions about what I sent you, just reach out.
Thank you. I will reply to you, and thank you very much. Yeah, so of course I don't want to look at that on stream, so I will do it afterwards. And yeah. So maybe tomorrow. It's actually tomorrow now, right? Because it's almost 1 AM here. Tusen tack. Tack så mycket. Och så gott. Sweet dreams. Bye. Thanks. Good night.
Gunat. Translated from Swedish.
Yeah, it said translate from Swedish, but it didn't put it in the chat. And it read very totally. So thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna go on for a bit more. We're like, yeah, we're getting somewhere. It's close to something that we can test. I want to get to the testing stage. So kind of funny that it's a string that it wants here. It was a string called little or big. So what if we do little here? And we remember that it started with 08, far, and now we're doing little. And what will it do now? It switched it, right? So I had the right direction. But just for testing's sake, we're gonna do big. So now we have the 08 first. So let's undo it a little. And this is also a great knowledge to have. If we convert bytes to an int, which I did earlier too, and then we can, instead of using this, convert to little endian, we can use this. So this is converting bytes to little endian. And oh, we have more characters there. And this is actually convert int. Int to little endian. So we have two different functions doing the same thing. But we could have just inted this SP here instead. Because this is actually 2 bytes address length little. This is more like specific. Here also we have to set the 32-bit function, and here we use our variable. So here we have to change the function name. So again, this is the... Oh, I happened to pause 10 hours without noticing. So now I'm putting the left ear one into the right ear. So it's because it keeps falling out of the left ear. I guess I I should switch the tiny thingy there. Different ears, I guess. Which actually works fine like that. So I don't want to have in both my ears because then I can't hear stuff. I don't like the closed headphones thingy. Yeah. So maybe we shouldn't use this, but also for learning this is good to have. But just for testing's sake and testing this functionality here, let's do instead a int of this, and let's do a let's actually delete that dot 2 bytes. I think it actually wrote it last time kinda quickly. 2 bytes. And then we can do the same parenthesis. So, and then of course we need a print address. So, I want to do this. And let's just print it here. We have the print so the else won't break it, but we are replacing our address, which doesn't matter much because we're just printing it now. Just making sure the functions work, right? And I recognize the address here. The SP, oops. The print SP address here. We hex it there. to print it, and then we use the functions, and it is changed without us having to say the function name the bits. It is instead in the address length. I like it. Yeah, I can't just save this line for learning's sake, can I? I will find that again if I need it. So let's just tab these back in, because these will be if we don't find an instruction. So I have gotten working with this before, so it should work. Let's see. Oh, everybody's falling asleep. So the number of people watching has been like shrinking a lot lately. I kinda haven't checked in a lot of times though. But there's often when I do this kind of thing, not a lot of people, which is kinda sad. Maybe I'm just being boring because I'm tired. I don't know. So, but thank you very much for being here. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun stuff. So I'll continue a bit more. So, figuring out problem solving. That's always fun, and programming is problem solving. So now let's make a payload from what we have and test it. And we're not going to build this one. We're going to build something else, because something else is yeah, we shouldn't end up with another one, so we're going to copy this, and we're going to make a comment and do EAX. We could do an elif here if we wanted to, or an if. But there shouldn't be possible to be anything else. I guess we kind of copy this. I'm kind of thinking that for until here, this bit of the thing will actually be the same. So let's do a plus equals here, and let's put this one here. Right, so it just needs an end, and this needs a start. So we're just adding them together. So all of them will start this way, and all of them will also end the same way. So let's do a payload plus equals here at the end. Let's separate this out, and the end of it after the last parenthesis here. So let's cut that and just end the string, and let's put it here, there, and no executable this time. So they all start and end, and what is between the parentheses of the print. And hopefully what we get will be good. So to test this, simply just we should just get something else within the parentheses this time. And we didn't. So that was a good test. I have forgotten to change these to plus equals. So it wouldn't work. That's why we test stuff. Because stuff fails. New typos. So now we have dot validate. We have Python C print something else instead of just something else there. Should be the colon there maybe on there. So this is still a header though, as others. Let's say generating the photo. So the way to crash it in the right way, depending on what we found within the executable. Yes, I'm gonna refill my drink, and I also haven't started on the pizza bread. Oh, these pretty sprites. Oh, and I'm happy. So last time I got burnt bread, and this is so nice. It also is so dry when it's... So I never drink this kind of thing, so my tummy is going to be upside down tomorrow. Or maybe no. We'll see. Inside out, at least not, right? So we need to check what data we have. And for now, just assume that this is something recurring. So here we have the EAX. Stack data. And this is, yeah, so if we use EAX, we would want our code to start here at the very start. If we're using the stack pointer, we want it to start after EAP. But here we want it to start at the very first character. This is why we have to make it totally different. So I'm just thinking, should we use NOPs or not? Let's make some comments here. So shellcode need to start after EAP position. Shellcode need to start at the start of the string. And this EAX thing that we just found out exists at all. I've never seen it before. It is so cool now, because it will make these things that I have had problems with much easier. So we have a register with the contents of where we want to jump instead of just randomly looking at the code and going, oh my god, where did I put it in memory, and trying to find that address, putting in a lot of knobs and trying to like do it in the middle of that, doing that address. So if this works, it's amazing. So what we're sending in here, shall continue to start at EIP position, meaning we first start with this. This is what we need then, actually. Because that is the EIP position. Yeah, let's make it in 2 steps. And my brain already thinking that we need to create these separately. And we already have encoded shellcode. So maybe we shouldn't. Let's just list them. We have the encoded shellcode. My kid's knocking again. So this is one section we have. We also have the address section. We possibly have a knob section or several. And more important, we have a section with hopping forward to the EIP position. And if we go for the shellcode one earlier, which we will do here, we really need to know the correct length for it. So if we just click this, and it will be lit up, we can see that we're already using the length for it here. So this is also something that we need here. At the end, there. So we have our building blocks. And let's actually remove this bit from here. For now. So it was a task to see if that would help. And it didn't work very well, did it? So, shellcode need to start at EIP position. That means that we need to hop to EIP position after EIP position. So then we need we need this to hop there. So I'm thinking maybe we should give this a name. Maybe it should be called like I'm thinking like EAP filler, hop to EAP position, EAP filler, EAP fill to EAP. I mean, that's better, right? fill to AP equals. So why does it have to squiggle it? And then we do here fill to EIP. I often don't think this is a good way of doing things. Having like variable that we just use temporarily, and we might just use this once too. I don't know why it's squiggling. Oh. We have this in the middle here, but we don't have a starter. Oopsie, that's the wrong character. So now I'm too curious I have to do again. Verb suit. What is this? How did we get this list? So we're getting our files, right? Why? This is my user directory. I've never seen this before. We're not even in my user directory right now. We're in the buff one. Though we are actually, because we're using the tree thing here. So we're in this directory. This file is in the buff one. Here, buff. So, but I know in code all the things have the main path. So there. No, it's not an error anymore. So we fill to EAP, and then we put the code. The code equals. So this is just to make it more fun, is it? Plus the code. Fill to EAP plus the code. No, it's to make it more readable. And we need also the address plus this is so odd, but let's do the address equals address. This is meaningless. It's just the address, right? Fill to EIP, the address, the code is what we put in this payload. And then we have the EAX one. Shell code need to start the start of the string. So here we're going to put the code first. And then we need to do something stuff. Fill to code. Fill. So we have a different one here now. We also have fill to EAP, but this one is totally different. So I'm actually changing my mind about this one. It can be encoded shellcode. That's fine. And let's make this just a square here, right? So the address is also it's too much. It's too much, right? Address is okay. I'm just too tired. Filter EAP plus address plus a code shellcode. This is totally good. We don't need to mess with that anymore. Plus, this will be another filter EAP though. And it will be different. So filter EAP. Filter EAP. Yeah, that's too bad. That's too bad. So what we're gonna do is, I was thinking about this before. We can put it in here, right? And then we can have the same name. And we can adjust this one. So it's the EIP position. String EIP position. But we need this minus this length. There. So we're going to not do these characters, and we're going to have to ensure that this is true. Also first, so cutting that out, putting it here, tab, but before we're gonna do if and this will be a crash, this if exit, but not really exit, just we're gonna have to send an error message. So there's gonna be a print here too. So if EA position minus is less than 0, I guess. And we can just do print this thing because, right? If this happens, it's a problem. Big problem. The shell code, it won't fit. And we have to think about that. So if the length of the shellcode doesn't fit, that's really what this says. If the length of the shellcode is bigger than the space we have, space before EIP, should we rename it? So the EIP position variable is used here. And we can just replace all of them with something better, like space before EIP. Yeah, so I never liked this one. I'm happy now. So there, let's copy this and let's do this one. Control H, paste. So EAP's position to space before EAP replace the whole darn thing. And now we have a much nicer and space, if space before EAP minus the length of the encoded shellcode is less than 0, then it is minus the space for EAP, the shellcode won't fit. And this is much nicer also to have in calculations. We do a number the times space before EAP. E times the space before EAP. It's not perfect, but it's better. And this we need to change here. So, no, I already did. So, fill to EAP for this one. Plus EAP, meaning the address. And then we really don't need anything more here. There's no reason to go further. We're getting a buffer overflow. We're redirecting it to this place. And it will be so fun to see if this works. Because we're like done. We don't have any knobs or anything. So we haven't run it in a bit. I might have typed something. So we got 130 bytes. And it doesn't fit. So we can't use this method with this. We realized that we actually have this problem where the shellcode won't fit. And an alternative way of making shellcode would be nice then. So are there different ways of encoding it here or not? We don't know. But before we encode it to skip the bad characters, it's just 57 bytes. So it is the encoding that makes it this way. Yeah. So the stack data here. We don't need to show this, do we? I was thinking of testing in other ways for bad characters, but we've kind of like looked everywhere and can't see anything. Feeling it would be if we were to put them at the very start here. And then I'm thinking we will cut out the first 116 of them. Or we just replace the first one with the one character. That's kind of what's my second thought there. But then we can just loop through them and check one character at a time. And if it fails, either not buffer overflowing or not having the character, then we know it's a bad character. And it's a simpler test than what we're doing now. But shouldn't that functionality be built into pwntools? I kind of think so, but it might not be. It might not be. Let's see here. So we're outputting a lot of data now in the bad character test because we wanted to test and see how this looks, this data, and we could go for like well, let's do 400 first, but I'm kind of thinking length of argument. That's much more logical, but it's our actual data. So if we run that, we should get exactly to the end of FF here, which is what we're getting, which also kind of confirms that we see all and we don't have anything cutting it short at least, and we have read through and checked all the data and there are no more bad characters. Which means, why do other people find more bad characters than we do? So let's we could replace this bachelor's test with one, and that replaces the first A with one character at a time. Let's clip it like here. The first A. Let's actually do this with one character at a time. That, and we want to test. If it doesn't buff or if the character is not in the buff oh my god, I'm looking for the word core file, buff, crash, core file. I think I keep spelling crash different, like this and this, and I'm like getting uncertain what's the right thing. So if the characters is not in the buff character, then we have
Fixerbot says
a bad
New follower Mariabistro.
character.
Less than 3.
Thank you for the follow. And that was fun. It was fun. I'm just gonna move this up here. And this here. So, should we do this? It sounds more intelligent than what we're doing now. And this is a method that I've used because it is good for manual stuff. But now we have another level of control over the data, and we can just easily repeat. We can just send again and again and again and again with no problems, you know? Though we do have one problem. So maybe we should delete the core files automatically in there. The problem is we need to sudo this, right? So maybe we can ask pwntools to do it itself. Because it seems to be able to make them. But it is just setting environment variables, I believe. And yeah, maybe we just have to delete it manually. Let's search anyway. So pwntools and delete a core file. Setting runtime variables. So I know it has to do with variables. Deletes core, whether automatically delete core files after exiting. It only affects core files accessed via process core file. This is what we're doing. So we want them to be deleted. Core file gradually handles the stack being filled with garbage. Let's do both. Automate exploitations. This is what we're doing, right? With all of bonuses. I do need a little bathroom break. Let's search for delete core files. False. Property delete core files. But the pwntools automatically deletes core file after exiting. So we need to set this property. Delete core files. So if we search for this instead, we only have these two instances. So let's just see here. Oh, this is annoying. All the things. So no delete core files, so this is what we searched for. That's always annoying. So it doesn't manage to understand this is one thing. Yeah. Did you mean? Very annoying. Read the docs. So I kind of wanted some example, and I think we found one. So search for this. Context. It's in the context. I just wanted this tiny little bit of information. Context update. Context update. I think we can probably do this another way too. pwntools issues. It's context delete core files. Yeah. So let's fix this option in here and see if it deletes them, but it still works because it can't delete them too early, right? So another option for context here. Context dot delete core files. equals true. And we save. We else layer our directory. We run the script, which creates core file. Oops. Wrong file. Dot slash. What's the name? We're in the wrong tab. So let's run it here instead. So when it's finished, let's all say, oh, trace back. So we don't have any core files. Let's run it again. Because it probably tried to delete stuff it already had, right? Or what? Generating full payload. This is where it ends. When it's exiting, user lib python 3 disk packages. No such file or directory. OS only save core path. So the problem is that it can't find the file. But I kind of thought that we got the files deleted. Right, so this is closed down ages ago. And we don't have any core files anymore, so I don't really care if it crashes there. But it's not pretty, right? So that's on the machine, on BrainPad. We're not going to use it anymore today. We might. So, am I like totally lost? There it is. Trace back? File not found error. So we can't handle this if we don't manually do it. So it is P that uses this. So at the very end of our script, if you do P dot I'm assuming it will end. P dot close, and it will have any options. At least it's saying it's loading, right? At least it's saying it's loading. So it's just close. So the thing I was thinking of was if we try this, and then we x sept colon, and we just pass the dumb thing, and if we run this now, will it not show the errors? Because I don't care if it works. No. So core file. So what else could we possibly try? We also have E. We have lots of E's, lots of P's. we're using P for all of the things. We're using P in loops like this. But it had 4 different ones. And it has the same name too, so it's trying 4 times for the same one. So let's see how these handle it. So it's not a very long script. What does the script do? Context? Yeah, so they're specific with what they use, which is nice. When we're like done with it, we can do this too. At exit as pwnlib exit. At exit sounds cool. So pwnlib has an own version of at exit to do stuff when the program exits, but uses sys exit func to do so. Unfortunately, all this was deprecated in Python 3, so it no longer works. Either we use Python 2 or just read-register the pwnlib functions as follows. Why does everything use Python 2? At exit.register pwnlib exit run handlers. So delete the core files on exit. Context update. By the way, let's try their approach before we do anything else. Instead of using delete core files true, we replace it with something that should do the same, right? But might not. So, will this work better? No, it was exactly the same. So, as I expected it would be. So what if we do the same as they do and import stuff specifically instead? At exit, we'll look at this. We'll continue with the rest. So print cat cafe automated wrap on an executable. I kind of found a cool thing here. 5 years ago. So if you search for one of these things on the internet, you find cool stuff. So the only person having use for this is someone looking in the core files for stuff. Args, exec file, ROP file, args, ROP file, ROP exec file. Just checking what it was here. Util packing, util cyclic, tubes process, elf core file in context. So we're using context, core file, process, cyclic. We're not using pack. Yeah, we're using pack too. So we're using those things and possibly more. Find offset. Payload, find offset length. So the reason I didn't look at the ROP stuff for pwntools is that I need to know more about ROP first. And I don't think maybe this is the right way to do it. So I'm just gonna like skim the code. Car, if car is not known, and pack core EIP in payload. Offset cyclic find core EIP. Print found offset at. So I'm just thinking my code is so much easier to read. So maybe we shouldn't make functions because it actually makes stuff more complicated. In one way, and if you want it to be easy for other people to read, not that this is bad, this is good. Well, so functions. A function shouldn't take more than one screen. Then you make several functions. That's like, though the whole script is 2 pages, but it's also just one function. Is it? No? So here we have the def. So it ends here. So it is actually 1 page. Good, good. So I thought this was indented because it's so much space there. Alright, sorry, we should zoom in a bit, right? It works now with GitHub, they've improved. Or if it was Firefox, it couldn't do GitHub zooms. Generate wrap. Offset. Subprocess run. Wrap gadget. Okay, so it's just using a tool. That's not like in here. It's just grabbing stuff it needs. Yeah, so then it's not that cool, this. But we still need to know how we get rid of the core file, because that was the problem we want to solve. So, it's reading the logs, writing it out. Hold on. If run, home lib exit, run handlers. If run. So, run. Run handlers. Run equals args run. Args run is run. That's that kind of thing I don't understand. I guess. So they will be using something to parse arguments, yeah. And that's why they have args. So dash run. Yeah, I think I used this. I used this once. But if we go back to run then, it has nothing to do with subprocess run, it's just the run argument. If it is true then, phone web exit run handlers. Print run program. So, I don't want to shift the issues. Documentation. We're on ROP stuff. Phone contents rename core files. Rename core files. So rename core files false. So it didn't find them, you know? And that might be why. So they're using, we're just importing star, that's why we cheat. Might fix that. Let's put a little space there. We'll just change the problem. We'll just find the files so we can delete them without giving us errors. No, it's still broken. Still broken. So, how does it handle it? Another not very long one. The if loses stack base buffer overflow chain launch to trigger the large buffer overflow and exit launch function, you trigger the overflow with a by ticket function. When's classic red 2 lives, you exploit first with the address of puts, calling puts, and puts and count. Then you return the main function, finally recall system message by triggering the above the same way. So I didn't understand all that because I have to read up on this thing. Yeah, I need to know that too. Oh my god. Look. So why do this? So someone who is good at some things. So they didn't know how to do from home import star. So I'm looking for specific things. Let's hop to the end actually and look here first. So there's a big long. Well. If name equals main exp start remote local. I need a quick bathroom break. Yeah, so I really shouldn't drink more, should I? Right back. Oopsie. Yeah, so when I pick the rubber up, I kind of stuff all over her. I can't get out of the door. I have this audio. So let's book it back in my kit again. I have, the audio isolation wall that was in my kid's room before. So it's like falling over by my door. So I don't know if I'm gonna like try and use it for the stream somehow. Or if I should just throw it out. I have to decide. Sunlight after. After, I don't know what the after one is. That's not the one I've used. Raw PC. So this is what we did, but we didn't do anything. Cool. Puts. Exe puts. Doesn't say anything. I don't know what rock coal means. I mean, how it works. Yeah, so we gotta check these out later. And learn all the things. One check more. It's a lot of the ends of them. I'm kind of thinking these won't care if there's error messages. I do. Core file maintenance. pwntools. I'm in the process of adding a large chunk of functionality to pwntools, which revolves around the core files to speed up exploit development. This is 2017. This is designed to enable brain dead exploitation without me doing math. I hate math. Baby's birth style challenge. We can trivially exploit this without using. It is similar regardless of the stack layout. Context binary elf. Yeah, we do this. Crash process, crash cyclic. 128. Crash wait. Yeah, AP should be set as something in our cyclic pattern. So why do they do this? They're not doing what I do and test it first. But we are also using crash wait, and then we're using the core file. I'm gonna find the core file, load it into memory, and extract EIP. Yeah, so this is what I was assuming it could do. But we're using R2 instead. So we should probably switch to using core file EIP. I was just thinking I don't want more core files. So we currently seem to have 4 core files in our script, right? Which is low, considering a 254 loop with crashes. Create a payload that will set EIP to the address of when. Yeah, this is a very simple one. But it's a nice example. But where in this are they using the core file thingy? No, that's not what I want. I want this. And my eyes are really getting tired, so I won't be able to continue much longer. So we were here. However, this causes issues. Under the two most common expected scenarios for core files regarding the naming convention specified in SysCTL, kernel core pattern, a simple string like core is used. A pipe handler like. In this scenario, any subsequent crash will overwrite the existing core file. This is bad because it's opaque and may cause confusion. This is a wrong core file. In a latter scenario, where folder of the core named core, but will refuse to overwrite the existing core file. This is bad because it's opaque and may cause confusion. This is an old core file. These two scenarios cause troubleshooting problems. Stale core files versus overridden core files. My proposed solution is that when a core file is auto-discovered by pwntools, not loaded manually by file name, it should be renamed to core.pid. Okay, auto-discovery must be triggered via process core file. The downside of this is that it breaks convention and may make later debugging annoying. This breaks also letters of working directly with loss of core files. This is my problem. The resolution of these conflicting needs, I suggest an additional two twiddly bits. Context, rename core files, automatically rename core files with pwntools to has auto-discovered. Context, delete core file, automatically delete core files with pwntools has auto-discovered when pwntools exits. I further suggest that the default values should be rename core files true and delete core files false. And this is the opposite. What I do. No functionality changes at all unless the core file discovery functionality is used. The PR has been merged. I'll assume everybody agrees, or at least on the no one saying what on earth. So this was added here, and we're getting bugs from it. So he suggested a false by default. The delete core files. That's why we need to do it ourselves, but we just set it to true, we get bugs. So how do I fix this? Anyway, we know who we should ask, right? There was also in the search results, that was the issue. There was something else here. Random variable settings. So, yeah, this we already read. It is here. We already found it. We can't do anything more with it that I know. Is it in this one too, or was this an earlier thing? It was a search for delete core file. So it's doing it. It's just erroring too. So it's like annoying that it can't override errors. Override errors. pwntools. Setting runtime variables. Yeah, of course, there's probably an option for this too. So like context errors or whatever. So defaults. ADB host, ADB port, arch, ASLR, true. Binary known. So ASLR is true. Do you need to turn it off? Buffer size. But it's not doing it. Cache database. Cyclic alphabet, cyclic size. Delete core files, device, encoding, engine, GDB binary, GDB local, libc, log console, IO text wrap. So we don't want it to log stuff. So I do have this error here, right? So what if I say known here? I don't know if this exists. I don't want the errors. It's still giving me the errors. Because known doesn't exist, I think. Log console. So we see the log level over here, right? So what is log console then? Mode. Log file. Log level. What if we do a number here instead of this? New line. No P trace. OS proxy randomize. Rename core files. Sign SSH session terminal. Survey of incomplete line. Timeout. So here we found the other one. Delete core files, rename core files. We have all the things here. Not trace, is that what it says? Log level. Well, let's mess with the log level. I think if we give this an end, it will die on us. Oh gosh, we definitely got debug mode. We don't want debug mode. So let's undo this and print this. And let's exit because we don't want all the other stuff. So it's 40. What if we do 60? It is 60. So we can set a number there. What will we go? Yeah, I think we had 60. So what if we do 80? Just crazy adding stuff here. Adding numbers. So 5,999,000. So if we think, what alternatives does this thing have? If we generally Google this, and it will probably not work very well without those, right? Is it possible to log? No log level. Context dependent. Beginner's Guide to Power Tools. So no one wants to turn off logging or debugging, whatever. I just put errors because I thought it was the least errors. So Control F. There. Debug. Yeah, so it's not the only thing. Oh gosh, we're gonna get so much crazy. No. Logging stuff. Yeah, we were in the right docs. Log info. Status. Log process. Log level error. Now you see me, now you don't. What about actual errors? I'm like, can I do like 0xff here? Is this possible? No. Or rather, I could. It worked. It's Python, okay. It's just not helping. Logger, no. Follow logger. And I had this up when I did that. A class akin to logging log adapter class. Public method. Also add some poly flavor. My nose is itching. Turning off logging in pwntools. Yeah, we don't want to remove those. We want to remove the errors. So, ChatGPT time. How do I turn off all logging in pwntools? I don't even want error messages. Log disabled true. Logging critical. Import logging? I don't think it understood what I wanted. No. I need context log level. When I set I get I'm just copying one of them. 34. Pulls a little bit. that to computers like all logging, but you can work around by setting it to invalid level. No. We tried already putting it to known. So I'm assuming nothing won't do more for us than known. Nothing. So I will just do the default thing then. It actually didn't even... None worked. Oh look. Critical debug error info not set warning. So let's go for critical. That's likely what we want, right? So how come I didn't get that before? It's still getting me the errors. My nose is itchy. Let's see what else it says first. Doesn't work. Alternatively, you can use this more reliable approach. Log level critical. Logger, set level, logging critical. Log disabled equals true. This will suppress everything, including errors. However, file not found where it comes from. There it is. I don't want to suppress all other errors. Just these. Really. You can use custom exception to ignore cases, just this error, while allowing others to be logged. And core dots in string exit value. Well, what do you think? Will it do it? So we try it. Let's like put this here as a test. Lots of space in between here. Def custom accept. So I'm like, okay, so that's why. If exit type is so it didn't work. It didn't work. I tried, and it didn't work. So it's 3 a.m. I should sleep soon. Still being a bit from a kid. But my brain is, or rather my eyes are closing. Since that exit runs after the script finishes, so sort of one instead. You need to override. Oh, sure, let's try this instead. So why does it suggest something that it knows doesn't work, right? So I'm gonna import at exit instead. Let's just do that. So this is a typical ChatGPT. At least it's coming up with new stuff, but it's just imagining stuff now, right? It's not officially part of that exit module in all Python versions. You need a different approach. Instead of removing all exit you can specify and reduce opposed to scroll cleanup. However, try this. If you're using the workaround is. So the workaround is shorter than the other one. I'm just copying this now, giving it another chance. So what do you think? So we're using more than 3.9. Point of register core register when a change at exit stores callback no longer exists instead uses. If it doesn't work. Okay. So we're kinda like derailing totally here, right? Into ChatGPT code that doesn't work testing. Oh gosh. Well. Big surprise. Let's copy the next code. It doesn't have a function called this. Never heard that before. So it's running. It worked. So let's read the code. I didn't even read it. Original unlink. Yeah, OS unlink, original unlink. So let's actually read it in code instead. Because we can simply click something and see. So this is just because this will be replaced, so it needs a special name. I don't know why it doesn't just say OS unlink here. It doesn't change it until here. So let's replace all these. There. Oh. I kill the parentheses too. So now we have these. So we want less lines. Previous line repeated 9 more times. Most recent poll. So obviously I destroyed the thing. So yeah. Save on link. We run it here and it's in there. And then we set it so it can't. Okay. So the thing is that we don't really want, but we need to replace it with something with the same args, right? That's why we need it. Except found not founder. So it's just skipping the found not founds. So let's run it again, and then we're gonna check for core files. Slay. So no core files, which is good. We're not getting spammed with millions of core files anymore. But this is a lot of text. So we can import OS, but I'm kinda from OS import OS unlink, I guess. Unlink. And we can still do OS unlink, but we don't really need to, do we? So I'm like looking for squigglies. It's so slow, you know. So if we run this now, not slay the script. It's saying I don't know what unlink is. And if we add this, it says, hello there, I'm happy. But it shows us the errors, which is not good. So if we import star here, it still shows us the errors. So we need to import OS. And then
new follower Bob. Less than 3.
Hi, welcome in and thank you for the follow. I'm a bit focused. Too focused to sleep. So was there anywhere else? No, because we replaced the name there, or it replaced the name. Ah, so we managed to get ChatGPT to give us code for doing this. So this is only to I'm kind of thinking we'll put these on top, and this is an explanation. It's easier to explain something that was already there. And we can also set the rest of the variables, because we want the rest of the stuff to be this is only to off. I again managed to click Ctrl C when I didn't want to. And I copied an empty, nothing. This is only to stop errors when exiting. That appears when using this, and we really don't need this because it wasn't functioning. So stop. Prevent. What do we want? Prevent errors when exiting. Prevent errors that appear. Appears when exiting. When using context delete core false true. And then we're adding something to OS on link for core dot. Starts with core dot. I'm like, core dot? I guess it will be core dot then, because it works, right? We're gonna run it again with the latest changes, make sure it works. There. And I'm kind of thinking that there are two options that we continue our stuff. Yeah, I was thinking maybe I should like play something, but it's late, and I'd rather continue this than play a game. Anyway. Though I am trying to make my second channel be able to have channel points, which means affiliate, which means I should do something there, but maybe I will do instead like training stuff instead of it's fixed for to unwinding. I can like shout myself out just to give you this easy link. Shout out fix it 42 unwinding gigs it 42. Can't spell. Fix it 42 unwinding. There, that should work. That is my like channel. I don't want to like play games on this one. I did a few times, but it feels wrong, you know.
New follower Blah68CK68100.
Thank you
Less
for the
than 3.
follow. Thank you for the follow.
Blah68CK68100 says, "You still going on? Damn.
Sorry, oh my god, it's 13 hours and 12 minutes. Sorry, I'm having too much fun. How did that happen? It just happened. It's just happened. So I will have to cut this one up too. So maybe I shouldn't just.
Someone got some hyperfocus.
Well, I am running away helping my kids all the time, getting pizza, talking to someone on the phone. So it's not like it's intensely all the time. But having fun is having fun, right? The thing is that this is not work for me. This is fun. So people are like, oh, I'm so tired. My brain is tired now from this. And I'm like, why? It's just relaxing fun. It's not like I have to think. So we still don't have any core files. That's nice. The last thing we did here with the script is to make it not show errors from setting an option to automatically delete the files. This here. So we had to add this horrible thing. So now I kind of want to make functions of all of it, but we'll wait until we're done at least. And I think this might be easier for someone to.
I am going to sleep. Have fun.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep soon too. It's 3:30 a.m. But it's, I don't need more than 6 hours, 5 hours maybe. I can get up kind of early still. But also it's in the weekend, so you're supposed to relax. So good night and sweet dreams. Have a great weekend.
05.30 for me lol.
Oh yeah, 2 hours later. I'm from Sweden. So where are you from? I'm in Sweden. So I'm not gonna keep you up. So I guess I have still 2 hours until I need to go to bed then.
I'm from Turkey. I was in Stockholm this summer.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I think Turkey's kind of warmer than Sweden, isn't it? So we currently have. I can't see my. It's minus 1.2 outside. It's cold. It's been kind of warm though, like 5 plus 4 weeks. Yeah. So good night. And as I said, have a good week. So I usually don't stream during the week, and that's kind of why I'm taking this only day that I can stay up later.
Yeah, kinda same here, but depends on the region. We experience 4 different weathers here in Turkey.
Oh, it's like altitudes and stuff? Because in Sweden we really have a different, of course, because north and south, we're kind of like a long country. So the north is dark now. All dark. So I was kind of doing stuff here. We tested to print a bit of the stack by EAX, but I'm kind of thinking we need a new line here too. So this is all of the interesting data, but there's like new lines. Maybe it's okay. Let's just put a colon on that thing. So it is consistent.
Good luck on the box leaving.
Thank you. Yeah, remaking this. Could also do the bad characters check after we know where in memory we will put it. So we can do it differently, depending on where we will end up. But I think it's kind of like finished. We're just not finishing it because we end up here. And this is where we need a new actual code. So if this happens, we can like enable a second one, and this is when we could use functions better. So that when we run this function, if it fails, then we hop back to an earlier stage with a new option set to use MSF Venom instead to create a payload. So here, I guess we're not gonna exit here. We're gonna do stuff here. We're gonna say hi to MSF Venom. So let's MSF Venom. Kinda not in the end or something. So this is the current one we use actually. So if we just copy this as an example of a which is format Python and everything nice. And maybe it's time to make it into functions. Maybe I need it now. So I'm really tired. Guess. And also we could have this in the if here. And we could have this as a separate one. If not found address, or we'll just remake it all. And if found address and register ESP. So I'm doing that now. And then this else will be an LF. And we already have one of them here. And there. I know. So I have something in my paste. Okay, that's it. So I didn't want to copy before. So it doesn't have to be more than exactly fitting. 0 is okay. So actually copy, undo, 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 paste, cut, paste. And this one, try MSF Venom. And should we make this our first or second function? So, generate payload. Amps of Venom, generate shellcode, plus the shellcode. Shellcode, Amps of Venom. And then we don't exit. We try this. And this will of course be a new encoded shellcode, right? And then we again encoded shellcode generate shellcode subfile and F. If it is still too big. We do our exit thing, right? And we go like, okay. We tried. So this one. I'm gonna put it here for now. Def pause, but I'm still thinking this might copy. That's why. Let's actually like make that a comment, but let's like return something. So this should not have a delay. It's giving us a empty one because it didn't set the value. So we need payload plus equals. But we're gonna put it here. Not that it matters, because we'll exit otherwise. So let's put it where it's really like happening. Yeah, of course I need that encoded shellcode there. So I think I saw someone do that kind of assignment before, but it was not with plus equals. But no, that shouldn't matter. Maybe it does. I'm sorry if I'm quiet too. So we generate a shellcode with MSF Venom, which we have to do now. We encoded shellcode. So I'm thinking Python is not the best way now. We want this in another format. So let's just lab with them. Was it another window? It was this one, right? So we have the formats. The Python format looks like this, and it's slow. It's always slow. There. This is the one that we use to connect to. And this is long. It's 479 bytes. I do have. Let's see. Where is it? I'm starting to get hungry. I do have bread left. So it's so late, it's early. Not yet, though. Sorry for the sound. I still have the pizza breads. So we're gonna check out trying to switch screens there. So we looked at this dude. So let's see where is his. I think he was using him as a venom, and he got a tiny one. It was in here, right? 1 for 2. Let's put in this direction. So I was checking out his way of finding bad characters because he's finding more than we do. So his resulting one is 70 characters. 70 bytes. So if we were to run this one, which is doing C format too. So I'm trying to be explicit with names so it's easy to read. I think that's kind of smart to do, right? Oh, look, it's actually 95 here, and this is 70. I was reading the wrong line. I don't like this format either, though. we're gonna have to find list of forms of emissive venom. Let's try. What? List pharmacies. GW Hex. So bin sh. x86x. So I'm not seeing the suid stuff. So I'm curious. If it's still included automatically in this. Because if you do a Linux 86 exec of sh, then you want that. Probably. So let's do format hex. Oh. So we didn't find these. We only found those. This is better data for Python, I'm thinking. As we're cutting from the command line now. Or it is returning stuff. So, what will this all be? So what if we were to do like I'm just confirming, yeah. So if we just try to do like 2 to null, will that work? Will it go give us less data? It did. Kinda thought so. I'll use that again. So, size is 70. We're excluding the characters we don't want. It's only the formats here. Is there any other format that could possibly be better? Hex, Java. Num oct pearl PM. Raw. Yeah, let's look at raw. We can also see what the bash is. So raw. I'm guessing. Let's spell this right. So we're getting the actual data. And I'm assuming we're not getting anything else. And as it's a program receiving the data, it will be okay, right? So if we were to remove cat here now, we get the same thing, but we get it just a slightly bit differently formatted. So cat like destroyed a bit of data. We don't want that. So we're getting raw. Now the question is, how do we receive this without it being text? Is this a bad format? Or should we simply forward this to a file that we then need to delete? No, won't be big though. To shellcode. So this is x86 shell. So if we shell this, well, I guess we do star and run / shellcode. Not found, not found. So it is definitely not a correct binary file, is it? We can R2 stuff. That's not correct. How did we do that? So if we R2 D, not D, just A, no, just R2 it. And then we the PDF. So there's of course no AFL or anything here because it's not really something, and it's not a full file. How did I do it the other time? So it's in my buffer overflow notes. I'm kind of sure we already looked at it today. Well, not today, but today. So let's just quickly check through here. I don't know where it is. So as it is not really part of the... Yeah, it will be like... It's probably like using shellcode here. R2 AAA PDF. So if we do AAA on it, we can do it on this kind of thing. So Q. So So we do a. I've learned since then. Now we do it. Yes. We got the explanation of what it does. Invalid. So it looks kind of odd, right? It looks very, very odd. It doesn't tell me anything. Data ref from. So here we're putting something in here. So it is not a long thing. Yeah, this looks odd. But it is, of course, because it's encoded, right? Because it is. That's why I don't understand it. It's encoded. Oh gosh. How does this work? Well, I tried. Anyway, it's definitely not more bytes. It's definitely not nice text file, right? So if we cat it, we get this, right? Oh, there's no uppercase F's in there. So if we go up to the command, because scrolling is hard. We don't need the last bit, because the output of this would have been different than, I guess we could read it in binary and copy it in. I'm curious to do it without that thing, though. Yeah, so I'm going to go to sleep soon, and it's already 30 minutes more, and the stream is closing up to 14 hours. So, but I'm getting tired. I'm starting to be tired. So we're starting to make this here. We have a new line to add. That is shorter just because of the thingy Medusa. So let's think of running this different ways. So we can run stuff with subprocess run. We can run stuff with process, where we can like read data from there. So instead of receive line as in a string format, let's check the receive functions of this out quickly before sleep. And I have so many bright lights, so but my eyes don't hurt yet from the light, so I'm not really that tired actually. Well, let's keep the line and do pwntools, and we'll get the nice manual pages, docs, tubes. No. Well, just click something. Yeah, this is good enough. Resp. So serial tube, reservoir, reservoir. Here we have the lines, so we don't want that. Raw. Raw sounds nice. We want just the raw data. We're not getting text, we're just getting the darn thing, right? And then we're gonna check the length of it. So it's not like it wouldn't be easier to type that. So let's just copy these lines, because I don't have to type. They have to scroll a million laps on the mouse wheel. So I'm just gonna so we need to split all of the darn things up, do we? It can't have spaces, it will have commas instead. And we don't want a send line. We don't need a loop. We just need received data. And we're gonna check the length of this. Reserve raw. And this is not. It's there. We just wanna print the length of the thing. And this is really what we get. So I'm like, can I send this? Or will I have to split it? Yeah, not that hard though. Command equals there. Yeah, we can just split it into an array of spaces. And it will be okay to just send it to process. Command equals command dot what? Python make array from string split on. I could probably just search for split method. Oh gosh, what did I end up with? I just want a quick split lines. Yeah, we're gonna split on split. Oh, RE split. No. My string partition. Using the partition. We split the string into 3 parts based on separate. That's not what we want. So let's just do the darn split. I don't want to read. I'm typing the wrong thing. Split separator, which I was assuming we just do this, and this wants an array. So we put command here, or we, if this works, we'll just put that there. Let's just to manage to send the command that we receive the data. We want to check. We want to like print the length of. Let's actually string this and plus it with data. And this will be like bytes. Let's see what the receive raw tells me if I mouse over this forever. Nothing. There. Colon. This is a string now. Dot. No, not dot. Hex. Hex can be good enough for a first test, right? So return something. So we can return that string in that case. No, we don't want to. We want to do more with it. But this is first just to see if we get something out of this. Dot slash buff. So generate shellcode as a final process command. Self validates in the executable arg end. So it needs those to be separated out. The executable needs to be separate. So no, doesn't, because that's not how we had it. So my test didn't work. Let's print the output. Let's pprint it even. Pprint command. Sorry for the long wait. It's not worth like commenting stuff out. Same error, even though. So. So no errors now. M's of Venom, A equals HP. So it works, right? So the split worked fine. 2 don't know. So we have the whole command. And if we uncomment this one now, I'm assuming we will get the error back. And why? So what if we grab the data, which it was nice to give us. We can actually make it easier by just running it again. And it's starting past. So It's kind of long, that's why I don't want to do manual work. So instead of command here, we put in very similar data to what we had. So we can see it did convert readable characters to readable. His office there. I just got everything. And I pasted in the wrong place. So my old P process, let's just get the first one we find. Is executable argument. And this could, we only have one argument. So when it had more arguments, we had more commas. This looks very similar, right? We have the square parentheses, we have something, comma, something. Only their variable names. And here we got data instead. This should be the same. So we can try deleting stuff when it doesn't work. Because this is the same. Just automated. Well, not automated. So so we see this in a different color. Inappropriate nulls. It might just be the null. So we can easily try now when we have it in text. As it worked fine before that context conversion there. So now we do the next things. We can't receive raw, missing one argument, none. So we can't just receive raw like that. We'll probably need a switch function then. Source link. Yeah, let's not do that. Yeah, my eyes are getting tired. My eyes are tired. Read all. Read all B. Receive all. Returns a binary. So what does all do? Finally of F. Switch. And we want a binary. So let's do rest of all instead of the raw one. I didn't really read what the raw one did. Do I want to scroll more? It didn't say anything. It's an alias for rest of raw. And I didn't check rest of raw, did I? Rest of, and I guess they're in alphabetical order. R. Radix. hex. Whatever. We have something to test. Did I copy it right? Rest of all B. This will be bytes. And we just want the length of it. But we also want to return it instead. So why not put it there? Yeah, that's failing. STR cannot be interpreted as an integer in original number. Strip. Receive data. So I'm thinking it's a hex. Oh, I didn't think when I did that, I think. Let's just try removing the hex one. And now it is a string which has a parenthesis around it. There, it didn't, it just was one at the end. So it's a bit tough that it takes such a long time, but as it's building on every step, it will crash again. So, payload plus equals encoded. Data 377, which is too long. I don't think I believe that. Well, let's look at it. It's a byte array. So this is a byte array. I'm just gonna do a quick test. We don't want a byte array, we want bytes. Simply. It is bytes now. So we str it when we return it then. So this will probably have the wrong format and everything, you know. Still another error? No, it's just too long. Now let's print it too. So my nose is like, oh my goodness. I skipped the exit, so it will print it anyway, even though it's too long. Oh, so now we know why it's too long. Attempting to encode, I succeeded with size 70. Chosen final size, payload size, 70 bytes. And so the dev null thingy didn't work. Why? So it got the full thing. Because I'm not piping it. No, yeah, because I'm not piping it. But I'm sending it to dev null. So there must be a way to select what input we want. But now we know why it's too long, and we could just pick out the right data if we want to, right? It's not hard. This looks very funny though. So let's compare this to